Hey ja, hey ja, hey ja, heiße, 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 dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, ja, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, sucha, du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Wocha. Auwa.
Heise, des war.
Wocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Berete.
Bereite.
Das ich soll.
Das war
Ja.
Heise,
Flickmann.
das ich soll.
Berete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise, das war Heise, Stürme,
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
das ich soll, Streete, Sassa,
Auwa.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Bereite,
Hey ja.
Ja,
Rete.
das war Stürme,
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
das war, das ich soll, das war,
Das ich soll.
Hey ja, hey ja, hey ja, hey ja, heiße, heiße, dass ich soll, 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 dass ich soll. Rete,
Ja.
es war, ja, es war,
ja,
Berete.
du wäre, es war, ja,
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
das war, das ich soll, das war,
Das ich soll.
hey ja,
Ja.
ja,
Das ich soll.
Ja.
Hey, ja.
ja,
Das ich soll.
ja, hey ja,
Ja.
ja,
Das ich soll.
ja, das ich soll, das ich soll,
hey ja,
Stürme,
Hey, ja.
Heise,
hey ja,
Sassa,
Berete.
hey ja,
Streete, ja,
Gebure.
das ich soll, das ich soll,
hey ja, hey ja, heiße, dass ich soll, 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 dass ich soll.
All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here, playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat. I'm buying stone. I'm like, ha. He's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90, is so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, pass Slate faster. Just feeling so good. Oh, so here he is, and he sees my Faetoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Faetoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Faetoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Faetoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Faetoria. And there he is, converting my Faetoria. And there he is, converting my Faetoria. Good morning, everyone. I've got the wrong logo. Let me fix that. Hello. Welcome in. There we go. Cool. We've got Silver League today. And I have answer a couple questions, also say a couple things as we get started here. All right. So, new DLC launches later on today. Some of you guys might be aware of that. It is going to be incorporated almost immediately into Titans League. However, all of the silver casts that we'll be doing over the next 3 days, those casts are old patch. So that's not going to be, we're not going to be seeing the new civs over the next 3 days in Titans League. Starting Friday, we'll have the new civs in Titans League. All right. Today, and we'll be doing this with gold next week as well. Today is the last round of silver. So we're back down to Silver League, covering the last round. And my God, are these groups super close. So super pumped to see where people are going to end up. You guys can't see anything yet. Whoops. Let me just fix that. But yes, thank you for being here. I will also tell you, I will need extra reminders to be hydrated today because I woke up this morning with a sore throat, which is danger territory for a caster. So I'm like staying away from any of the sugary drinks. I'm just drinking water. We'll probably have some tea. Gonna take it easy. Gonna bring in some co-casters, but considering the game plan is basically to be live every single day. I'm hoping my body cooperates. But hello E1000. Hello Dr. Hamburger. Hello Arbase. Hello Hawaii. Yeah, I'll be all over the tea today. I'll be true T90 today. Don't worry. Base, thank you for the 23. But we're going to get into the draft. We're going to get right into it because we have 4 sets today in silver. But this is what the groups look like. All right. Hello, Super Sheetway. Thank you for the 23. Thank you, Doctor, for the 29. So, in Silver League, your reward is to get promoted up to Gold League. So, you're going from the 10K League up to the 25K League, right? That's a very big jump. 8 people get promoted. And so the winner of each group gets auto-promoted. It is not guaranteed except for one player who is promoted going into the final round, which sometimes in TTL is a little bit rare. Stark has already earned promotion regardless of what happens here. All right? Now, Dennis, we're going to look at the probabilities in a second. Dennis is not safe yet. Dennis also could potentially take a playoff position. So this final round, it is, I think, $10 per win for both players. Like, Stark is already locked because Stark has had a crazy season. The others are going to have something. Everyone's going to have something to play for. Pretty much. I do think as well you have 2 players that are confirmed to be relegated. 3 players that are confirmed to be relegated out of silver, it seems. So, yeah, it's been competitive groups. And now is when I can show you the probability site, which is actually like the time for it. I know I haven't been showing it too much in Platinum. But now you could look through, and we'll go specifically with Group D. This is how things shake up right now. So Deeker, he's going to be hoping that Dennis doesn't get any wins today. I think Deeker is hoping that Stark crushes him, and Stark has been crushing everybody. But yeah, still possible that Nahuel gets relegated out with 6 wins. Still possible that Dennis gets relegated out or even gets second place with 6 wins. All depends on how these other results play out in the final round. So we'll be covering every single set. I do want to show you guys just to like get you interested because we'll be doing all the groups today. This is what Group C looks like right now. This is interesting. This is crazy to me. You have 4 players that could potentially get first place. And one of those players could potentially get relegated as well. So much can happen in Group C. I'm really interested in the Gabby Lammo set because Lammo might not have as much to play for because he's already out. And like $10 per win should be motivation, but I don't know, where his head's at being 1-11. That could be, maybe he underperforms, and maybe that's really good for Gabby. Deadly Cookie, thank you. Maybe the mods could do it for me. One of the mods could do it for me. If not, I can do it a bit later. This group's even closer at the top, at least. Kambito and Say My Name are tied. So they both have 9 wins. Say My Name plays Survivalist, who ironically needs to survive. Is a very slight chance at surviving. And then Chart and You Pudding play against each other. It is... let me look at this. Whoever wins this is up, and whoever loses this is out. Okay, so if Chart wins 2-1, that confirms You Pudding is out. If you Pudding wins 2-1, that confirms Chart is out. Damn. So that's a straight-up relegation series. Even if You Pudding were to win 3-0 there, it doesn't really change anything for him. He's still 4th place. If Chart were to win 3-0, it doesn't change anything for him. Wow, that's fun. That's really fun. Okay, I didn't realize that. So, yeah, that's the beauty of it. You have the fight for the top. Like, this one's also really competitive in Group A. And then you also have the fight for survival. So Goku against Baba Rum. Baba Rum's already out. Goku with like a 3-0 here could potentially save himself depending on how well Target plays against Blue. So yes, I have the site pinned. If you guys want to look at it, you can take a look at it now. It's T90official.tv. Click the Titans League tab. Once you click the Titans League tab, you can look through all the groups and experiment with that stuff yourself. I might need your help with it too. Like, there might be some instances where I'm in game and I need to verify the situation if I don't have it memorized because there's so many players. So, yeah, check it out. There's also the other stuff there too. All right. But game 1's going to be Costa Arena. I'm going to dive right into it here. Any questions? Anyone want to say hello? Killer of God says, what is Titans League? Titans League is promotion and relegation within AoE. So most tournaments you just have the tournament bracket, and then it ends, and then, that's it, right? Next time you run the tournament, you rerun the bracket, and it's not based on the previous season at all. In TTL, you have bronze all the way to platinum, and it's promotion relegation. So if a player loses, they get kicked out. If a player wins, they get promoted up. Very similar to football, if you're familiar with that. E1000, I did not post on Instagram. I'm not going to post on Instagram because that would require me doing something right now. I want to get into the games here. Like I said, unfortunately, I'm feeling a little sick. I think if I'm not in a game, I'll quickly lose focus today. So we'll see. Realistically, I don't think I should push myself too hard if I am getting really sick. But I just woke up with a little bit of a sore throat. So I'm just hoping that gets better. Usually that stuff is worse at the start of a day. And yeah, I'm just going to try not to think about it too much, I I heard that all doctors recommend that. Just, you know, don't think about it, and then everything will be fine. So, orange juice is really bad for a sore throat, right? Wouldn't orange juice be horrible because it's, like, really sugary? I guess it has vitamin C. I take vitamin C, but I feel like a sugary drink would be really bad because it's, like, acidic and sugary, yeah. So, it's all right. I got water here. I can only do so much, so I appreciate your ideas and your sympathy. Rhyme, thank you. Welcome in. Glad you could make it. Maybe we'll have some tea later. All right, game one. There's also the thing, because of the new patch coming, my capture rate just updated, and they said it shouldn't be problematic and perfect. Okay. I was really worried because they had to do a big update for capture rate for the upcoming patch, and they hadn't done so until this morning. So, thankfully, it looks like my capture rate is going to work. And we've got Dennis against Stark in Silver League. Someone suggests I drink Coca-Cola. I don't know about that, man. All right, let's go. All right, folks, welcome. We are switching gears into Silver League. Now, let me explain, because there's going to be someone out there that's like, wait a second, I don't know these players. What's happening? So, the beauty of Titans League is you've got multiple leagues, okay? And they run somewhat simultaneous. You have the Silver League, which is the 10K league. You have the Gold League, which is the 25K league. And then you have the Platinum League, which is the 64K league. And so, we've just finished the second round of Platinum. Silver, rather, is in its final round. So that's what we are covering here, and we are going to cover the final round of every single silver set. In most cases, there's a lot to play for. Like it's crazy. We got people trying to survive. We got people trying to get promoted, because one can get promoted to the Gold League from Silver League, and maybe eventually back to Platinum League. Who knows? But in this case, there's slightly less to play for, at least as far as Stark's concerned. Stark won 11 of 12 games, and Stark is already confirmed to be going to Gold for the next season. Now, Stark can still get $10 per win, so that's something for him to play for. And obviously, he's got the pride and all that to play for. But Dennis is at 6 wins right now. Dennis could be relegated. Dennis needs wins. So, and if for those that don't know Dennis, Dennis is a player who has gotten pretty good over the last couple years. He's not the youngest player. I think he's around 30 years old. Dennis is a player who has some background, I think, in League. I think he played... I've said this before, and I don't know enough about League to know the significance, but he played in the... I think he played in the Asia Games at one point, which, when I brought that up to someone who knows League, they were like, what? And they freaked out, and they looked him up, and they were like, okay, this guy was legit. So, really solid player. Both players are a bit slower than some other high-level players. Both players are very strategic, I would say. Dennis is playing as the Bengalis. We had Stark playing as the Dravidians. Wow. Well, I say wow because Dravidians is really good for the water. And that's obviously here. But I am wondering how the Dravidians would play on the land aspect of this map. This map is one of my favorites. And it's that combination of water and land that becomes very important. If I had to guess, I would say maybe Stark will feel like he could just win water and then defend on land. But Bengalis have really strong land units. The Bengalis, if they get to a castle and play into Ratha, if they play in towards monks and siege, like, could be extremely dangerous. So you got to get the balance right, whatever that balance is. Luke Ham says, does Tato play today? Tato played in Platinum yesterday. You can always check the VOD or wait for the YouTube upload on that. Tato won't play again. Platinum doesn't kick back up until Friday through Monday. Yeah, so Naya, Stark is already guaranteed to win the group. Dennis, not really guaranteed for anything right now. He would need to get, I think, 2 wins to be completely safe. And so far, Dennis with the dock on the back. Wondering if Dennis realizes his boar is here. Okay, he's just realized his boar is here. He looked a little bit confused. Yeah, Ashwig, the next Platinum matches will be on the new patch. Correct. What's up, Zern? Welcome. Hello, YouTube chat. Good morning. I'm going to be very chill today. So, I'm going to drink my water now. I'm not going to push it because, like I said, I really would hate to compromise a whole week if I'm talking at 110% over the course of the whole day. So, forgive me, I guess, for YouTube videos later on. First off, thanks for your interest here, but I woke up a little bit sick, so... I have a little bit of, I had some meds I could take to just help a little bit, but really, the number one thing you should do with the sore throat is probably stop talking, so. Oh, wow, the unique texts are gone. Thanks, Capture H. Can I look at them here? What is this, dude? Okay, no unique text allowed. Yeah, so there's a new patch coming out. Capture H updated on me this morning, and there's the bug. So I figured there would be a bug of some kind. It's okay. I have the unique text memorized. I am curious, though. If one gets researched, what happens in Capture H? Does the red X pop up? And does it have a countdown? If someone reminds me, I can always message Capture H about that. But I think that's just going to be something we kind of have to deal with. I think my bigger worry was that when they updated Capture Age, I wasn't going to be able to cast these games at all. And thankfully, we have everything here for the most part, so. Full Metal Zim says, telling T90 to stop talking is like telling a dog to stop licking its own bum. Could you really have not found another comparison there? Of all the things you could have thought of in the world, you decided to compare me to a dog licking its own bum. Really? You couldn't thought of anything else, Full Metal Zim? Thanks for the analogy. 3 docks here for Stark. Yeah, I mean, Dark's got a Civ that is dominant on water. Has very good water bonuses. And it is 2 docks for Dennis. It's interesting. We haven't seen Galley opening much at all in Platinum League. But down here in Silver League, both players opting for the heavy water approach. We have the 2 docks for Dennis. But this is definitely more of the economic approach because he's going 2 docks. He's going to place the mill. He's definitely still thinking about like getting to Castle Age at a reasonable time. He's actually going to go 2 galleys and then he's going to go 2 fires. I mean, based on what we know, depending on what direction everything goes, I think Stark's going to eventually win water. I think it's on Dennis, though, to if Dennis still reaches Castle Age faster because Dennis takes the berries early and balances out the eco in the right way. I mean, I've been saying it. You just don't want to lose water too quickly. But it is water investment from him. And his galleys are out. And his galleys are going to be going to the left side. And might be able to find some villagers here on the oysters. Find some fishing ships as well. Okay, he has a new analogy. It's like telling drill instructor to stop insulting recruits. Better? Yeah, that's way better. I mean, insulting recruits is kind of rough too, but like way better than the first one. So thank you. Also, very random the directions your brain goes, I have to say. Which I appreciate. I can relate to that. But like, those are 2 very different things, dude. What's up, Kettle Punch? How excited would you be if your uncle joined a community game? Dude, I don't want you guys to be able to beat up on Unc. I'd be terrified. I do not want my uncle in a community game. You guys would probably be all nice to my uncle. You're not nice to me when I'm in a community game, so. Dennis's galleys get found on the left side. And on the right side, the fire galleys find Stark. I think Stark will still like his chances here. He has fletching. And I think Dennis would be surprised to see this many galleys. I wasn't able to see all the games from Dennis and Stark. I saw quite a few, but I don't remember a Coast Arena game. Stark is just going full galleys here, which should eventually win water. I mean, Dennis should understand that. Now Dennis is... You can tell the difference here. Dennis is invested in the farms. Dennis was on the berries earlier. Dennis will go for the market. I think the key for Dennis now is you have to plan around a castle on Stark's face. You're going to lose water. It's just a matter of time. but you just hold on as long as you can with whatever fire galley numbers you have. And then if it's not a castle, you can get to gold and play Monk Siege. Stark's Castle Age time should be later. But honestly, as I say that, Stark is building the market. Stark's resources are looking good. He hasn't killed any fishing ships yet. He has killed 4 ships, though. And maybe Stark senses this. Like, I think Stark should understand. Stark's a really intelligent player. He's a player that has been around for a super long time. I remember some big sets from him 10 years ago. He's looked really sharp recently, and he's made this group, which is a really competitive group, look kind of easy for him. And galleys will come in on both sides. Fire galleys are still just massing for Dennis. I don't know where they are, but I would not expect him to be able to do much. These 2 fires might be able to make it through. On the left side, Stark should notice this. And yeah, Dennis is on the way up, and he's heavy on stone. Now, what I'd like to see from Dennis is really heavy activity with the scout. Looking for where the stone and golds are. That's what he's doing. And galleys have made it through on this side. And this is where you just have to essentially accept you're going to lose water here. I think it's very easy to feel like you could still justify making a couple fires, but that will be tough. He saw the stone. I don't know if he saw the stone was being mined. But they're against 18 galleys, even with the Castle Age upgrade, I just don't think you can recover here. Just drop off the fish, get whatever food you can, and say goodbye. It's time to focus on land now. And for Stark, he's clearly planning on a defensive castle. Stark also recognizes he's vulnerable here. So he drops the outpost. But this castle has to go on the front, right? If you lose water, you have to take land. There are still the 2 fires there. Honestly, these 2 fires could be a game changer. This fire as well. Getting Ore Galley could be worth it here. If he snipes the fishing ships that Stark is adding, Stark might not benefit economically from the water investment. Now, does he want to deny the gold or deny the stone? Something tells me Dennis didn't see that Stark was actually on the stone. I think if he saw... Oh, well, here we go. Never mind. If he saw Stark was on the stone, he would drop that exact castle. So there he goes. Stark can see that. Fire galleys are in the back. Dennis needs wins to survive in Titans League Silver. And the fires getting through is something that Stark was not expecting here. This is a really nice find for Dennis. He can... And Stark doesn't see he's losing the villagers either. Stark is looking at the castle on his face. So Stark's vills are getting roasted back here. This is so good for Dennis. And Stark's fires as well could end up going down. Stark realizes it after losing a couple villagers here. Stark will have water. We know that. Stark will now drop his own castle. Well, this gets interesting now. Because Stark took some eco damage. Dennis will have the relics. Dennis has Ratha, which is a better unique unit to make here. Stark is going to go double monastery and opt for monks. But it's not like Stark has this crazy fishing eco. I think he had 8 fishing ships. It drops down to 5. It's going to go up to 6. Dravidian monks are also really weak. That's why I don't like Dravidians, but maybe I'm missing something. Obviously, with good fishing eco, you can probably win with any matchup. Stark is starting to send villagers to the sides. Already placed another dock over here. And Dennis is through now. Dennis doesn't know about the castle yet. He doesn't know about the monasteries. But, again, he shouldn't be overly worried about Bengali monks. Or, sorry, Dravidian monks. But the conversions come in anyways. So that's not a bad start there at all for Stark. Dennis just hesitated. There was a lot of information there. A lot of things came in at once there, right? Like, he saw the castle. He saw the monks. I think he always kills those monks if the castle's not there, but he hesitated. And 2 relics in for Dennis. Town center over here on the berries. He actually needs wood. His wood lines are ranged by the galleys, so he needs a wood line right now. That's probably what these villas are going to be shifted over to. I think Stark's plan is to go Imperial Age. Just looking at his resources, which would make sense. Because I don't see what else you're going to spend your food and your gold on at this point. Master Sloth says, what's your elo compared to the average for community games? I don't know. It depends on the level for community games, but the reason that I don't have it easy in community games is because people want to focus on me and then clip it and watch me struggle. So there's the explanation for why I don't want to play community games, because it'll be 7v1. People are all... I'll be doing the right things. I'll have good diplomacy. And then they're like, you know, they want to snipe me and clip it. And of course, everyone in chat wants that as well. So I typically don't have a great time. Okay, that's the MTC for Stark. I don't know about this, man. I think Dennis has done a pretty good job. Stark's on the way to Imp for Trebs. But what else does he have? He's got a couple Yurumi swordsmen. I know they have mustaches, which I respect. But beyond that, they don't have a lot. That little whip they have. They can't whip and nay down the Ratha, man. The Ratha are too strong. Then there's the monks as well. Monks from the Bengalis have all that armor. This is a beautiful build from Dennis in a do-or-die scenario. He has to get wins here in this series. And all beautiful block. I actually think it's worth it to be underneath the castle, but maybe back up a little bit. Okay, Stark does save his MTC for now. I was thinking Dennis was going to go for another castle. If only Dennis knew Stark was up, he would probably full focus that town center right now. Stark had to produce something to defend. The Yurumis were probably the right play. Okay, here we go. He'll probably go for the monastery first. Imp is at 80%. I mean, armored elephants are strong. The TC already took a little bit of damage. Here we go. I think he makes it to Imp, but I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. This is really close. No, he might not make it. And the monks are here. He might not make it. Imp might get denied. There's no repairs. That's fine. Never mind. Went down to 400 HP. That's game over right there if the TC goes down before Imp. Stark now has a chance because he can make Trebs. Stark still has fishing eco. Dennis is dropping another castle over here, which would fully deny Stark's gold. Normally, you don't want to drop a castle underneath, like, another castle when they're an Imp, but I think here it makes sense. Stark is basically out of gold now. He's still relocating his fish on the outside. He still has a big score because of the Navy, but, like, if I'm Dennis, I just get more and more Ratha upgrades, and I prepare to dive this castle and take down that Treb. And if you take down that Treb, that might be all that Stark has. Again, sorry about the red X's on screen, guys. It's just the capture age updated to accommodate the upcoming patch, and they added a bug. This one is what it is. There will be no unique text here. Actually, that's not true. We could see the unique tech for Dennis, and Dennis is going to dive. The converted Yurumis are here. The Ratha are there. The armored elephants are there, and he takes down the Treb. Guys, Stark is completely out of gas. And also, speaking of bugs, the stupid chat filter is continually it's been muting GG this week. So, yeah, use the filter emote if you have it. Stark calls the GG, and Dennis gets a win. So, again, like, Stark doesn't necessarily need to have wins to get promoted. There's not as much on the line for him. He's already done the heavy lifting. We will still have 2 more games. Dennis gets a very nice win. I like that. I think when I saw Dravidians, I knew Stark was going to play water. I think Dennis did just enough there. I think the biggest thing for him was that he was able to get the damage done with those fire ships in early castle. And then the castle drop and the monks was perfect. He got most of the relics. He relocated to a town center in the middle. And he knew Stark was on the way to Imp, probably. Probably could have taken out the Imp TC, but even without that, Ratha are just a very strong unit to have in Castle Age against Imperial Age units. There's the reds collected. Stark didn't have the gold. So he had the food, he had the wood, he just didn't have the gold. It's how this map should go, in my opinion. The player who goes that heavy on water should always lose land. I think in some cases, you can play it exactly like Stark did, and it's still very good play, but I think with the Dravidians, there's just not enough upside for me. But let's look at the probability sheet and see what that means for Dennis before we move into the next game. I think that might mean Dennis is safe. Looks like it means Dennis is close to safe. We still have 2 more games to happen from the series, but that moves from, this was the percentage before. With that win, Dennis moves up, could potentially move into the 3rd place spot. So the more wins he gets, the more he can cement himself into a playoff position. We'll move into the next one now. T90, I'm starting a petition. How many signatures to stream your wedding? Signatures, really? I don't know. I feel... Start your petition, get the signatures, and then maybe there'll be enough public pressure where I will have to do the thing, you know? You're going to go to, like, change.org and do a petition for me to, for me to do that? Normally I would do it based on subs or something, right? Not that I'm a sellout, but, you know, with sub goals and all that, that's typically how I would do it as a streamer. Here, I forgot I didn't run any ads on Twitch or YouTube today, so we'll do the ads real quick and we'll hop into game number 2. You already have a draft made up? If you have a draft made up and you posted somewhere, I'll read it. I'm curious. I'm curious on your arguments. Here we go. All right, game number 2. Gotta love it, though. You have one guy's like, I want to start a petition for T90 to stream his wedding. A bunch of chatters are like, where do I sign? And then you have this one dude who's like, why would you want to watch a wedding, Resident Sleeper? Honestly, respect. Respect. I'm not even upset. That sounds like it could be reverse psychology, though. See, he's trying to act uninterested. So I, as a content creator, feel the need to make him interested, right? So I actually, you know what? I don't believe you. I know what you're trying to do here. Game 2. And we've got Malians for Dennis. And we've got the Woo for Stark. Again, just confirmed Stark is already 1st place. Dennis, likely safe now. It is not confirmed. I think 1 more win for Dennis and he is safe. 1 more win for Dennis. Maybe even 2 wins for Dennis here. And then Dennis, maybe top 3 in the group, might end up getting to Gold League via the playoffs. So a lot on the line here. Stark pushing in some of his Zebra, as is Dennis. They both have civs that do very similar things. We have seen some players going for the barracks before the dock. I could see the Woo doing that. I could see the Malians doing that as well, but I kind of feel like both of these players are going to go to the north and try and dock with high tides. What's up, Figgle? Thank you for the 65 months. I don't think I'm going to stream my wedding, but the plan on the wedding day is we have like, so basically on the venue for the wedding, there's this little, shall we call it a man cave? It's not really a man cave, but it's like, because like man cave implies like a couch and a TV and like a basement. It's like, I don't know. It's almost like a wine cellar. It's like this area that has like some dartboards and poker table, and it's got a bar, and we're going to take some photos in there with some like fake cigars and, you know, whiskey and stuff. So that's where we're going to get ready and hang out. We'll probably bring like our Xbox or a Switch or something. And in the morning because the girls take way longer to get ready, right? The guys are just going to like hang out and have a good time. I was thinking that maybe because chat's been a part of this journey with me. I mean, not like collectively. Some of you guys are new, but longtime viewers have been a part of. You guys have heard all the relationship stories and been around since we met, which has been like 6 years, 7 years now. I thought like maybe I could go live for like 20 minutes, you know? Just being like, what's up, chat? About to get married. Might be a little tipsy right now. Love you guys. Dave sucks at Mario Kart. You know, and then stream off. So as far as the stream goes on the wedding day, maybe something like that will happen. But I don't know if I'm going to plan it. That's going to be a if I'm feeling it in the moment type thing. So T90, if your wedding were to be an AoE map, which one would it be? Ooh. Oh, man. Asking the real questions right now. Okay, let me think. If my wedding would be an Age of Empires map, which Age of Empires map would it be? I haven't thought about this. Ring nothing. Ring nothing, obviously. Because there's rings involved. Maybe ring nothing. Yep, ring nothing. That could be good. I like that. I'd have to think about that. But, yeah, that sounds like a good first option. Both players have docked the north. Dennis will confirm that Stark is there. I think he wanted to know that. He does now. Stark didn't even confirm it. It's interesting. They brought their scouts home immediately instead of double-checking that. But they both have docked there and walled in their villagers, so it's pretty much the same build so far. You have two different ways of playing this. You can play double dock fires and delay the early barracks, or you can go for the early barracks and play into man-at-arms. I think the plan for Dennis is to go for the double dock approach, because he goes for the second lumber camp and some walls. And for Stark, it feels like it's going to be the barracks. Yeah, and there's the barracks. Did you propose at an Age of Empires 2 event? I did. Yeah, I did. It wasn't on stream, but I did propose. And I don't think I ended up telling anybody I did during the streams as well, because I didn't want to... I really wanted... I kind of wanted to on the broadcast be like, hey, guys, I'm engaged. She said yes and whatnot. But I also... I didn't want people to be like, oh, T90's making this event about him, huh, you know. So I didn't end up saying anything on the broadcast. I just ended up doing a post later. Mr. Fossey says, what if she said no? She wasn't going to say no. I mean, I wasn't going to propose if she was going to say no, dude. In the movies, it's like, oh, you surprised them. They never expected it. But I don't think that's a good way to live life. We obviously discussed things well in advance. So she didn't know how I was going to propose. But I made sure that we were on the same page with life. And there was trust me, no surprises there. But yeah, I did it at Red Bull in Heidelberg, and she told me she would like for it to be a surprise. She would like for it to be somewhat unique, and she wanted to look cute. And so I had this ring in my pocket for days, and I just was so afraid I was going to lose it. I kept being so worried because I didn't want to leave it in the hotel. Because I thought, you know, I don't know, off chance maybe someone steals it or something. So I was there for like 4 or 5 days, and she got into town later than me. And I decided I gotta freaking do this thing, man. I gotta just propose because I'm gonna lose the ring. So she got into town on she flew into Germany overnight. She's exhausted. She had like 3 hours to sleep, and then she's getting ready. And I had already decided, I don't care what it is. I'm proposing today, right? No hesitation. And man, Stark's micro here is crazy, by the way. That is sick. Didn't take a single hit from the spearman. It's honestly unbelievable micro. That's not easy to do. Maybe I should stop the story time because Stark's going to snipe the archer. Oh man, Stark's opening has been so good already. And Stark is on 2 docks right now to keep water. That's an amazing start for Stark. My goodness. Anyways, long story short, as she was getting ready in the bathroom and like showering and stuff, and we're about to go to the castle where I've decided I'm going to propose. I'm thinking to myself, I hope she looks cute, because if she is in sweatpants and a t-shirt, not that I don't think she's cute in sweatpants and a t-shirt, but she wouldn't say she looked cute in that. I'm doing it anyways, and then she had like dressed up a little bit. And so I was like, good. She's not going to be disappointed that I am proposing because she's not whatever she classifies as cute. So it was a good time, man. It was a good time. The funny thing was, we went to this area of the castle where that had no people. It was like this off-limits area. And I had the Red Bull photographers help me take the photos and stuff. They were super cool about it. That was awesome, too. I mean, I didn't pay them at all. They were just there. I was like, hey, would you mind? They're like, absolutely. So it was a sweet deal for me. But I get down on one knee, you know, I ask her, will you marry me? Do you guys want to know what the first thing she said was? It wasn't yes. I know, worrying. Very worrying to hear that. You guys are suddenly scared for me. The first thing she said, after I said, will you marry me? On one knee, atop a castle in Germany, was the words that every man wants to hear. Oh my God, I'm going to throw up. And then I still stayed there on one knee as she was trying to gather her emotions. And then I was like, so? And she was like, oh, yes, you know. So she said, oh my God, I'm going to throw up. Which I always bring up. She hates the fact I bring it up, but it's hilarious, so. But then, like, I'm only focused on her. She's only focused on me. We're having our moment. And then out of nowhere, there's a round of applause. I'm not kidding you. And we turn around, and like behind us, there was this tour of the castle that had ended up wandering to our little area, the castle, that we thought was off limits for everybody. There's like freaking 100 people clapping for us. We're like, what? Including 2 people from the Age of Empires crowd that was there. Like, people were there for the LAN event, and they were taking the tour that day. They're like, what the hell? That's T90 there? And the guy took a selfie. I don't know if anyone can find that, but it's a hilarious meme. Stark is absolutely destroying Dennis here, by the way. I guess we're just going to continue to tell the story. Daniel was also in the crowd, too. Danny Boy was in the crowd. And, yeah, that's kind of my proposal story, so. It's kind of wild. It wasn't meant to turn into something that special, but it is a very special story. So the entirety of this game has just been Stark setting the tone. Like, the Man-at-Arms and the Scouts was an amazing play on water. He's pretty much won it at this point. And now we'll be in Castle Age in 50 seconds. I know Stark is already confirmed to go to golds. He doesn't necessarily need these wins, but he's certainly not playing like it. This is how he's played all season, man. Really like the opening. I think once John Swordsman comes out, Dennis is going to have a really tough time. We'll probably see him fight it out. The plan would be to get into Knights, but John Swordsman can run right past this TC. He will need a lot of creative walling here. Okay, so Kellen actually made... Is that a real link? C.org? Is that like a... Is that change.org? Okay, he actually made a wedding petition for anyone who wants to sign it. You're wasting your time. But if you would like to sign the change.org petition for T90 to stream his wedding, go ahead. I feel like that site is probably designed for more important pressing matters. But go ahead. Live your life. Do your thing. Here come the John Swordsman. We'll see a Siege Workshop as well from Stark on the front. He's not through yet. I think Stark needs to recognize he can just run around. The second he recognizes that, the John Swordsmen are going to be in. Where is Dennis from? Dennis is from Hong Kong. There's not too many players. I think the other one that comes to mind from Hong Kong is Ming, but Ming doesn't really play tournaments anymore. Ming got really solid on the ladder. It just became really inactive. Stark's economy is still looking pretty good. But again, he didn't run in with the John Swordsman. He's just kind of knocking on the door here, which I think is maybe a mistake. This gives it some time for Dennis. Dennis will make some knights now. I had a buddy named Dennis growing up. Parents would always have to call him the Menace. There's just certain names. It's like there's just this rhyming scheme, and everybody would always bring it up. Teachers as well, right? The other one was Dan. My buddy Dan hated being called the man. He's like, oh, stop calling me the man. I don't want to be the man. Like he hadn't heard it 25,000 times in his upbringing. House is about to go down. Stark is about to batter through. The Knights are actually counterattacking, though, which is probably the best play for Dennis. Unfortunately for him, he wanted the defense into counterattack. That would have been a big swing. But now, The counterattack's here. The counterattack has to get crazy damage. Stark doesn't see it. So it's working. Stark needs to react to this. Stark could probably make enough army to come deal with this, but yeah, things get a little messy here for him. Remember, Stark still is the fish. Stark is building a monastery on the front and queuing up the monks. That is a lot of Jean Swordsman, and the knights for Dennis are not enough right now. He's on two... Honestly, the game's closer than I thought it would be. He's on 2 town centers. He's got good farming eco. Stark kind of threw his army away there. And Stark still isn't back on gold. Hold up. Dennis can win this game. If he can take a good engagement here right now, if he could kill off these Jean Swordsmen, this is a very winnable game. Monk is getting focused down. The knights are here. Stark understands that too. Like, Stark's feeling like he's got to just kill him as quickly as possible. Yeah, now he backs up. Now he has the monk. Dennis can't fight that, and Dennis loses the knight as well. Probably should convert the knight back instead of the Jean Swordsman. But the knight dies. Jean Swordsman will be converted. Stark used Jean Swordsman to clear that up and push the knight away at least. He drops the second TC. And he will still hold this position on the front. Still a close game, though. Population-wise, it's very close. Someone said, why is using skirms now such a thing? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean... Oh, you mean, like, why did Stark continue to make skirms? I mean, I think he just had some leftover skirms from earlier. He tried, he kind of misclicked it, but he wanted to use his skirms against the monks there earlier. Stark's monastery getting denied here is not actually that big of a deal, because I think he doesn't really have the eco to produce out of 2 anyways. So, he still has the first monastery. Stark's starting to fix his economy now. Dennis has done a fantastic job with the farm transition. That's what's kept him alive in this game. The fact that he's lost fish completely and still has as good a food eco is pretty impressive. And the counterattacks as well have been pretty good. So now he's got a couple monks here. I'd like to see a re-wall from Dennis. So anytime Stark tries to run in, he can. And he's going for another counter. But let's see what Stark does, because you have 2 choices. You come back and you clear this. But if you do that, then your opponent has control again. It's very likely that Stark might actually just dive the eco of Dennis. Dennis is again going for the counterattacks. Counterattacks have been huge. Jean Swordsmen are not meant to be good against knights. They're good underneath town centers. They're good against arrow fire. So, really what you would want is probably a couple monks, maybe some pikemen at home if you're Stark. Stark still only 5 fishing ships. I'd like to see those numbers go up. What you could realistically do, actually, is add fish traps with the fish up there. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Dennis here, guys. Like, the whole game he was behind as I was telling the story. Then I stopped telling the story, and now he's doing great. Maybe I'm the problem, but... The second he's gained some control in this game, he's looked really solid. And I love the fact he's heavy on stone as well. If he gets a castle and gets Gabetto, Jean Swordsmen are definitely no longer an option for Stark. But, I mean, Stark is building up an attack here. And I don't think Dennis is fully prepared for what's to come. It's going to be Rams, Jean Swordsmen, and monks. Stark has a couple monks around at home. Dennis will probably want a castle on the front of his town center here. These knights still looking in for damage. Stark's pretty well protected. It's going to be 2 rams. How many Jean Swordsmen are actually here, though? 11. 11 against 5 knights and a couple monks. I mean, if the monks get conversions, I don't think the push works. Stark is coming to the south now. He's starting to get relics with the monks, I'm noticing. So the monks aren't ready to fight with the push. He's just getting all the relics. Just not bad. I like the dock in the south for a bit of expanded eco. I like the villagers down here to take some stone and gold. This is an area that's always forgotten. Dennis will actually drop the castle there. I like that castle, though, because it gives you access to this gold, too. And you don't want to place a castle next to a siege workshop with a flag on it. If that was a mangonel, you could have had problems. Can Dennis win this game? I feel like he can. I feel like Stark is kind of caught in two minds right now. Caught in the boom state of mind and the push state of mind. And the monks as well are pushing. If that's a Mangonel, you could maybe hop out and hope to get some hits, but it's not. Dennis calling his bluff here. Dennis gets some conversion. Stark got atonement, though. Converts one of the monks. Dennis will have Gabetto out of the castle. The castle's up. Dennis still being very patient with his army, to be honest. I feel like I, as a player, lack patience sometimes. The game's so hard. You build up an army and you just want to end the game in one fight, but that's not so easy. And just the patience to run over this way is pretty nice. And now he has the other group heading over this way, which Stark will still have to respect. Gabettos will be coming out of the castle now. Stark will find out the hard way. Stark is getting raided here. Stark still has the knights to deal with here. Dennis needs wins. Is not confirmed to be safe in Silver League. Though I think it's likely now. I think he only has a 4% chance of relegation. Type a 1 in chat if you've been raided by multiple groups of knights before and this is making you anxious. If you have been in this position before, watching this brings you pain. It is so freaking annoying, dude. And Dennis is doing such a good job. And Stark is losing so many vills. And now look at this. Stark has to pull everything back, right? He's coming all the way back to come deal with these raids, which is exactly what Dennis wants, because now Dennis can move forward with the rest of his army. Yeah, my uncle would ring the town bell. I wouldn't advise you guys do that. But look at that. In and out with the knights again. Getting eco upgrades now. 3 town centers for Dennis. Such a great comeback here. Now the Woo are starting to look kind of shaky. Because the timing for the Jean Swordsman is gone, and now it's like, what do you make? I feel like the Gabetto is one of the best units in the game against the Woo. Woo range units aren't seen as the strongest. Oh, God. Well, okay, Gabetto underneath the town center. That's not good. Knights are underneath the town center here. Stark will go for conversions again. Stark won't get any. No, he does get one. Now the other knights come in at the same time. Look at that. But Stark's ready with monks. He didn't get the clicks, so he has to garrison. There's also the conversions here from Stark. Conversions from Stark are pretty good. Wow, that's incredible. How does Stark control conversions under 3 separate town centers there? He does have a lot of idle time right now. So that's the worry, and more Gabettos are coming forward, but he did get quite a few conversions there. I think what Stark needs is maybe a switch to fire archers in a castle. Yeah, I refuse to call Stark what his username is. I actually forgot that his name is still that. I will just call him Stark. Stark listens to the stream as well. I'm sure Stark thinks it's hilarious that chat likes it. But Stark's been around a long time. I believe he is actually a father, so maybe that explains the name. Oh my God, castle almost went down to the ram. It doesn't. It could still be built, but I mean, the Gabetto are here. Castle's at 40%. Does this castle actually have a chance of going up? Dennis doesn't seem to think so. Dennis is dropping his own castle. Guys, this game was over. I was telling a story about my engagement. I thought Stark had won it. This game was over. And Dennis has brought it back. And that's the beauty of like Silver and Gold League. Is one lead does not immediately lead to a victory every single time. Hold up. Castle for Stark will complete. It's castle v castle. Dennis needs to YOLO his own. Stark is using villagers against the Rams, but the Gabetto are underneath the castle. So they're killing a lot of the vills. Dennis's castle goes up. This has got to be better for Dennis. He still has the Gabetto here. The castle's very weak for Stark. He can make the Rams out of the Siege Workshop. 52 eco kills, guys. Stark is trying petards. But I think his petard actually attacked uphill, which weirdly enough is a thing. And Dennis's economy is looking pretty sick behind it. You look back at home. Is he pushing a... Bro. Is that intentional right now? Okay, to me it looked like he was intentionally pushing a zebra back. I was about to lose my mind if he was able to focus on that. But no, in and out of the castles. The castle's kind of the key of the game right now. Another siege workshop for him. I would honestly rush murder holes here. One's in chat if you would. I know, actually, no. You guys wouldn't rush murder holes here because you guys would have had murder holes before you even had the castle. That'd be a very viewer thing to do. But they made it so murder holes research is faster for moments like this. And Malian University also does research pretty quickly, so we'll need it in the end. Stark's going to lose his castle, and Stark just doesn't know what army to make. He's making monks. He has got quite a few conversions, but he needs a consistent army. A consistent army cannot be monks here. Down will go as monks again. And Dennis has 2 castles to produce the Gabetto now, and now Stark is on the way to Imp. Another one of chat's favorite strategies, Imp into GG. I say that with love. I mean, you do get traction trebs. He will drop another castle. So with traction trebs, you can immediately push this back. But Dennis is coming for another castle. Crazy play from Dennis. I think for Stark, you see it so frequently. He had to drop the town centers for protection, and then he had to focus on his boom, and he couldn't focus on the push. It could have been an all-in push. Maybe it was Dennis denying the second monastery as well that made him indecisive. But Gabetto are just wrecking right now. Is not even close. Thankfully for Stark, this isn't the MTC, but this is not going up. Arson's coming in as well. This will be 3 castles to produce Gabetto now. Stark is dropping a castle down here. It's funny, Dennis is actually double-checking the south right now. I don't think he's going to notice it. Hardy at a treadmill. Hardy at a treadmill. If Hardy adds a treadmill for Silver League, that's when you know he's the GOAT. Because that's... We've got a lot of Platinum League and a lot of YouTube content to focus on, actually, with the new DLC coming up as well. So Hardy's just amazing. We have the emote, chat, if you would like to add the treadmill. But, yeah, I mean, Town Center's down. Imp is on the way for Dennis. Dennis could continue to just push in with the Rams. There is still no answer to these Rams and Gabetto. The only thing I'm wondering in my mind is... Stark was ahead and the game fell apart on him. Can the same thing happen to Dennis? It's the beauty of the very top players who are not at the tippity top. Because they have a throw in them every now and then. Would it even be the category of throw? I would say so. I mean, there's no way Dennis should ever lose this game now. Stark does have the relics, but a lot of those relics are in the middle, so that can always be taken. Stark still can't even stop the 2 Rams and the Gabettos here. He is trying the best option, which is probably Fire Archer. I just say best option because it's a building he has. I don't even know if... Like, ranged units should be good against Gabetto, so... I think Dennis from here should really just be switching into stables and playing Light Cav or Cavalier. Because the opponent can never make an easy switch into help with this economy. Yeho in chat says, why do I love this game so much and suck so much at it? One's in chat if you agree with that. If it makes you feel any better, and I know it won't, I feel the exact same way at 2400 elo. I'm so bad. And I know you're like, oh, yeah, I would love to be 2400 elo. No, I'm bad. Like, I'm so bad, dude. The game is so hard. So, yeah, I feel like unless you're maybe number 1 or top 5, you feel like you're bad. I don't know. I talk to players better than me even, and they think they're bad too. So, I think the game's just so difficult, it always feels like you're bad. But it's satisfying when you win. It's... because it's so difficult to play. I'm starting to see some docks from Dennis in the north. He wants to retake the water. If he retakes the water, he can maybe deny the gold. He's just repairing this castle to give himself time right now. He's going for Elite Gabetto, capped Ram, some good eco upgrades. I mean, he's got a massive lead right now, but Stark's still in the game. Stark had a crazy comeback in the early rounds. He was like 80 pop behind in a game, and he came back on bypass. I was against Deeker. I did actually cast that series. But I just do not think his army has enough upside here. The fire archers have fletching. That's it. And here we go. Choo-choo! Here we go. Go the Rams. Malians don't get siege ram. So without siege ram, maybe they can struggle. The Rams will go down a lot faster. One of the Rams is down. The other Rams are still pushing. But still, Dennis has stone to repair. Dennis is just hoping to give himself a little bit more time for those trebuchets to take down the castle. Gebetto hop out of the Rams, so get some kills. I don't know, though. A lot of Gebetto are dying here. I still would have liked to see the full stable switch. I like this, though. You can actually hop out of the Ram and shoot down the traction trap with the Gebetto, maybe? I think it'll naturally happen. The Gebetto will eject. And now they're attacking. But they're attacking the villagers. I think as long as the traction traps aren't pushing the castle, Dennis is fine with this. Because his traps are still firing back here. You could tell he's overextending a little bit. But I still think that's okay. He sniped the traction traps. He got exactly what he wanted out of that. And that gives him time for the armor upgrades on the Cav. He's reclaiming the relics. He's getting lots of gold. The south is still in control for Stark, but Stark is going to lose the front of his base here. And Stark again calls the GG. Our wonderful game, which we love and sometimes hate, mutes the GG because we are apparently 12 and we cannot see the GG. Thank you for the chat filter, Microsoft. Hopefully that gets fixed someday. But nice wins here from Dennis, guys. Wow. That was crazy. I really thought that Stark had won this game. Sometimes if I veer off course and I start talking about different things, it's because it's like, if I were to be continually honest with my feelings on the game, I would just tell you it's over. And no one wants to hear that. So I was just like, well, okay, we'll turn this into something interesting. But damn, what a comeback. The counterattacks were huge with the Knights. That was really the game-changing thing for me. He had multiple groups of Knights just heading to Stark's base. And then getting into the castle was also a game changer. Stark got a lot of conversions this game. He got probably like 20 or something, right? He got 12. It felt like 20. But his most created military unit, what was it? John Swordsman, and then... No, it was Monk! He made 30 monks for 12 conversions. Yeah, just not enough. So, he needed to have way more value from those monks, and the monks didn't know where they needed to be, whether it was on the front or back at home. Chat, is this a thing now? Where when a GG's called, you guys are going to say 34 RFZG% sign? Is this a thing now? It seems to be a thing right now. All right. That's crazy that you guys remember that. Honestly. Do we need an emote for it? Like, do we just... I don't want to get rid of the T90GG. It doesn't even make any sense. For those that don't know what that, like, means, somebody typed that instead of GG or before their GG yesterday, I think. And I don't know why. I think he, like, mashed his keyboard or something. So it happened one time, and now chat is continually saying that every time there's a GG. Which is funny. It was Syscon who ended up doing that. Hello, YouTube again. YouTube's joining in with that. Thanks for watching live on YouTube. Thanks for watching live on Twitch. I'm feeling much better now than I did the first 10 minutes of stream. So we're going to keep it moving. I want to remind you guys what we're doing today. We're doing the entirety of the last round of Silver League. Silver is in round 5. And so we're taking a break from Platinum. This is what things look like right now in Silver League, all right? I encourage you guys to look at this with the Silver commands. YouTube, I pinned it if you want to see. You could also go to my website, the T90official.tv site, and look at the odds I'm about to show you. Because that is really, this is where this site becomes very useful. So right now, updated results. Dennis now is confirmed to be safe with those 2 wins against Stark. Stark is still first place. We have the final game coming up. If Dennis wins this game, he is a lock for playoffs, which means you could potentially fight for gold. If Dennis loses this game, there is a 40% chance he is in 4th place and thus not having a chance at playoffs. It just depends on some of the other sets. So this is still a very meaningful game for him. Yeah, let's keep it moving. We have 4 sets today. And game number 3 is going to be on Mudflow. All right. Means a lot to have people watching here for Silver League too, right? Because like the whole I guess motivation behind me starting TTL in the first place years ago was you have very good players who just felt like they were crap, right? And I was sitting there thinking they'd come to me after a series where they'd lose against like Viper or someone, and they're like, I'm just so bad at the game. And I'd be sitting there consoling them, like, no, you're not bad at the game. It's just the tournament bracket just threw you in against a top 10 guy or top 16 guy, you know? As so many players I would talk to and just try and let them know, like, it's just the format makes you feel like you're crap. And so we came up with the different leagues, and now players have gained some real confidence over the last 5 seasons and just realizing they can move their way through the scene and up through the scene in incremental advantages. Or incremental, not advantages, incremental steps is what I meant to say. Stark is going for an instant rush here with Lithuanian, so he's going for it. He's already going up to Gold League. That's confirmed. He's already won the group. But he's going for the early barracks. You have a lot of food underneath the town center here on Mudflow. And Lithuanians also start with more food. So he's done the math here. He's chopping the straggler trees. And I think it's 300 total. Oh, no. It's 50 wood on each reed. So it is 250 total wood for both players. We actually had to balance this at one point because people were trying to do these builds and the straggler trees were unfair on both sides. That's how specific it is. That an extra 50 wood on one side led to complaints that we had to balance. Crazy, right? And they're both going to go for the same build. Only Dennis doesn't have any bonuses that really helps with this. Like, he doesn't have the extra food. He doesn't have a wood discount. I think you can do it with every civ, but it's a little bit more complicated. Dennis bringing in his elephants. There's no deer to push on this map, so players can scout very early. That's also part of why I think we see this strategy, because there's no pros and cons anymore in terms of your scout activity. Basically, if you were to choose to push deer, there's always a reward to get the food underneath the TC. You remove that potential, and then players are going to scout. And then if you're always going to have the scout active, it opens up this strategy. But really, I think what makes this strategy strong is denying the wood lines. Right now, they're underneath their TCs. Stark didn't see the barracks yet. Dennis sees the barracks now, and they just found each other in the middle. Okay, so now Stark knows that Dennis is going to end up doing the same thing. Vanilla Thunder says, T90, the whole TTL format is brilliant. Was it somewhat inspired by Champions League, perchance? No, it wasn't. It was not inspired by Champions League. To be honest, I think if there was an event that made me think of it, and I forget on the timing because it's been so long now. Dennis is making enough militia where he will not have loom, by the way. He is going up to 5 militia to stabilize this. No loom then. So this is a little risky. There was an event called World Rumble. Does anyone remember that? I think it was hosted by OGN, who's a French streamer. And I think that was the event that made me realize I really like to see events with players that aren't in the top 16. That's what it was. I think it was for people who had never had like a top 8 or top 16 finish in an S tier or something. I was watching that tournament, but TTL might have already existed at that time. It's been so long now. But yeah, that's a tournament that came to mind that made me think good things about that caliber of player and then beyond. And also the other inspiration is I played Stark last night. Like, I play these guys, right? And so like I'm very motivated for our scene because I'm unfortunately not allowed to play, but like I'm one of them, right? I feel like I'm doing something for my bros, for my boys, you know? And in Gabby's case, girl. For my friends. So, I don't know. It's just a mix of everything, I guess. I take a lot of pride in it. And that's why I'm also particularly excited to give this coverage to this level of player, because I know their level, I know their quirks, and I know how much it means to them, so. So, someone in YouTube chat said Stark is dead. WTF is Stark doing? He's dead. I don't think he's dead. He's got less army, but guess what? He's just been in his opponent's base. Dennis invested more. So Dennis has spent a lot of time chasing. He had to wait until he got Loom there to feel comfortable. He's going to queue up Loom now because he got the gold. But Stark has a lot of time. Stark's on the way to the next stage faster. He walls up his wood line before there's any trouble here. This is a tough wood line to get to. Ooh, his scout almost gets trapped in there. I don't know if Dennis realizes that's not rewalled. Looks like he does. And yeah, Beak Fuel Age quickly here is going to be very nice for Stark. So I don't hate it. It's a really awkward map to play, though, because the berries are super exposed and you can't farm around the TC. But Stark will still go for Man-at-Arms. Guys, this build is so difficult. It is so much harder to execute than the other builds that we see, which is why they have such high idle TC time. But it's also much harder to defend from this than any other build at the same time. So luckily for Dennis, he's melee. He advances faster to the next stage. He's still got his units here just attacking the house, which he would take down pretty quickly, so Stark is just repairing it. T90, should we organize another league so you can also play? Yeah, go for it. Please do. Please do. Please do. Make it happen. Yeah, just not allowed because of Microsoft rules, right? Which I understand. I mean, if I'm hosting the event, it could be a conflict of interest. So I understand it. I did tell Nilly, as Stark has gotten the 2 villager kills here on the berries, I did tell Nilly the rule kind of saves me some potential heartbreak, you know? So, because the competition's really high, I would want to do well, but I also would want to cover the event, and it's not realistic to have the best of both worlds. It would probably be one or the other. So, is what it is. Ozone, that doesn't count, bro. Ozone's referencing a tournament where he beat me in the semifinals. That doesn't count, man. Obviously, if it was TTL, I would have performed way better. I would have been more prepped. Don't even. Obviously. Archer goes down. So I think Dennis still has a lot of potential. We have a dock from Stark. Does Dennis see that? Dennis spotted the dock. I think it's not that big a deal that there's a dock right now. I don't think you have to do too much about it. But if you wanted to in Dennis's position, you could drop your own dock. Remember, the middle is dockable, and it could be really awkward if demos are on your wood lines. Yeah, Robs, I'm aware I know there's different events out there. And there's different leagues. But, like, you know, having a 10K league for me, it's not even about the money. It's just the prestige. Like, being able to play in a tournament where I could prove myself as a player would be really nice. So I'm gonna sign up for different events. Stark has a demo here. He has to delete his own walls to get the demo to work, though. This is a weird situation. But I think if he shift deletes his wall... Oh, can he demo through his own wall? Okay. He's thinking about it. He deleted the walls. He's probably going to rush this tower down. Really messy game over here. Man-at-Arms are still over on this side. Dennis needs to have some archers at defense, maybe. But the forward range isn't too bad either. It's applying a lot of pressure on Stark. Who's winning this right now? I guess economically, Dennis is winning. He's got 2 mills on different areas of berries. Stark has still one area he isn't milled. Stark doesn't have any counter-attacking. Yeah, Dennis is in a really nice spot. This is really bad for Deeker, I think, in the group, because Deeker had 4 wins, and he was hoping that Dennis would not get wins. So this would hurt Deeker. I think there's still a chance Deeker survives. We'll look at the group standings, but Deeker will have been disappointed to see that Stark basically already confirmed his first place in the group here. Not to imply that Stark isn't playing his best. I feel like Stark's still playing his best Age of Empires. But there is also that little side narrative of he doesn't necessarily need the wins. Counterattack from Stark, though. And I think Dennis is a little confused because he hasn't seen any of the army. And there's also a demo out from Stark. So if Dennis ever runs, the demo is waiting. This could be a masterpiece. Still $10 per win here in Silver League. And we have villagers on stone to recoup the cost of that tower from earlier. And now we have a tower there. But Stark is coming into the wood line. Feels like it could be a little too late. Stark is off of gold right now. The archers run right in. Oh my god, there was a hole. No, Dennis. Dennis the Menace. Yikes. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. You just say, it's fine. Nobody's watching this. It's not like there's viewers watching. We're just going to drop the tower. We made more man-at-arms. We have armor. We could probably push this back. It's fine. You never leave the front. You still always stay focused here. Pressure Stark as much as possible. You say, "'Tis a flesh wound," and you hope for a couple skirmishers, though. Man, every time there's a forward archer range, I swear we see the same story, guys. Forward archer range just leads to counterattacks every single freaking time. He had the right idea to get to the stone. So now he can drop a couple towers. Oh, and he does have the dock here. He's adding some fish traps, too. But can't Stark just sit here with the archers and attack the fish traps now? Like, you'd have to actually add a galley to defend those. This map is so stupid. In a good way, you know? What is happening here? Now we've got Stark losing his tower to the man-at-arms and the archers. This is chaos, man. I love the Silver League energy. This is great. Look at the idle TC time as well. By far, one of the worst games, one of the messiest games that these players have played. They can play better than this. But because of the meaning behind it and because of what the map does, you've got crazy situations. Yeah, those fish traps were taken out. Dennis actually added a galley on his own TC area to defend the fish traps. He's got 2 on food right now. And Stark is 14 on food, but Stark, that's all berries. He doesn't have a single working farmer. All right, let's play a fun little game called Guess the Time That Both Players Will Be in Castle Age. And I mean, like, just guess the time in which both players are also in Castle Age, right? I'm not saying, like, guess Stark's time and guess Dennis's time. I'm just saying, like, at what point are both there? Because we're 21 minutes into the game. 4 on food versus 7. And they both have really big gold problems, too, so it's not like they can even buy the food. Okay, never is a really good guess. Because we will see a lot of Navy here, and there's villagers exposed. And we got docks everywhere? What is this game? If I had to guess a time they make it, besides never, because that feels like it's cheating, I'd honestly say, like, 31 minutes. I think they've both done enough to not be broken here. Though maybe the man-at-arms with arson can take down this tower. Yeah, Stark has to drop another tower. That's a big play from Dennis. I think Dennis just needs some fire ships and galleys in the middle now. You know what I would accidentally do in a chaotic game like this? Is I would produce more ships in my starting dock near the TC. Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. Yes! Relatable content. Let's go. He's doing it. Yeah, he selected all of his docks instinctively. Because usually you can select all of your docks and it's fine. And he's producing fires from this dock. And he's going to have a useless fire ship in the middle here. Lost a couple of vills to the galley. Brings the fire galley over. That's why some players won't use select all hotkeys. They won't use select all docks, for example. Because you might accidentally do this. I don't use the select all dock hotkey. But I do use select all stables. And select all archery ranges, and sometimes you have those problems. All right, Demo tried to get through some kills on the wood line. That doesn't happen. Galley, 6 HP. Galley goes down, and so does the fire. Stark is losing all of his archers. Yeah, I mean, Stark, he needs some value at some point, and he could start to get overwhelmed with ships. Stark is just going to be hoping that Dennis continues to make the mistake of adding ships here instead of the middle. But if Dennis is producing from both these docks and has the land army, we might never see Castle Age. Stark still has golds. He's going to take more wood back there. He's dropping another tower. The tower defense is kind of working. And Stark is taking down a farm over there with some archers. But this area is becoming a problem. Not having a safe wood line in the middle like Dennis does is just a big issue here. Dennis has come to play today, guys. Big time. And this will guarantee him playoff position. Now, I don't know who he would be up against in silver to get promoted to gold. We'd have to speculate on that. There's a lot of really talented players in silver. There's players who I thought would be gold players in silver. So maybe Dennis would be the underdog. Demo. Oof. Ideally, he would have noticed and he would have used it right away. And that doesn't work out either. But he's still looking around for damage. He's got 700 stone in the bank right now. I think there's an argument to sell the stone and just buy food to go Castle Age. I know it sounds inefficient, but stone for a castle doesn't matter if you're not in Castle Age. You got to get to Castle Age, and I feel like Castle Age can change the game in some ways. This is Dennis's home map. He's definitely played it like his home map. But Stark has had some good experience here. Stark got a win against Dogao on this in a Hidden Cup qualifier. He had a really good run there. It was a crazy comeback, I think, in a Chinese war, if I remember. So, what's up, GS Healer? It's his first time watching a stream in 3-ish years. Just came back to the game. Losing Elo so fast. I will see you in Lowy the Legend soon. Say hello to my uncle while you're down there, bro. I mean, Dennis could dock here. Maybe Dennis should just dock here. Stark is adding fishing ships. Does he see that? He sees the dock. He just wants a tower instead. What a messy game. Oh, demo? Demo? Stark needs a comeback. He needs a big boom. I think there's not a hole, though. Oh, there is around the other side. Oh, God. 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 Dennis saw it. Dennis saw it. He garrisoned his tower, and he rewalled it. Nice play. And now he is selling off some of that stone. He will click up the Castle Age. Yeah, we might not have both players in Castle Age here. That is a crazy Castle Age time for Dennis. It'll be at about 30 minutes. But, I mean, Stark is just so far from ever clicking. Thank you, Indigo. Thank you, XD. Wimpy, appreciate the primes. Thank you, Kumar. Hello, Kumar. 70 months. Nice. Sorry, I feel like I've not thanked people for the support today. I know chat really wanted the demos there. We've got demos on either side from Stark. But Dennis is aware of it now. And when Dennis is in Castle Age, he could drop a castle. He could drop town centers. He can upgrade his army that he already is actively moving around the map. Stark needs his market. Does he not even have a market? Ay, what a messy game. No market even. I thought he had a market, but nope. Stark's already confirmed, like, even though he gets swept here, he's already confirmed to be going to Gold League. This has been his worst performance of the season. And maybe it's just because he already, like, he can come in here tired or unmotivated or whatever. He's already up to gold. He almost went, he's 11-1 coming into this. But he's going to continue to fight. Isn't that something, though? You have someone who's already confirmed to gold, so this game doesn't matter hugely, and they're still fighting. And then you have people in the first and second round, I will not name names, also that fire galley stuck, who have a lot to play for, and they resign like 2 minutes in. Again, I will not name names. But there is just a very big difference between the level of fight that players in this game can show sometimes. Demo? Oh, quick wall. No. Woo. She's dead, but she took one for the team. Respect. Respect. Find yourself a woman who would do that for you. Or ideally don't, because, you know, that's kind of sad for her. There's still a couple random demos patrolling around, but I think the bigger story is now, can Stark make it to Castle Age? I don't know if he's going to have much left when he makes it to Castle Age. He's going to run out of all these resources here. The Mangonel might end up going down to the tower. I think Dennis is definitely trying to do a little bit too much right now. Just needs to chill. Drop the second town center. Get some eco upgrades. Just make boats. Just boat it up right now. Then the Mangonel repair is perfect there. I think you can park your crossbows here, repair the Mangonel, and then you could just look at your own base. Which is kind of what he's doing. Second town center. More ships coming. don't think there's any way he could lose this one. And so, in the end, I think it was the 5 man-at-arms, right? Like, the 5 man-at-arms got so much value this game. They've since died, but the 5 militia opening into man-at-arms led to taking down the houses. The forward archer range was also really nice. I know the counterattacks from Stark were decent, but yeah, tower defense felt like a really good call for Dennis. You can tell in these high-pressure scenarios when someone is suddenly able to breathe a little bit because they get all the eco upgrades, and that just doesn't happen if the game is still really close and really intense. Yeah, Jope, you're right. Stark had a lot of comebacks in this season, so I like, and that's why it's exactly why you should continue to play on, right? Especially if you're not in talking top 16. I think if you're talking anywhere from like 20 to 70, there can be a lot of comebacks. One thing goes wrong, and then suddenly someone gets very shaky. The Stark is dropping a castle, thinking about what his options are. That'll secure more wood. Then he can make Latis. Two castles. Okay. 2 castles, 4 on food. Instructions unclear. Stark was told to make castle unit, but he wasn't told to have an eco for the castle unit. I mean, it's just been that type of game, right? Fire galleys are coming in. The fire galleys are going to roast the eco here. Dennis needs to leave. This is what I mean. Like, things can go wrong. Dennis has his own castle over here. Dennis isn't realizing either. He's still looking here. Earth to Dennis. Okay, Dennis realizes now. Which is such an annoying map to play. I promise we didn't make the map to annoy the players, though. I promise. It's a unique one. You very rarely see... Usually in any map where there's ships, there's fish to benefit from in the Dark Age, and so you just always see only boats as the opening. But like here, that's not the case. Is this the T-West map? T-West helped me balance all my maps. This map was a Crazini idea. So Crazini was the one who had brought this map to me in the past. It's a very nice map. It's a really cool concept. I think what we had changed from, I think the initial version I saw from Crazini, the stone wasn't all fixed in the middle. I forget what we tweaked. Guys, 2 latest for the comeback. I don't know if Dennis has properly respected the fact that the latest can loop around. That is 9 villagers right now. And in a game that's been extremely chaotic, maybe there's a chance. Over here, Stark's losing some vills. Now the latest come in to take down the siege. Stark has no town center, though. He just lost his town center to the mangonels. So 2 latest need to be the MVP over here. Dennis, you just need monks, my dude. You just need a couple monks. That's fine. Just a couple monks. You make some monks. These latest run around. You can convert them. He's still got the fish traps with the Malay, which have, like, basically endless food. Demo! Oh, man. Great find. Yeah, Dennis is fine. Dennis is fine. The random ships on the water just are so important here. You need to have the center wood lines controlled on this map at this stage. And if it's not that, you need to have the gold controlled. That's what Stark's trying to raid right now. He's trying to raid all the golds. We might get to the 3rd page on Capture Age with Dennis's units here, though. He's got 10 different types of units on the field at the moment. Could very easily get there. Again, guys, Capture Age is bugged because they updated it for the upcoming patch, but we are still not casting the new patch, so there's no unique text listed here. It just says missing string. But the positive is missing string is free. The technology resource cost for missing string is free, which is incredible. That's quite the deal. So if you're missing your string, now you know where your string is, all right? The Stark is going to add TCs. Luckily, you get some food when you build the town centers. He's on 3 town centers now. Stark is not calling it. He's got 2 castles with the Lithuanians. He might start to get some relics. Does this game actually go imp here? It might. Because there's no easy way for Dennis to actually do damage right now. And Stark has gotten some raids too. Like, Stark killed 12 villagers. Stark isn't going to want to call it quits. Let's not forget that this fishing economy, which Dennis continues to invest into, is only protected by 1 war galley and a fire. Honestly, I think if Stark is aware of that, Stark could swoop in at some point and it could get bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dennis, you need playoffs, bro. You need playoffs. Stark is just using the mobility of the lattice. I thought the game was over. He's getting the raids in on the left side now as well. And this is what I mean. So I've been there, right? I'm like kind of there-ish caliber of player. And when you start to let the game slip like this, it can really mess with your mind. And wrong decisions can happen way faster than you think. Oh, man. And I don't even think that gate would be enough. I think the gate would go down, but the town center will complete, so he runs away. Crazy chaos here. Dennis has just had no army. Like, he had the army on the front, but in Castle H, he's just been booming. He really just needs to fix the army problem. And now we see barracks getting dropped. So I think his plan is to play pikemen now, which is a good plan, but Stark can maybe start to get the relics. Stark has 3 town centers. This is exactly what he did against Dogao in the 1 Hidden Cup qualifier on this map, is he just focused on all the golds, and he stayed at the top. He didn't have the middle at all for a very long time. He lost the town center foundation there as well. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. But castles being up is certainly going to help. Ballistics isn't in, but still, with Bodcanero, you'd expect good damage there to be dealt by the castle. The pike should be on the way eventually. Relics are getting brought in by Dennis as well. What we're not seeing is still how good his macro is. It's good eco upgrades, good farm count, has the fishing traps too. Fishing traps are not flashy. So, like, it's not really obvious when a player's focusing on that unless you're watching their point of view. But Stark will drop a town center here, and Stark will drop a town center here. At least that's the goal. But I think Dennis is looking around, thinking about that. He doesn't actually know about the gold, though, so he won't get there. Yeah, the number 1 area Stark needs to go with his latest is here. That's 21 fish traps. But there are also farms for Dennis. And Dennis is starting to outpost. Look at how many outposts he has around the map. He wants to know where Stark is coming from. That's been the main problem for him, is there's been surprises. It's just some tiny details you can do, though. Like some walling in towards your castle here is really nice. Some walling in from here to the middle is really nice. You just don't want to give Stark that avenue to attack there. And find some Latus over here. What a recovery from Stark, though. I love his fighting spirit, man. That's so good. Dude's already promoted to Gold League, which is the main goal. And he is still fighting on here. He does not want to get swept. Dennis is on the way to the Imperial Age now, though. Gets a conversion or two. We'll bring a demo in. Good luck, Latus. See you later, Latus. See you, Latus. No, okay. Stark micros it. Don't use that. Not worth it. Okay. Nice micro from Stark. That's actually worth it for Stark. I would love to see... I can't actually check the cost now. Thalassocracy, is that the tech, right? Damn it, I actually need it. I'm forgetting the name. I think Thalassocracy is the name of the tech. I'm confusing myself because there's also a name of a tournament. And so, for a second there, I was like, wait a second. No, that's not a tech, that's a tournament. It's both. Anyways, Thalassocracy or Docks fire arrows. So I'd love to see that tech come in. It hasn't come in yet. This is what I meant earlier. If you funnel in that pressure towards your castle actually protects, but because that's still open, this is an issue. I mean, guys, Vil count's even right now. Vil count's not even, but eco count is even. But Imp is in for Dennis, so he still is just super far ahead. Dennis clearly wants a forward castle over here on the gold, He has the pikemen that get the armor upgrade for free. He's also going to be on Halb now. I appreciate the fight from Stark, but I just do not think he is going to have a very good time. Very difficult to ever stop this castle, and Dennis is going to send it here. I think Dennis will maybe lose a couple villagers, but that's okay. He can bring the army in. That castle's still going to go up. Stark needs to click imp himself. Ideally not in one of these town centers. Stark bought his own castle. Right now, he just bought his own castle. Spent 1,000 gold on 600 stone. Then I would sacrifice my latest to kill the villagers here. Because if you kill the vills, maybe your castle denies the castle from Dennis. Now, I think Dennis's goes up. And there's the tech. There's thalassocracy. Okay, so it still does show the tech. It just doesn't show it here. Yeah, there's a ram you can't do anything about. There's going to be trebs you can't do anything about. There's crossbows you can't do anything about. Over here, the docks are actually ranging the gold miners. Again, salutes in chat, please, for Stark. It feels a bit bad, of course, to get swept and salute the guy, but I really appreciated the fight there. I mean, but also those salutes extend to Dennis. Dennis wins 3 games. He came in here, could have been relegated. He wins 3 against top of the group. Great result. And that should put him into the playoff position. We will eventually cover those playoffs, so we'll see more of Dennis. But Stark, I know it feels weird to say congratulations after we watch you get swept, but congratulations on a great season in silver. Stark, we will not see again because of his dominance. Stark will end up being in Gold League next season. But yeah, here's what the odds say. Stark ends his season 11-4 in Silver League. Dennis now confirmed to be in a playoff spot. It's just a matter of, does he end up going into the 3rd place spot or the 2nd place spot? And that will be fully dependent on the other results. Now, Deeker. So remember, if you're bottom 2, you get relegated. So that's Deeker's job now, is just do not get relegated. Deeker probably needs to sweep Moray. Let's just double check that. Deeker would need to sweep Moray 3-0, which could happen. Moray's not had a great season. And then he would need Nahuel or Bad Koala. Let's just take a look. Okay, so Deeker needs to sweep, and then he's at 7 wins. Can he tie Nahuel at all? Does he win the tiebreak there? Ah, interesting. Yeah, so he wins. In the event that he's tied with Nahuel here, he ends up winning the tiebreak because of it would be the set wins, I guess. But then if Nahuel wins 2-1 or Nahuel wins 3-0, then Deeker is out. So that's how that goes. Deeker can win 2 games if Nahuel loses 3-0. Oh, really? Let's look at that. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so those sets are going to be interesting. All of that is going to play into the others' results there. And, of course, Bad Koala is a player we haven't talked a lot about. He's a very good player. So I would expect Bad Koala to probably be a tough opponent to beat there. We are going to switch gears, and we are going to move into another group. I'm going to try and keep things as efficient as possible today because I did wake up feeling a little bit sick. But honestly, I'm feeling pretty damn good right now, so maybe it's the coffee kicking in, but thank you, everybody, for being here. We're moving on to another group, so we're moving on to Group C, which I think will have a lot of eyes on it, because I know Gabby has gained a lot of fans recently. So we're in Group C. It's Thunderbolt against Cosminot next, all right? So Thunderbolt's at 4 wins, not a good spot to be at. However, he could still survive. He could still stay alive in this group, provided he gets some wins against Cosminot. For Cosminot, he wants to be top of the group, which is very realistic, because if you look at these matchups, you have Husiel, who's currently top of the group with 9, and then Gabby, who's at 8. They have tough opponents as well. This is maybe one of the craziest endings, because Gabby has the bottom of the group player, so that could be easier wins for Gabby. Monos is a tough nut to crack, even though it says he only has 6 wins. I also think Thunderbolt, I've watched a lot of his games. I think Thunderbolt probably could have ended up with 6 wins this season. He's been very close at times. So yeah, that's what's going to be coming up next. I'm going to take a break, guys, real quick. I'll be right back. I know there's some questions and stuff. There's a lot happening because there's going to be a new DLC coming later on today. I got to make content for that after the stream. But let me just take a short break. We'll set up the scoreboard, and we'll be right back into it. All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Fatoria. We don't need wood. Super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat, I'm buying stone. I'm like, he's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90. Just so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, I passed the H bastard. Just feeling so good. Oh, So here he is, and he sees my Fatoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Fatoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. My Fatoria. Okay, so everything I said before the break, forget that. We're changing the schedule a little bit because on the schedule for today, we were going to go back to do Nahuel versus Bad Koala. And since we were just already talking about that group, I felt like, well, admin brought up, maybe we should just stay and finish out the group a little bit. So we changed the order of what was scheduled on Liquipedia because we want to stay with Group D, and then also changing the order means that I will have a co-caster for the next series, which was initially going to be a co-caster for the last series, because I'll be bringing in a player who is in the Silver League and a good friend of mine named Ozone. But first, let me just switch over the draft real quick for the series, and then we can call Ozone, and Ozone knows these players really well. Yo, Blue-Footed Booby, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me toss the draft up here. And then we will be in. Yeah, I don't think they're going to play that song at Red Bull. I'd be very surprised if they do. But it is a Wololo song, so maybe they'll consider it, man. Yeah, so pay no attention to the names. They had to do these drafts behind the scenes to prevent spoilers, so their names are not Michael and Eric the Red or whatever. It's going to be Game 1 Mudflow. Bad Koala goes for High Tides. And Nahuel will go for Stranded. And then for the Civs, I would expect Civs like a lot of hybrid civs like Japanese, maybe Italians, maybe the Koreans, maybe the Persians could be picked. I could easily see with Mudflow being out there, maybe the Khmer, maybe the Lithuanians, the Georgians. Yeah, there's our draft. We actually have Huns on Bad Koala's draft, which is so funny to me because so few people play the Huns these days. But Bad Koala's been around a really long time, and he's just in love with the Huns. And not funny in like me doubting the Huns. I love the Huns myself, but they just aren't quite as good. I don't think, even though I'm obsessed with them, I would pick them in tournaments these days. Bad Koala is known for his forwards with that, so maybe we'll end up seeing it. Let's give Ozone a call. And we'll do a mic test because I haven't covered games with Ozone before. Russell, thank you for the 33. Welcome back, dude. Thank you, thank you. Oh, YouTube chat's not up on the other screen. We can't have that. YouTube's going to call themselves second-class citizens again. There we go. Now I can see YouTube chat. Sorry. All right. Let's give Ozone a call. I'm going to say, call when ready, or let me know, and I can do so. I didn't call you guys second-class citizens. You guys called yourselves second-class citizens. You said that I was treating you like second-class citizens, which isn't accurate. I treat you like third-class citizens. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's humor. Okay? That's funny. Ha ha. Laugh, laugh. Okay, let's call Ozone real quick. Hello, Ozone.
Heyo.
Oh, dude, your new mic is so sick.
Yeah, it should be good now.
Awesome. I might boost you a little bit. How you doing, dude?
All good. I'm hyped.
Nice. Yesterday, you were casting with Dragonstar, and you said that I fake hype. So I am ready to fake hype with you here.
Yes, let's go. I mean, I was not really casting. We were just doing like a watch along.
Yeah. Well, so you're in this, so I might ask you a couple questions before we dive into it, but it's super cool to be in the last round now, where there's a lot to play for. Before we move on to Nahuel and Bad Koala, you've got the potential. I'm not sure what the odds say. I mean, you're likely playoffs, but you could maybe make a push into like second or third place. How are you feeling with your final rounds coming up? Because it is against Gambito, which is a bit of a rematch.
Yeah, well, at least in my case, the good thing is that I have playoffs secured already.
Okay, yep.
Even if the worst situation, even if I get 3-0 by Combito, and even if you put in wins 3-0, I win the tiebreakers against you putting. So.
That's nice, yeah.
But yeah, for sure, I want to the second place, because that makes it so I have to face number 3 from another group, right? So
yep.
And also I want revenge from the bronze
from the qualifier where it was you and Combito, and then winner would go up against Jordan, and then Combito won, and then Jordan ended up smashing Combito. So
yep.
Nice. Well, I'm going to pull up my little odds sheet on my side for these players again, because there's a lot to play for Nahuel. I think for him, he could still be relegated. Let me just input the results now and remind myself. Dennis just won 3-0. Yeah, so there's a chance that Nahuel gets pushed out of silver, so he is not safe. And he will want playoffs as well, right? So getting into the top 3 would be very good. And Bad Koala is not an easy player to play against either. So thoughts on I think you know Nahuel a bit better. So thoughts on his preparation, his style, and how he's feeling here.
I'm actually pretty good friends with Nahuel. He's an amazing guy. I love him. And I helped him practice a little bit, but he also has not had like the time he wish he had to practice. He's been busy with life, you know. He's got a job now, and but he's making like the max effort to get as much practice as he can. I helped him a little bit, and funny story, actually, I was So I knew these games were played a couple days ago, or a day ago, or something like that. Stark game as well, and I was practicing with Naue while Stark was playing his set. And
Ah, okay.
now I was like all worried about his odds, and he was super worried about Stark result against Dennis. And we were practicing Naue and me, and he's like, "Oh man, Stark just messaged me," and he say Dennis did it.
Oh
because
man.
he was counting on Stark stomping Dennis, so he didn't need to win against
Yep.
Bad Koala.
Yep.
And he was like, "Oh no, now I have to make it happen."
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a factor when you are aware of the results, right? I think when we try and do cover games with Rex like this, we do our best to structure the timing of the games so players are so it's as fair as possible, right? But yeah, the order is very important to hear. That he found out about that result and knew he would need the wins.
Yeah.
After
So
that,
he came into his set knowing he needed to deliver, and I told him like, you depend on yourself, like, and it's not like he needs a trio. I think with a 2-1, he's safe and
Yeah.
he gets playoffs. So let's see.
You know-
I think he's in a decent shape. So I think he can make it happen for sure.
Well, on the flip side of that, so Bad Koala has less pressure because he's not going to get relegated. If he wins, though, he gets second place, which is nice, right? And he could potentially go gold. But here's how I would describe Bad Koala. I could be very wrong on this description, by the way, and I'm not intending on this to be rude, but I don't think Bad Koala really gives a shit half the time. Like, I don't know if he trains. I don't think he does. I think he just shows up, he plays games, he plays well, and that's it, right? And, like, the players who are like that, especially the aggressive players like Bad Koala, are the worst type of player to play against, right, Ozone? It's like you prepare and you put in all this effort, and then the guy on the other side just sends it. So,
yeah, but it will be an interesting clash because actually Naue is actually pretty chaotic himself as well. He likes to be super aggressive
okay,
as well.
yep,
And I know by the things he did to me in practice, at least if he sticks to what he was doing to me in practice, I think he wants to actually bring a lot of aggression to this set. So let's see, should be fun.
all right, cool. Well, we're covering these as Rex, so we got to sync up. You can join game number 1 and pause, and then let me know what second you're at if it's not at 0.
Okay.
And then I'll do a little countdown. We'll go on go. So I'll say 3, 2, 1, go, and then we can just 14.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Just give me 1 sec.
All good. I'm gonna predict. Just looking at the maps here, knowing the player styles. Oh man, it's really tough. I think Bad Koala's got more experience. I know I know Nahuel more, and I know you're friends with him, and this could get me in some hot water, but I think I might predict Bad Koala 2-1 here.
Yeah, I actually think he's the favorite for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, he used to spell his name with an L at the end. Did he remove the L because I would say Nahuel and I wasn't?
No, the thing is, like, you can play along with names in Spanish a lot. So Nahuel with an L at the end is a common name in Argentina.
Okay.
But it's actually not not Nahuel's name. It's a weird story.
Okay.
His name is actually completely different, but Nahuel with an L is actually a name in Argentina, common name. And,
Okay.
But you can say it with the L or without the L, and it's like, I don't know, like a different way to say it, but
Okay.
it's pretty much the same.
So I had it right before,
No
but now he's removed the L, and now I should be saying Nahuel? No L?
Naue or Nahuel. It's the same. It doesn't make a difference.
Freaking
It might be
Spanish,
weird,
man.
but yeah.
Freaking Spanish, not doing me any favors here.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm at 7 seconds.
Okay, sounds good. I'll get synced up, and then we'll be into it.
It is Mudflow, right? Yeah.
Yes. I'll do the countdown right after I add the flags on screen.
Yep.
I feel that's important. I think it's also a factor. The distance between these two is definitely going to play a role. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. I'm gonna put Nahuel in the blue ozone and Bad Koala in the red. That just is more fitting for me. Welcome everybody. So we've got Silver League action, and this will be really fun. I think the nerves are going to be very high. We have Nahuel here in the blue. Is gone for the Incas, and already we've seen this so much in Silver League. Like, the Silver League guys have loved their early militia. We've got the early barracks from him as the Incas on Mudflow. And we got Bad Koala, the more experienced player, very chaotic player on the other side. To repeat the stakes, if Bad Koala loses this set, he isn't relegated out of silver, but he might not make the playoffs then. He would just be alive in silver for the next season. If he wins the set, he will go into the playoffs to potentially go gold. If Nahuel wins, depending on how much he wins by, he could still go playoffs, I believe. But if he loses, he could just get relegated. So, like, big stakes for the young Argentinian here, and his eagle is forward here. And with me, I have Ozone, who's also a Silver League player who knows these players very well and plays a lot of games with them. So, should be able to give us some good insights.
Yes, I think this should be a pretty fun game, and I'm not surprised to see the Nahuel's opening with the Incas. I expect to see a lot of militia, a lot of aggression. Let's see if he manages to... It's not easy actually to manage your economy while you're insta-rushing. You need to be very precise with everything. It's very easy to make mistakes and then just have villagers long distancing.
He's also laming. So he has to manage his eco off the insta-rush, and he's also laming. So he knew that Stark had gotten swept by Dennis, and that would put a lot more pressure on him here. And he's coming at game number 1. Bad Koala should know that his elephant is gone, and he's looking for it, and he'll see it again. If he looks, he could see it again in the fog. This is a really awkward woodline to run through, and I think Bad Koala's just noticed. He's coming back.
That eagle is only 17 HP now. He got a couple more hits, the elephant. I'm worried.
Yeah, I think the other part of this is the drush strategy. You need the eagle to block, right? And so now your eagle is weak, and so now the militia can't be quite as successful. Bad Koala knows that the drush is there because he saw it. He stops the lame so he can get his elephant again. There's now a tiger attacking the militia. Oh, brutal start for Nahuel.
Yeah, this is pretty messy, and this is exactly what I meant. Like, it's not easy to manage everything, and on top of that, trying to lamb, I think he just got baited. Saw the elephant, and usually if you have the eagle forward, you want to take it, but taking into consideration he was going for this opening, I'm not sure if I like the decision.
Well, I mean, I the energy is clear. It's like you need every advantage you can. Every win matters for so much. It's such a big moment for him. So I think you just got to commit sometimes. The more confident players who play at the top level would never do that, though, right? Because they would have faith in their ability. They would have faith in their build and their ability to just adapt into the game, and they would value the eagle. So he's just going to attack the house now. Talk to me about this build. We've seen it a lot. Why are we seeing this so much more right now? The militia attacking
the thing
houses.
Is, especially in this modern Mudflow, the thing is usually people build the houses close to the TC, and there's everything like near the TC is downhill, right? And Dark Age houses, they have less armor as well. They have negative armor, so the militias, they do a lot of damage even if the house is not on downhill. But if you, on top of that, you put the houses that are downhill, then there's always a lot of potential for damage and disrupting your opponent's economy. And also the woodlands, right? The good woodlands are really far away from the TC, so...
Yeah, it's interesting that Bad Koala placed his houses on flat ground. You're right. Typically, that's not the case. Typically, your house is going to be on the lower grounds. But in the end, it's some decent harassment here for Nahuel. Behind this, though, it's all about the builds, right? It's not so much about the militia, which is what the viewers see. It's how clean is your economy. And his economy should be pretty clean to follow this up with feudal. The big thing is he spent all of his gold, so he won't have loom. But hold up, what happened to the... Did I completely miss Bad Koala's scout? It died.
I actually don't know where that. Maybe it ate Nawel's TC. I'm not sure. I will go back quickly.
He deleted it. He deleted it. There's no kills in the game. He must have deleted it. Right? Like,
Oh god.
I'm checking the
I'm not
Vills.
sure.
The Vills don't have any kills at home for Nahuel.
Yeah, the kid is 0-0. Totally. Yeah.
Oh my god, he actually deleted his scout. That's crazy. And the funny thing is, Nahuel is so paranoid right now that the scout's gonna snipe his unloomed Vil. But he deleted his scout. I would imagine the only explanation is he meant to delete a palisade wall at one point, and he misclicked and didn't click the palisade wall and still had his scout selected. But that's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
It's actually huge. Oh, and look at Nawel's walls. Do you like those walls?
Well, I would hate these walls if the opponent's scout was out there. But considering the opponent's scout is dead, I guess it's okay. It's very, again, high risk, high reward, I guess.
You know something I like about Nawel's situation? I know he's behind in resource collect and all this, but he'll be faster to Feudal Age, and he already has the initiative, right? So you're faster, but plus initiative.
Yeah.
And he will get the Men-at-Arm upgrade, and he will get to apply a lot of pressure while Bad Koala needs to wait for maybe the range, maybe a couple archers, and with 1-2 archers, you don't get to completely clean this up. It's 4 militias, and Men-at-Arms on the way as well. And then Incas, they get access also to cheap skirmishers, which is also why this opening is so popular with Incas. Even if your opponent is coming, it doesn't rely completely on a surprise factor. Like, for example, if you do it with other ship, maybe you need to, surprise your opponent. He's not expecting the rush. You kill the ability with no Lammo or something like this. But with Incas, you don't really need to get this insane value.
Bad Koala is going fast castle here.
Oh boy.
He's going fast castle. The plan is likely knights. And it's going to be archer follow-up and eagles and maybe the arson upgrade for the man-at-arms. I mean, that villager has been permanently repairing there for Bad Koala. That's idle time. He also lost a couple houses, but this is just...
but will he have the economy?
I don't think so.
Like, he's out of fish on the TC. Everything is idle.
I think if he had the market, I would like this a little bit more. If he can get to a market, then maybe he could buy and sell some res to balance. But yeah, this just feels like things have gone wrong. And I've seen this with Bad Koala. It's like some days he's super sharp. Things are perfect. Other days, it's just like completely random and all over the place. And that's why I joked. I said, like, I don't know if he cares to the same level. Like, it comes off as underprepared at times. It could just be maybe he's inconsistent. But there's the archer and the eagle. The house also goes down. The whole wood line gets abandoned. And I think this is where the alarm bells are going off for our blue player. He's like, wait a second. What are you doing here?
And now he has no wood. And also one important thing that you need to know about this map is that the straggler trees near the TC, they only have 50 wood each.
Yep.
So it's not like you can rely on them like you do sometimes in Arabia if you go for something like this.
And will you know that? We're in round 5. I imagine he's played before, but I'm trying to do the math here. Okay, he's got enough wood for a lumber camp somewhere. He could make one night, maybe 2, and then he can maybe get a lumber camp in the middle.
Yeah. This is painful. And the blacksmith is going down as well.
He got the upgrade,
like he can
though.
afford more upgrades.
Yeah, he was never going to get any more upgrades anyway, so that's fine. All right, villager gets spotted. This will be our first kill of the game. Though, technically, there was another death because Bad Koala somehow deleted his scout. Nice work here.
No market. He cannot use the excess gold.
And he also is repairing his blacksmith, so now he doesn't have wood for a lumber camp, bro.
Oh, God.
Why? Oh, this is so rough.
I mean, I cannot pretend I'm happy to see this because, as I mentioned, I practice with Nawe, so let's go. Bad Koala.
I'm okay with a little bit of biased commentary. I bring in players because for their perspective, right? So you know the players, and You train with them and stuff, so that's all good. I mean, Bad Koala will clear this. And
Yep.
he will have knights. So if there's a hole in the wall anywhere, Nowhel could have some big problems. What do you do in Nowhel's position here, though?
I think when you're in like he needs to know he's in a winning position, right? That's the first thing he needs to have in his mind. And then when you're in winning positions, you need to start thinking, okay, how can I lose this game, or how can I lose control of this game? What is the only move that my opponent can do from this situation to get a little bit of momentum, right? And the only thing Bad Koala can do to get momentum here is maybe a forward workshop and getting in with like knights and cheap scorpions from the Romans. That's the only thing that comes to mind.
Yep.
So if I'm now, I will just stay 1TC, go for a lot of barracks. You have Inca, so you can spam eagles and pikes and just make sure you don't get too greedy, because you don't need to in this situation, right?
Or do you go for a monastery and pick up that relic? Because Nowhel has walled with the relic.
I know now you hate that after watching Red Bull, right?
Yeah, dude, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I don't think the blacksmith is fully behind the relic either. But it's going to be a marketed home for Bad Koala first. But listen, I can tell you guys, like, at least for me, right? Bad Koala's just a horrible player for me to play against, because I think the things that he does aren't actually... It's not, like, great play sometimes, right? Like, it's super high risk, super high reward. I always feel like I should win this game now. But that... I don't know, it just adds more pressure to me, Ozone. Do you relate to that at all? Or is that just a me thing?
No, I can relate to that with some specific players for sure. And I also watch a little bit of Bad Koala's POVs when he streams 1v1s sometimes.
Yep.
And he's also not like the fastest player, but there's something about the Chinese players, the high level ones that are not like the top, like Vivi and Joe, for example, Jiwatong and Bad Koala, both of them. They're kind of similar in which they're not like the fastest or the cleanest, but
their micro's good though. Their micro's good. Oh, now
and they make a lot of army. Like,
yeah,
they are good at identifying like that winning condition still, even if the situation is not the best. So.
Oh man, look at the KD right now, bro. 20-2, 20-2. You can have 5 minutes of idle TC time. You can have the issue with the lumber camp. You can have all of that as long as your KD is 20-2. This is a problem for the Incas because Scorpions now are perfect against the archers and the pikes. And the whole wood line is here too. Monk will go for...
He's panicking now.
Yeah, he's panicking big time. I think it's safe to say as well that because of the stakes, Nowhel is also underperforming, right? Like that's what you'll find in Silver League. If this was a ranked Arabia game or something, this game is so over, it's not even close, but it's just there's so much meaning to this game. And it's such a tough style to play against.
Which when you know you are in such a winning position and like some little thing goes wrong, you are like, oh no, am I choking? And you get more and more and more nervous.
Oh, big shot.
Oh,
Mangano.
Oh, he misses.
Oh man, does he get the other two?
No.
Well, this is really messy, dude. He's on stone. He's still got the villager lead. I think you just have to forget about the front of your base right now and place a well-placed castle. And maybe play in towards Kameyuk. So you could still get conversions to hold. You could maybe... You could even try guard tower. There's a lot to try right now. But what a game.
Ay.
Also,
I'm so nervous, just like so anxious for my friend. Ay.
Well, so what do you think the ping is like for these two as well? That's the other factor. China to Argentina.
It should be pretty high for both, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's much harder if you're an aggressive player, as the Mangonel hops out and is basically wasted. If you're an aggressive player, it's really hard to find the timings with the attacks when you're not used to playing at that level of ping.
Yeah, but I think that Argentina players, they are used to play with a somewhat high ping.
That's true.
Because the only server that they play with a low ping is when they're playing other Argentinians or Brazilians or Chilean players. But other than that, they usually play
I guess you
hyping,
could
actually.
say the same for Bad Koala. Both players should be used to high ping games because.
Yeah.
But I also think it would be interesting. Maybe someone could look it up how many times these two have played against each other in ranked because they play at very different times. So at a high level, everyone kind of knows each other. Bad Koala did pick up that freaking relic, by the way. And the monk got sniped.
What do you think of adding a second TC in this situation? That's what I was meaning before. Like, you should know, even that, like, despite the score and everything that has happened, the things that went wrong and everything, like, you should know that you're still ahead and you don't really need, like, his focus should be on stabilizing. And is this TC helping him to stabilize, or I think it's just making it harder for him to produce army, which he needs to stabilize.
I think he needs gold, so I think that's why he's doing it. He has no gold in the back anymore, and those knights could just run in at any point. So it's not.
Army. And he's got 6 on food, 2 TC.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know, like, does any army that costs food change the game here? Like maybe Kameyooks or something? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I think I'm live on Twitch, but my PC's got weird. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Yeah, so you don't have food to really make Kameyooks, and I don't even know if Kameyooks are beneficial now. I would have gone for 4 pikes in front of 5 monks with redemption as my game plan here to try and stabilize.
Yeah. I mean, full monk actually should be pretty decent in this situation. Oh.
But it feels like we're going to have a very long game now because Bad Koala isn't pushing.
I mean, there's still a 12 villager difference.
Yep. And Bad Koala will drop the second TC himself. Here comes the great 2 cameo counterattack from Nahuel, and Bad Koala brings all of his knights back home to deal with it.
I wonder if Bad Koala will be able to, like, he's gonna with those magnets. No, that's nasty.
Oh
no,
God.
My eyes. Oh no, look away. Oh no.
Oh, he's so nervous right now, dude. I can see the emotion. Oh no.
I'm pulling the hair out of my head, man. Oh my God.
It's oh man, the attack round as well from Bad Koala is super good.
And the knights are coming now.
Oh no. You know, the other part of it too, right? Like you said, you prepared with them and stuff. It's like, we've talked about this. Sometimes if it matters so much and you prepare so much that, like, it becomes harder to... It adds more pressure on yourself, right? And,
yes.
and Bad Koala, I don't think he ever trains. Like, he just shows up, he just goes on vibes, right? And those vibes players who play really unorthodox are just so tricky to break down. And now the vill count is even. Nahuel has lost 18 villagers. He doesn't really know. None of his training said get to Kameyooks, right?
Yeah.
It's just all that adaptation.
Like, I bet you, this FC wasn't, like, prepared, like, at all. Like, this was not, like, a thought out the strategy. He was probably like, I needed, like, extended Darkish to defend from the militia.
Yep.
I have enough resources for the FC. Yeah, it's just
let's try it. Yeah. And also, if Nahuel did like dozen training games, he never once played against someone who went FC.
Yeah.
Right? Like, all the training was for feudal age play against standard players. But honestly, comeback time maybe, because he knows he's behind. He needs some counter damage. Kameyooks into the woodline's not bad. So gets a couple snipes there. The knights are going to come home. I think the knights can actually win that fight. Depends on the micro. You have to hit and run here with the Kameyooks and use your one range.
Yeah, he's micing them.
Oh my God, he destroyed.
Yeah. And now the woodline is exposed.
Yeah.
It's a lot of potential for damage here. And also chainmail armor on the way.
He is also still getting pushed at his base by the siege, so that's what they're looking. But Bad Koala, oh my God, dude, what a messy game. What is this?
It's super scrappy. I mean, this is Silver League for you.
Well, I would argue that Silver League is not normally this scrappy, but I feel like if this is the first Silver League game that someone's seeing right now, they're thinking Silver League is way worse than it is. But it's round 5 Silver League, we'll say, where all the nerves are there. Oh my God.
Oh my god, and more villagers going down on that tower. Okay, he gets one mangonel. I don't know, like, my biggest worry right now for Nao's eco is the wood efficiency, right? Because he's relying on those little nuggets of wood
Yeah.
that are not really efficient. But at the same time, now Batqual also doesn't have an efficient woodland himself, so...
He just pulled his villagers forward to chop the trees there. But this is just your average... This is kind of your average bad koala game, honestly. This is what bad koala does. He loves his adaptation. For Nahuel, this is not his comfort zone at all. He's a meta player, and he tries to full garrison his town center, ran out of space. Now the attack grounds, and the conversions too. Everything is just so good.
This is so painful, man. Oh, no. Every mangonel shot feels like a fucking nuclear. Like, holy shit, man. Oh, God.
Oh, and you could tell it. He's thinking the same right now too. He's like, this could not be happening to me. All right. Well, right when you think the game is over, bad koala gets hit by a Nahuel mangonel. I think beyond the woodlines though, you're definitely right on the woodlines. It's the gold too, right? Like this gold is his only gold. And if he ever moves, look at his point of view. If he ever moves to the north, he gets spotted. Bad Koala's got outposts everywhere. This is another thing that Chinese players do really well, is they got outposts in the early stages, right? I think nowadays people are building outposts late stages a lot more, but this stage of the game, when you go forward, you need to know if you're going to be counterattacked, and he can see this.
Yeah.
He sees the Kameyuks are on the way right now.
Hey, he's got vision all over the map. Like except on the north and south. Other than that, he sees everything, like all the relevant parts of the map. Honestly.
Yeah. Well, Kameyuks I think are just going to get some control over the game. That's exactly what you need to try and do when you're behind. They get spotted by the monks. The Kameyuks that were in Bad Koala's base get found by the knights. I will say that like continually making knights against Kameyuks does not feel like a very wise decision. So maybe you should make a switch into long swords here if you're Bad Koala. I don't know how they perform.
You can always rely on the Chip's corpse for now, I think.
Yeah.
I think now he wants to focus on developing his economy. Attack switch will just slow him down, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he doesn't really have the resources to go for a tech switch right now.
Even eventually, you know, on this map, when you're so much in control, a water switch, it makes it so awkward for the one that is behind and to the other side of the map to get across and get some damage. You know?
Yeah, that's true. And here, like you said before, the wood lines for Nahuel are an issue. He built a lumber camp underneath mangonels, and he still just doesn't have enough. He's trying to counter attacks because he's behind, so that is probably the correct play in many ways. But he needs that ram to do that again. All right, well, maybe he can get a conversion here. Okay, gets the conversion. He can clear up all the siege at least and have some time to breathe. As long as he micros it properly and sees the mangonels weak. He's probably looking at his Kameyuks right now, which Bad Koala is chasing with the monks, which looks freaking ridiculous.
And also 3 relics already in for Bad Koala, so he's thinking about a lot of stuff right now, which I like. Like he's thinking about vision, the outpost. He's staying aggressive in the front, so he at all moments he knows where the army from now is. It's not like because sometimes when you know you are ahead now, for like in Bad Koala's shoes, sometimes you just go back and you just start camping, and maybe by just camping you give your opponent a chance of surprising you. But if you keep attacking, if you keep knocking at the door, you always know what they have, so you're never surprised. And I think I don't see a way, honestly, how now gets control back in the game. Like he's even dropping a 30C, and you don't want to drop a 30C when you are in this type of situation. You want to all in somehow to get the damage back. He's
gonna need a solid like couple minutes to try and stabilize his mind in between these games, I think. Sometimes it's better for me and sometimes it's worse to try and take that period, but like for me at least, some days I feel like I'm so close to my best, but other times if like the first game is like this, oh man, it can fall apart quick. So
Yeah.
I don't really know if there's anything you can do except try and have more control in the next game. He did attack the lumber camps here with a couple Kameyuks again, but there's no villagers there anymore. So he hasn't killed a ton. And there's the tech switch for Bad Koala now.
Yeah. I listen to you. We'll have longswords. I mean, he's also really close to clicking up to Imperial Age, and for Romans, it's actually quite easy to then get into Legionaries because you skip the one upgrade compared to Champion Silk.
But I mean, he's lost control. Like, he's lost vision now, and Nahuel's clearly expanding to some of these res. So I think waiting for Imp could give Nahuel a lot of time to come back. And right now, he's really putting up a fight. There's Kameyuks going for the counter still. There's been some monks getting conversions. There's the Mangonel behind the wood line, getting some hits. I mean, yeah, you need some army right now if you're Bad Koala. You also need some gold. He doesn't have anything on gold at the moment beyond those 3 relics, so that needs to be sorted out too.
Yeah. Also, I mean, the Kameyuks, they don't do bad necessarily against the infantry. If
Monks
they stack, they can do decently.
And he is full armor too. I think if he can keep a group of Kameyuks and monks together, he actually has a chance for one really big fight.
He's getting cleaned up on Bad Koala's base, the knights and the monks, and a couple longswords.
Yeah. He also just lost a Mangonel that was attacking the town center, so it's not so good. Farm count could be way better for Nahuel. Of course, he's been under a lot of pressure here. And soon he's gonna have to face the longswords head on here. So he'll add a couple slingers from the archer range.
No fletching. Ugh, it's rough.
You know, this might be the last time that you see Incas with militia opening, right? Because they're gonna be Champy warriors soon.
Yeah, what if we see an endless pre-lumber Champy rush?
We are definitely going to see it, by the way.
Yeah,
some of these new Civ bonuses, we would definitely see it.
You saw that yesterday. We were in a call with Phosphor, right?
Oh yeah, he was probably talking about it.
Yeah, and he was saying that, oh yeah, guys, the endless Champy rush it's unbeatable. It's broken. You know how he talks?
Yep.
With so much confidence.
And then if he loses, it's not because the strat was bad. It's like, no, I just did something wrong. You know, the strat's perfect.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. The new DLC comes out later today. We won't have any of the Silver League games over the next 2.5 days on that. But come Friday, everything is on the new DLC. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing a high enough slinger count here for Nahuel. And I don't think the Kameyuks are good enough. I could be wrong. It's really hard to cast this. I don't know what crazy crap I'm looking at right now.
Also important to note, like, it might be over and it might look a little bit silly for the people watching, but actually Bad Koala made a good decision in just staying castle age, right? It's easy if you have resources close to clicking up to the next stage. It's tempting to just click Imperial Age, and then you all of a sudden you spend 1,800 resources clicking up to the next stage, and you don't have army, and maybe you get snowballed because of that. But he realized he needed the army priority, and you know. He's just stomping on my boy. Yep.
So we'll have to look at the odds after this. But your boy Nahuel, I think, needs to win 2 games right now. Right? Yes. So that is not the start he wanted.
Yeah, and he had it, man. These are the type of games that can break you, your mental in the series. And I know now quite well, and actually, this type of games actually hurt him a lot. Like, even in practice, when he feels like when he was playing practice against me, and he felt like he was winning the game convincingly, and somehow I brought it back, and I came back in the practice. He gets like really, really frustrated. So I hope he manages the tilt or whatever emotion he's feeling right now. And
well, let's look at the odds here. So Bad Koala takes the first game, which means if Bad Koala were to win the second, is this correct? Actually, hold up. So a lot of this, of course, is going to depend on how Deeker and Moray goes tomorrow. But if Bad Koala were to win 2-1, Nahuel still has a 90% chance to survive, it's saying. Because I think he would need Deeker to win. Yeah, if he gets 1 win here, he needs Deeker. He only falls down if Deeker wins 3-0.
Yeah.
The thing is that Deeker could win 3-0 because Morey has not had a very good season. And honestly, Morey has resigned very early on at times if things go wrong. So
I know More. He is not as prepared as other Silver players at the moment, but he's still a really good player. And also, I think he's got a little beef with Dicker. So I think if he's going to try hard in one series, even if it's just one, it will be against Dick.
Okay, that's good to know.
So let's see. I'm actually really excited for the finish of this group.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll hop into game number 2 now, see if Nahel can turn it around. Chad is telling me to boost you. I think it's just because you're so chill, compared to me. I'm very loud.
Okay. I need to bring the memp energy.
Maybe we don't need maybe like 50%. 50% of the memb energy would be perfect. Yeah, I think I've got you boosted a little bit. We'll hop into game 2. Just let me know what second you're at then.
All right. Game number 2. That is stranded, right?
Yeah. Stranded. Someone says playing bad koala is bad for your mental health. No, 100%. 100%. Because if you beat a player like Bad Koala as a high-level AoE player, you think, I should have won there. I didn't do anything good. I should have beaten that. But then when you lose to it, it's easy to think, oh, God, I'm horrible. How did I lose to it? When in reality, it's just because, Bad Koala brings us different type of energy, a different type of style. It's its own type of strategy that I think is lost in, present-day AoE, where you can idle your TC and you can do wacky things. But yeah, it could affect your mental for sure.
I'm at 4 seconds.
4. Okay, cool. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. All right. So we're just talking about how unorthodox Bad Koala can be. And he has picked the Huns here. And I saw this from Mr. Yo in Platinum League, round 1, and I was very critical of it. I do not like the Huns pick here. You start with a fishing ship on this map. I think if you didn't start with a fishing ship, it's okay to pick the Huns. Yes. But you start with the fishing ship, and you can't build a dock right away with the Huns because you start with less wood. So your fishing ship's just kind of sitting there, not getting any value.
Yes, look at the. I was whispering because I was already pulling my hair out of my head. Look at that TC spot from Bad Koala. Jesus Christ, that's bad.
Yeah. Hard is in my chat right now. Hard is in my chat. He's a platinum player. He's saying Huns are good. They eventually catch up, but you get full exploration and 15 cows. Yeah, that's the thing. You do get the horse, so I guess you will get a lot of the cows. But the start is brutal.
Hard obviously knows better than us. At least I think they're good.
He's trying. I swear to God, Ozone. Did you see what just happened there? I swear to God, Bad Koala just tried to eat his horse. We can't go back because we synced up our Rex, but chat, someone please clip that. He thought that was like a llama from the Incas. He tried to garrison and set the rally point onto his horse. How prepared is he right now? Or did he think that was food?
It looked weird for sure. I was wondering what was happening. He hopped in and out of the TC 3 times.
Thank God I'm not allowed to play Silver League, because if I was playing up against Bad Koala and I saw that somebody tried to eat their horse with their Sid pick for a map, I'd be like, come on, man. I could never lose. But I at the same time, as a caster, I love the energy. You just can't lose the horse here if you're Bad Koala. Don't lose the horse, please.
No. Now I kill it. Oh no. Well, so as I was saying, I think for sure Hart knows better than us. But I think we can at least agree that they were better on the other versions of Stranded, 100%.
Yeah.
I think on the others, for example, I think it was Warlords, when with the 9 villagers start, they were actually incredibly OP because you get the scouting and all the things Hart mentioned, but also it felt like you were never behind on fishing ship count or anything like that. It felt so smooth.
I think I wonder how much of people's opinions on Huns on this map is from the games they played with the 9 villager start version.
Yeah.
Because I could be wrong, but feels to me the dock's just completed now. He still can't make the next fishing ship. Nahwell hasn't had the cleanest start, to be honest, but she should be up here by about 2 to 3 eco at least.
Yeah, I mean he's already 2 fishing ships up. So I will say, and like not only like he's 2 economic units up pretty much, and also he's got a lot more efficient TC location. Like I'm really worried about koalas here. Like his wood efficiency will drop really fast.
Yeah, and
also the fact that he went for this woodland will make it so when he goes for the big wood lines eventually, he will be exposed, right?
Yep.
To land units. Not the case for now.
A change we made was to make it so it's much easier to find that ideal TC position. So I don't know, like it was right there. The TC position was scouted. So I just think it's another example of bad koala going on vibes, maybe.
Yes.
I do think the best strategy for the Huns, if you're going to play them here, is Fast Castle. You should collect all the cows. He also should know, like, the cows are in a ring on the outside, right? So, like, he's just kind of, I don't think he's aware of these details, but if he can get those cows, Fast Castle Cav Archer, or even, like, Night Scorpion, like he did in the previous map, could still be really strong here.
Yeah, this seems quite unprepared, honestly. But sometimes those players are very dangerous. Like that reminds me of the only time I did quite decent on a qualifier for a big tournament when I reverse swept Margu.
Yep.
I think it was for an NAC qualifier or something.
Yep.
I was 2-0 down, and I didn't practice a single game for that tournament. Somehow I reverse swept a prepared player like 200, 300 elo above me somehow.
There's something weird. There's something weird about it, of just like not overly preparing, some mental thing, because
I mean you're putting a lot less pressure on yourself or just none at all, right?
And I think
And
especially for our level, we already put so much pressure on ourselves, right? And oh god, this villager. Oh god. He saved it. Does he have the guts to go for it again? He's going for it anyways. He's crazy.
He's got enough distance now.
He's crazy.
The buffalo?
No. Oh
god.
Oh my god, he's crazy. Wow. All right.
And this is a lot more awkward with the Huns.
Yeah, you can't house. You could, but he has enough wood. He could build a lumber camp or something. Honestly. All right, he gets it. Impressive. And then he'll save the other elephant, and he's on the way to. He's on the way to feudal.
He gets it at a really awkward time because he clicks feudal. But usually on this type of maps, when you click feudal, you want to transfer almost everything to wood and gold, right? To afford, I don't know, racks, to afford a second dock.
Yeah.
You don't want as much food. Maybe if you go FC, you want food, but if you're going to play feudal, you don't want that much food. At this point, you try to rely on the efficient ships.
Yeah.
And look at the difference on the efficient ship count. Like the Koala's build is Hard in the chat just honoring him is Garbanzo.
Hard picked the wrong game to say Huns were good if you wanted to convince people. But I mean, I look at this and I just can't help but have faith that Bad Koala can figure it out, you know? Because if Nahwal can't get the early damage, and if you get a really good Castle Age time and spam Cav Archers, this could be solid. And this isn't a pressure build from Nahwal. To me, it feels like it's more of a defensive fast castle build himself. I don't know what the plan is.
Yeah. This is and he's walling so much now.
Yeah. But I don't like lots of walls against Cav Archers. Because, like, your woodline's going to be pressured regardless, it feels like. I don't know.
So it's going to be FC for both, so that explains why even the elephants this late.
Is it though? We have nothing on
only...
gold for Nahwal, and he's adding a stable. Maybe he'll make 1 or 2 scouts to just see what's happening.
Yeah, I think he definitely wants to add a scout at least to have some vision.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how are they going to follow this up on water? Like, is any of them going to add a second dock or?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: did you do any training games with Nahwal on this map?
Yes.
How many of the games did he do this exact build?
He always goes FC.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
all right. Well, then what I was going to say, I'm glad I have that context, is that I doubt he would have played this way. And
No, yeah. He likes FC. Actually, on his series against Stark, he beat Stark going FC versus full feudal from Stark.
Yeah, true. I
Stark went
remember
like
that.
forward dogs and all that.
Yep.
And he just siege push Stark and killed him.
It is so crazy to me, the difference, though. Like, we're talking 30 to 40 positions in the world, maybe. And you have the platinum players. We saw one fast castle attempt, one. And then every other game is feudal. And then here we have fast castle versus fast castle.
But Koala was trying to sneak a villager. Did you spot that? To get a dog.
Yep.
He's making it forward. So yeah, on the point that you brought up, I think the difference that we see on approaches from like the top league is that, and why they tend to go feudal is that it's a lot harder for players a little bit below the level of the top players to punish, because you need to be really efficient. But since they are, they manage to get like those little to hit those little windows to punish your opponent. And for example, if I'm analyzing my approach for a game, like in order for me to win, I need to hit like a little window of 20 seconds to punish my opponent on something. I would rather try to go for something more reliable, right? Like I don't want to depend on a 20-second window.
Period. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you should game plan around. Everyone's got the same amount of resources to work with, but it's when you choose to spend it and where you choose to pressure. Just passing for Nahuel in the south is really bad. Really bad. He just misses that fire. They're both trying to combine water and land right now. But that fire ship might not be too bad, but that could get into the fishing eco for him right now.
It's such a weird game. I've never seen a stranded game like this, actually.
It's just been a weird series, dude. It's been a weird clash of styles combined with the meaning of the game, which at least in Nahuel's case means a lot more. No loom for him, by the way. He forgot loom.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. And the Cav Archers are going to be in. The Cav Archers will go on the side. He's lost some fishing eco. He has a counterattack with scouts underneath the town center, which...
And this is also when Hans coming clutch. Like, he's losing 4 fishing ships, but Koala, he doesn't really care about 4 fishing ships, and he's got like 1 million buffaloes under his TC, so...
Yep.
Like, he will still have food economy, but now, if he loses his fish, he's screwed.
He just lost a bunch of villagers there as well. Scouts are still on the wood line, though, dude. This is so... There's so much multitasking right now. Nahuel killed all the fish. He killed the shoreline villager. He killed Vils on the wood line. Eco KD's even. But he does need army against the CA. That's what this is going to end up being. Is can you kill the Cav Archers? He's going to win water. Nahuel will win water. He's got 9 fires against, like, 3. So he'll eventually win it. But he has no food eco for camels. I guess the game plan of Scorpions isn't bad here, though. Against just 5 Cav Archers.
Second TC from Koala. You like it, or would you have liked to see like a workshop in the middle hill or something?
I think
for the second TC.
If you can do both, it's amazing. I would have probably opted for the siege workshop and monastery towards the middle. But if there's one thing I've learned about Bad Koala, is just like he doesn't think about it too much. He's just like, oh, all right, let's just go. I'm gonna make more. I'm gonna lose army. I'll make more army. There's a demo. But yeah, he gets cleared, and now if he had siege and monks in the middle, he could actually still pose a threat. But Nahuel have the ability to add fish again, in theory. And
he's doing so, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing so, and he can move to the middle of the map, and then there's no map control for Bad Koala, so kind of a close game. Something
a workshop in the middle.
A detail that, again, I find is very Mr. Yo and like Vivi and Bad Koala. A lot of these Chinese nomad players, they'll be way behind on water. They know they're never going to keep their docks up, but they send random fires in and snipe the fish. Like, look at these fires hunting right now. He's fish hunting with 2 separate fires. He knows he has enough time to just snipe fish and then before his fire ship dies. He's doing that 2 separate areas. It's impressive. But yeah, and there he notices it. So that's going to be 1. He has to keep clicking. That's going to be 2. Can he click again? He's going to get 3. Oh, he doesn't actually end up getting... Yeah, he gets 3. 4. That's sick.
Oh, 4.
That's sick.
Huge. Yeah,
Yep.
that's huge.
And now there's the Siege Workshop on the middle.
I feel like that's something like the Chinese players that play a lot of Nomad are really good at when
Yeah.
playing like hybrid or Nomad maps.
Yeah.
Actually.
Because I think a player like you and I or Nahuel or just... You know, most players just patrol their fires and they hope for the best, right? But he will click the fires through the damage and knows there's enough time there to snipe the fish. And now suddenly there's no fish advantage, really. And he still has the second TC. So he's got the eco lead now. Scorpions for Nahuel a bit out of position. There's now a monk picking up a relic next to the Siege Workshop for Bad Koala. They're all over the place.
I think I would like to bring up one thing that you mentioned at the beginning, and now I just fully agree with you, is the fact that you mentioned how Bad Koala likes like the chaos and being aggressive, and I feel like what I'm noticing in this series and on the matchup between these two players is that I feel like Bad Koala is a lot more comfortable in that chaos, in that scrappiness, because both games have been really messy.
Yeah.
But somehow he's able to stabilize a little bit faster, to make maybe the better decisions on key moments when the games are so scrappy. And
honestly, that's an argument for Huns as well, to take it back to that. Like, Huns are really good in these scenarios because your units are cheap, they produce faster. You don't need houses. So Huns are just an easier civ to play in these types of games. If it was a full wall, lots of economy game, then Huns maybe struggle. But right now, it's still close, but I really like Bad Koala's position because he's got so much map control and he's able to force reactions from Nahuel constantly.
Yeah, and from Nahuel's position, dealing with CA and Siege is so hard. With the heal, with such a big heal in front of his base, is so hard.
Yeah. Yeah, that monastery position is not ideal. The Siege Workshop position is not ideal. And this really just comes back to the early control Bad Koala had. It's funny, though. He lost all of his Cav Archers, and he still ended up getting the Siege Workshop and Monastery there. I feel like he didn't actually have army to protect the buildings when he sent the villager forward.
Yeah, he didn't have army at all.
Yeah. Which, again, I would never do. Like, I would only secure a hill if I had the army there.
Yeah.
Just unique. So, 56... population against 58. I'm continually surprised by Nahuel's pop. He does have lots of farms behind, which is good. He doesn't necessarily need the relic, so that's fine.
He's doing something correct, which is constantly cutting the reinforcements, making it awkward. So now Koala is forced to group all of his Kawarchis on his base before he can move on, and just not being able to send like one by one to reinforce. So that's good.
Yep.
But he needs to somehow make something happen to recover control over that central hill, because if Koala is able to mass like, let's say like 20 cow archers, I feel like that's like the scary number. Like when the cow archers count it starts to get too high, it's a very worrying moment. It's just so hard to deal with the death wall of cow archers.
To viewers asking about the X's at the top of the screen, that's a capture age bug. It doesn't show the unique text. Sorry about that. That's very observant on your part, though. I'm sorry that that's happening. I'm also sorry that Nahuel's TC is about to get nuked without the hill here, and he loses his mangonel. He'll lose his camels. No. And oh no, this is so bad.
Again, is it repeat the nuclears? No. He's just like dropping bombs.
Dude, look at
Nahuel's villagers.
Look at the idle TC for Bad Koala again. 13 minutes, and it just doesn't even matter.
Look at his economy. Look at the wood efficiency for a second. Oh my God.
It's so bad. But honestly, I think he has really underrated micro. Like, I didn't describe him as a player with good micro, but he gets key positions, and his unit control is top tier. His conversions were great in both games so far. His siege positioning was great in both games so far, and yeah, now he's still only 5 villagers ahead, but the amount of damage he's done is ridiculous. 3K value ahead and value destroyed, and he's just going to push on down even closer to the main TC, and that's the only TC for Nahuel.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the best move Koala did in this game in Castellage was sniping those fusion ships. Like it slowed down now. Position so much.
Yeah, he expected to have some food eco to make more camels than he's been able to.
Yeah.
And get more upgrades. But unfortunately not possible. And now there's more cav archers coming, there's more monks coming, the houses are going down, and Nahuel's just sitting here thinking, oh no, am I about to get relegated out of silver after I put in all that work to get promoted in the first place?
And even if he loses this, the last game will be really important for him, right?
Yep. I think it's also has some significance for Bad Koala. Obviously, it's still $10 per win, which is a lot for players here who don't always get prize pool caches. But I think Bad Koala, if he wins the next game, would go second in the group, which puts him in a better position in the playoffs. So we'll look. But that was just a fast castle v fast castle. Bad Koala's like, you don't want to put me under pressure? Perfect. Fine by me. I'm just going to chill. And yeah, he made it look easy. I agree, though. I think sniping the fish was huge. We knew it was going to be cav archers, but sniping the fish is what changed the game because Nahuel never had the economy to make the camels he wanted.
Honestly, it surprised me. I told you that on practice now we always went FC on this map.
Yeah.
And even the times he played the map already in the season, but he never walled. It was always like open FC, and it's weird to me to see that all of a sudden in the tournament game he just went for such big walls. Against Hans also.
I've done it, and I can tell you it's fear. It's worry, right? It's like the emotions of the moment adding up. That's why you wall. You're like in a war game against a really aggressive player. You think that walling isn't bad, but in reality, it's like a lot of resource investment and villager time, and it worsens your economy to deal with whatever pressure is going to come. And yeah, when we saw the walls, we were like, what? That's weird, because like cav archers are getting through. They're getting through. Yeah. There's no way. Yeah. They're not. So yeah, I think my explanation there would just be the nerves adding up, especially because he knew what happened in the other series earlier today. And now I'll pull up the stats to see exactly what can happen here. But according to this, 68% chance for Nahuel to still be alive. If he, if he gets 3-0'd, it's literally 50-50. If Nahuel gets 3-0'd, then Deeker just needs 2 wins against Moray to survive and kick him down.
Yeah, I think that's why this last game is also so important, right? If he wins this, Deeker needs to win 3-0, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's huge.
Does he?
Yeah. I actually will double check that. If Nahuel wins, then yeah, Deeker would need to win 3-0. Deeker would need to tie him and beat him on the tiebreak. Yeah. Bad Koala's second regardless now. So it's amazing position for him, but there's still $10 on the line. So the top 3 is established in this group. Stark is first, Bad Koala second, Dennis third. The next map is going to be High Tides, where I doubt we'll see Fast Castle. I would expect to see something a bit more meta there, but we do have some weird picks there for Bad Koala. So
actually, really nice composure from Dennis. Like, it's not easy. Like, you go in the last set of your group for you against the first guy in the group, Stark, needing a result and pulling off the 3-0.
3-0. And
really,
I know it's
really good.
I know it's easy to say that it didn't matter for Stark, but like Stark had come back in so many games the whole season, only lost 1 game, and Stark fought in every one of those games. It wasn't like Stark didn't care anymore. He really fought.
Yeah, Stark is a fighter, yeah.
Yeah, I think Stark will actually be annoyed. He really wanted the like 14-1, I'm sure.
Yep.
All right, so hop in. Let me know what second you're at.
Second 2.
All right, cool. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. We continue on. For those asking who's co-casting, this is Ozone, who's in Silver League. We'll be casting him at some point this week. Do you play tomorrow or do you play Thursday, or is your series Rex?
Play Thursday, 20 GMT.
Ooh, nice. Awesome. I'm looking forward to casting that series. Luckily for you, you're oh, I gotta change the colors here. But luckily for you, I think you're already safe in the playoffs. So it's not like Nahuel where you're like really worried about survival, but still the set will be an important one.
Yep.
All right. Well, we have Malay for Bad Koala, which was his #1 pick. I find his draft priorities is interesting because I would not consider my #1 pick Malay here.
Malay is pretty solid, but yeah, I agree. I don't know if first pick worthy.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder. I didn't check the Civilization draft. I don't know what they banned, but I mean, it's still a really, really good Civilization for the map.
Yeah.
I just wonder how he will play them. Maybe Men at Arm opening or Militia.
Oh my god, dude. Everything's going wrong for Nahuel today. The Zebra's going back on him right now. That's super annoying. Yeah, I mean, Georgians, you expect the early dock because they start with the mule cart. Georgians, very flexible if you want to play more of the land approach. But yeah, Malay are just as flexible. Interesting little woodline for Bad Koala. This isn't that common. It feels like 2 woodlines that were supposed to be separated connected into one.
Yeah, it's a huge wood line.
It could be good or bad. I think if there's units behind there, it actually gets really difficult to react to them because you have to run a long way around. But I think for the start, if he wants to wall, it's a very nice woodline.
I think in general, if I analyze his map, I really like it. I feel like he's got a really, really good map generation. Like if he connects the wood lines on the top and then goes all the way to the edge, he's got the wood line and the main goal protected, and then he's got a really easy wall from the wood line towards the TC, right?
Yep.
And then at the bottom, he just needs to go maybe from the house to the berries and from the berries to the wood line on the right at the bottom. So
and he's an extreme player, so he could go full wall. This series, we haven't seen a ton of that, though. He's been going with mostly army, which I would say on high tides is what you need. If you try and wall on this map, you're going to lose water or you're going to lose map control, and there's just so much to fight for. There's also the res in the south. What do you think about that? I feel like it's rare, but occasionally could be worth the risk to go down there.
Yeah, I like it. I feel like it's a little bit unexplored from the players. Like you don't see it that often, but I feel like we are seeing it more actually this season than in other iterations from this map on other tournaments.
I think I was saying the other day, I think there's a 2-year lag on meta on some of these maps where it's like, in my case, this was one of my maps, and so we had ideas. Initially, when we made it, it was just, viewers will remember there was just high tide, which was actually a different map, and then we reworked the idea to make it like high tides. And before it only had the fish and the gold in the north, and it didn't have anything in the south. So I was like, that's a lot of useless space. Let's add some incentive there. Nobody goes there. Like nobody would go. And then finally, we're starting to see the occasional mill and like the dock. Even the stone and gold in the south, people are remembering a lot more now. So
yeah, I would say like the biggest difference and the biggest factor, of course you know this, but maybe if a viewer is wondering, is the fact that for the top, like your fish is pretty much safe if you won water, right? But at the bottom, even if you are uncontested, you feel like your villagers are always super exposed there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty much the reason.
I think if you're gonna take the middle, it's if you go with a build where you're likely to lose the top, right? And if you're contesting the top, which both players may do here, it probably isn't also worth the risk to then take the south. It's better to just stay at home, keep your villagers protected. But I say 2 years, and that seems like a crazy statement, but you don't have every map in every tournament, right? So 2 years might just be 2 tournaments for certain maps. So there's always a little bit of, and sometimes 3. And then you have balance changes and meta changes that come. So all these things play a role.
Oh, and now it's going for Man at Arms, seems like, with Georgians.
I don't mind that. I don't mind it. The reason I don't mind it is because what I think of with Georgians when I think of military would be scouts, but this isn't a very good and easy build-up for scouts because typically you need to have villagers on gold if you want to make fire ships in the north. So a lot of these build orders are dominated by archer and navy, so I like the man-at-arms. And it's also a little unexpected, usually.
Yeah, I think this game specifically will come down to damage control. So I'm curious to see how he damages control against the man-at-arms, especially with melee, right? Because you age up faster. That also means you collect less resources on the way up. So you feel like you're a little bit more constrained with how much you can spend and how much you can afford. And he went double dog, so he doesn't even have a Rex, right? So it's full damage control from here on for him. And luckily for him, he spots the militia. So
wow, that's huge. So he spots the militia because he saw the scout, because Nahwal needed to save his scout. Now Nahwal's up, and now Bad Koala knows I've got 2 docks. It's unlikely that he does. Let's send the first 2 fire galleys out to go win the water. I think he'll kill the fish very quickly. He drops the barracks. He drops the palisades. It's a very nice position for Bad Koala to be in, I would say.
Yep, yeah, beautiful damage control. And he made like a little slice where he's got all of the resources he needs for the near future with the wood and the gold in just one place.
We didn't mention it, but he also stole like 2 or 3 goats. So Nahwal right now, you look underneath his TC, and this is a build that's difficult to afford. He doesn't have a lot of food there yet.
And he's about to lose his dog villager. Oh, God, he lost it.
He lost the dock villager. Well, he could lose the fish as well. At the very least, the fish are not working very efficiently. This is looking so good for Bad Koala. Nahwal wants to do something. He wants to take his goats back. There he goes.
Let's go.
I mean,
not for me, not for you.
Yeah, a couple patches ago, those goats are just dead and you can't eat them. But that food is still there, so you could. It's not actually as effective as he would want it to be.
It's something. His scouts regenerates HP a little bit in Feudal Age with the Georgians.
Yeah, that's true.
He's fighting back on water. Maybe he will land a good demo. Oh, Bad Koala realizes, pulls back.
A nice micro from Bad Koala. I feel like Bad Koala's has been his cleanest game so far. Maybe it's just the map type. But it feels like if he was warming up the first 2 games, he's been very sharp. To pull away from the demo in the north, to get the repairs in there, that's not easy to do. To get the repairs in the walls down here. Eco upgrades are in. 0 seconds of TC idle time, pretty much. I mean, that's the same for both, but very clean play from Bad Koala. This is exactly what you want with the melee, right? You want to have the water control, playing in towards archers against early attacks, and if you can just stabilize now and balance out your eco, you're normally going to be in a very good position long term. Yeah,
it's all about like damage control early on, so your villager lead kicks in, and then you'll hit the times with the melee.
Yep. I think for Nahwal, it would feel very difficult for me right now. I'm not sure. I'd be thinking through my options. You probably want to still remain competitive on water. You obviously want to do damage on land, but unfortunately, you haven't been able to. You've just been walled out, and part of that's the map, but also Bad Koala scouted it so far away. He would have walled it up regardless, and he snipes the archer on the other side of the wood line. And now he snipes the other archer? He's close, but he at least knows that archer is one shot.
And also fletching on the way. There's no blacksmith for now, so he's behind on water and also behind on upgrades, at least on the land military.
I say Bad Koala's got 0 seconds of TC idle time, and then he gets housed 3 times and now has 45 seconds, so... But you could shake that off as the melee, no problem. And he is kind of walling, as you had mentioned. He's going to consider... I don't know if it's intentional for that villager to walk around his wood line, but he could wall that way. He can wall in towards the berries as well. Just needs to track the army from Nahwal here. There's still no fletching for him. It's really late for fletching.
Yeah, it's on the way now. But now it's a lot more open. But Koala is about to finish the wall, the full wall on the front. His bears are still exposed, I guess.
That's not too bad. Yeah, I think Nahwal's fine. Both players getting housed a bit.
Ooh, that wall from Bad Koala on the north of his base. Where is he walling towards? Like,
and we got the water back from Nahwal. He needs to hop out with that demo here. He needs to land a hit here with that demo. Otherwise, the demo's a waste, and just not able to realize it. Because, oh, did he Dude, did he take that berry bush in the last second? Because I just looked there, and that berry bush was still standing. I think he overforged it.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't
That's
see that. Oh,
so unlucky.
no.
That's so unlucky. It was walled otherwise. And now the
Nah, I feel
archers
so
are
bad
in.
for my boy.
Yikes.
Everything went wrong.
Yeah, literally the worst possible day for him. Game one start was great. Game one start was great. His opponent deletes his scout, and then the knights get in, and it's been nothing but chaos and pain and misery ever since.
Oh god.
I'm sure you were so pumped to cast your friend, and now now you wish you would have picked a different series.
No. I
mean,
told him to not spoil me the results because I knew they were playing also earlier.
Yeah.
I truly believed in them.
Well, it'll make it all the more interesting. I mean, I like the drama of the group now because Deeker Moray actually has a lot of intrigue. So, and he's through. I mean, there's a lot of res floating for Bad Koala. He doesn't have a lot of farms. He got pushed off his berries. He loses a Vil. Maybe this game isn't over yet.
Yeah, eco difference is only 6.
Yeah.
Now somehow he's had 2 fishing ships working this entire time, despite
True.
the fact that he lost water like 9 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, he knows he's behind, so he has to use the market to buy and sell some res. He's microed the man-at-arms very nicely here. That should be another Vil kill. Nope, never mind. What do you play here? I guess you play crossbow timing because you have some archers, but I really think you'd want to be on like Skirm Knight in this Civ matchup.
Yeah, problem is the eco to afford that way. Ideally, I will agree, but he definitely needs to just send it. You know, that's just really aggressive. The same thing that Bad Koala did in game 1 to get himself a chance, and he pulled it off. Now we need to do the same here.
I feel like you'll never do it as a player, but it might actually be worth idling your TC right now because you're never going to go Castellate. With 6 on food, I think you just stop producing and you just save and you hope you can get up faster than the Malay. Tough task, of course, but you cannot wait.
And Bad Koala 21 on foot, he will be able to click faster with the Malay. So not only click faster, but H up incredibly fast. So he will be hitting that timing. I think if Nawes sees that Bad Koala reaches Castellage that much faster than him, he will just call it probably. Let's see. He's killing Bad Koala's archers.
That's a nice fight, yeah. That's a really nice fight. He's going to click up.
Now to click up.
Yep. Bad Koala should be adding fish in the north now once he clears out the dock. The fish are kind of far away, but still getting up to 8 fishing ships seems realistic. And Bad Koala will get the clear up, but Nahwell can click. There he goes. He's on the way up. No army. So now maybe you go knights because you just lost all your army. Or, I don't know. It still feels like you have no food for knights. So maybe skirmishers and siege or something.
So tough.
Man.
Go faster than XH. Well, you know what Bad Koala needs? Just go elephants. Just hey man, I meant to pick Magyard, and just send it. You know?
It really bums me that guy doesn't play anymore, or at least he changed his name. That was so funny, and it's so rare, right? Like, I make a video on a really unique player, and then those players are usually like, oh, I can't wait to do it again, so I'm in another video. This guy was just messing around with his friends, and he doesn't play anymore, so... That's so funny. I don't think we'll see that from Koala. If anything, we might see Siege on the front. It feels like a very good spot. It's a very open middle of the map for a Siege workshop and a monastery.
Actually,
so
for both players, actually, it's a interesting generation.
Yep.
Super. I like this about this map, the fact because even if you're behind, if you manage to get the timing, there's always a chance of getting a push going because of the heals and how aggressive it feels.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a very big fan of the map. I'm biased, of course, but I think it's a good map. The meta can maybe get a little stale. Obviously, you have a lot of man-at-arms, archer openings and stuff, but that's good. For a map with 15 maps in the pool, you need a mix of everything, so it's really good for that. I am curious, though, how the meta will change when the new water balance comes. Like, is it just going to be Hulks, I guess, instead of fires? That'll change
I'm
things.
also curious about a map like Arena, the Coast Arena.
Yeah.
I'm really curious how that will play out.
Well, we won't have that in TTL until Friday, so I'll be casting all day today. Even when the new patch comes out, we have 2 more silver sets. That'll be from previous patch. Next 2 days as well, all silver sets. That'll be previous patch. But then DLC comes into play on Friday, which will be Platinum League. So for anyone listening and wondering, I think that Nahuel has done everything he can do. Like, he's pushed the Siege Workshop Foundation back, which is a small win. He didn't lose many vills on his wood line. He's relocated his mule cart, which is a small win. He's dropping the churches, which will add to the efficiency of the eco, which is also a small win. But it feels like he still needs to actually do eco damage instead of just stabilize.
If he had that plus already a workshop in the middle as well with his own mangonels, maybe I will see.
Yeah.
Okay, he's trying to get it now, but will he actually be able to get that workshop? Okay, he changes his mind.
I mean, he will feel like Bad Koala is completely walled. Bad Koala is not completely walled. There is a way to get back into his base, but you never really want to run into the back of someone's base with skirmishers. Yeah, that Siege Workshop position is not the position you'd want to really mount a big comeback, but he has to, because he has to complete it. So
he wants now Knights getting the armor upgrade, but now there's also Monks on the way and Ballistics also on the way, and there's 9 crossbows already in the mix for Bad Koala. I feel like he's kind of bulletproof right now.
honestly, Bad Koala is playing super sharp now.
Yeah, this was a really clean game from him.
Yeah.
The damage control early on, and from there he never lost the lead. Never.
I mean, perfect timings on the upgrades. He's got double mangonel in the middle. He's tracking his opponent's army perfectly. The farms around his TCs are added at the perfect times. Ballistics is now in too. I mean, he is really playing it nicely. Only thing you'd miss here is maybe getting a couple of the relics, maybe just transitioning into putting some vills onto stone for a castle, but like, I don't want to jinx the guy, but feels like it's going to be a sweep here. He does see the siege for the first time now. Okay, if you had to predict Moray Deeker scoreline, what would you predict?
Oof, that's a tough one. I would say that would be a 2-1 either way.
Okay. But it's hard for me to lean towards Moray because I think Moray has had multiple games this season where maybe he would have lost it anyways, but he just didn't show a lot of fight, you know? And then I think Deeker is a really stubborn guy, like really stubborn. He does not like to quit, and he will not give up. And I think, so I would say like 2-1 Deeker or 3-0 Deeker.
And I know, for example, Deeker, at least he has asked other players that are in TTL as well, at least how the maps should be played, you know? Even if he doesn't put the practice games himself, he asks others, okay, what do I need to do on this map? What is the meta on this map? I'm not so sure.
Big shots.
If More does the same, at least.
Yeah. It's hard to know. We play all these players in ranked, but we don't get to talk to them all. I know in my case, like, sometimes people share some things. There's always things I know I can't say, but then, like, other people probably, like, maybe I won't share things with T90 because he's got a microphone in front of his face. So I'm always going off what I can. But right now, the key in this game, win would do a lot for him and his chances for survival. He needs a big engagement. I actually think he needs to take a big risk with his skirms to snipe the monks.
Yeah.
If he could snipe the monks, he can actually win this fight.
He needs to out micro, but he needs to do it now.
Yeah. Before a castle comes up.
Yep.
I like the energy. One TC, second workshop. I like the energy. I like the micro there. You could tell Bad Koala's sensing something big's about to happen. The skirms should go for the monk. Oh, the attack
Oh
round!
my god! I'm saying like every attack round in this year has been a nuclear, man. Like, Jesus Christ!
Dude, I mean, that shot was insane. And again, I think I'd never considered Bad Koala a micro player, but even there, he dodges the mangonel perfectly. He got every conversion he needed. It was just the perfect engagement. And of course, on the flip side of that, just the worst possible feeling for Nahuel. Just horrible. Oh my god.
Like, everything has gone wrong, and you see that attack round, you feel like your dreams crash right in front of you.
And then you don't have the heart to even call it yet because the game matters for so much. So you're just sitting
like
there. Yes.
Yeah, they're like on the different stages of like grief. He's like on denials. Oh god.
Oh, it's so painful. He's still like, I gotta fight. Let's go. Knights to the north. Let's go. Let's get +2 armor. I don't know, man. I mean, that is the only area he can do damage. He has consistently, while being behind, understood the ways he could try and bring the game back. But I think once Bad Koala notices that, he can bring his army and he can bring his knights home. And he'll be on the way to Imp here soon, too. Castle in the middle is pretty solid. And Bad Koala will quickly house wall. He'll just bring his army home. And these knights, they do, again, way more than you would have expected. But it's not game-ending damage, unfortunately.
No. In Village, in just 1 minute and a half. It's
Yeah.
From here, I think Malay are completely unstoppable.
I still remember... And I try and express this to the viewers listening. Like, I've been in Nahuel's position. And I've occasionally maybe been in Bad Koala's position. But, like, I just know how much it means to him. And I remember some sets where I feel like I should have won. Or I lost to some, like, crazy all-in stuff, right? Like, back before organ guns were nerfed. Like, the 23 population... Fast Castle Organ Gun build, like, in a tournament, like, oh my god. The series ended in a best of 3, and I'm just sitting here. I didn't want to resign. I'm like, I could have done so much more today. But unlikely that Nahuel will be able to do anything more here. Oh, he gets into the wood line again. Like, it's a good thing that Bad Koala has this lead, because his knights are in again.
In Village is in...
Yeah, it's still 1 TC behind this. He's got a really efficient 110 center economy. If he had this at the start of Castle Age, he would have won the game, but it took a lot of time.
Maybe Man at Arms was not the correct play, or maybe it was just the execution. I'm not sure.
Well, you know what? You know what I think? Man at Arms is good, but you have to have your goats. I think if you get lamed, you gotta bail on Man at Arms. And he got lamed.
Yeah,
he lost like 3 to 4 goats, and then he still tried to go for a heavy food build.
Yeah, I feel like also like his follow-up was not as strong, right? Because he went Men at Arms, but he was also trying to fight double dog on water.
Yeah.
So he didn't have that strong follow-up behind the Men at Arms. And if you don't have that follow-up, then if your opponent sees you coming, and Bad Koala did, he just with some walls, then all of a sudden the Men at Arms investment does nothing. Like, literally nothing.
Yep. Wow. What a clean result. I think to start this silver season, Bad Koala got swept by Stark. He got 3-0'd by Stark. Obviously, Stark was first in the group. Stark's played well. And then ever since Bad Koala's turned it around, then he ends the season with a 3-0 himself. Bad Koala will go into second place in silver. I'll cast the silver playoffs. I think it's a week or two, guys. So we'll see Bad Koala again in the playoffs to see if he can become a gold player. To be honest, I think it's going to come down to the matchup. I think if Bad Koala plays against some of these players who are a bit more experienced and can deal with some of his shenanigans, I think maybe Bad Koala will struggle there. We'll see. But
I have a question for you, actually.
Sure.
Now that you mentioned the playoffs, so is it set already? For example, on the playoffs. For example, the guy that ends up on second faces the guy on third from what group, you know? So A versus B, or C versus D?
I know
is that already said, or
in Platinum it is. It should be. Maybe they didn't update it on Liquipedia for Silver. My admins might be listening. I actually don't know if it's set yet. I know in Platinum it was set already, and so you can look at it for Plat. I imagine that might be the case for Gold and Silver too.
Yeah.
I'll double check for you, but I will just point out here to look at the stakes. This makes things really fascinating. So now Stark wins the group at 11. Bad Qual is second place with 10. Dennis confirmed third with 9. And then it's just a matter of, I mean, Moray's already relegated, but it's a matter of if Moray can take Deeker down with him, basically. If Deeker wins 2 games, Deeker is up and Nahuel goes down. So Moray has to win that series, either 2-1 or 3-0. It doesn't matter. So Nahuel better start training Moray big time right now.
Yeah.
That'll be fun, dude. That'll be fun. I think
when
Deeker's
is
the
that
favorite.
game going to be covered?
Tomorrow.
And now just sent me a message. He saying me, I literally played the worst series of my life.
Oh,
Total disaster. I feel so bad for him.
I feel so bad for him, yeah. But I'm glad that you shared that because, like, I think that Silver and shows a lot more of the human side, right? These people don't have as much experience, and there's if anything, more emotion in it because they haven't won and played in so many tournaments like everybody else. So
look at him in your chat.
Yeah, he says, "Let's go, Moray." Nahuel, a fun fact for you here, as you need Moray to win. Moray has resigned 2 out of 15 games, or 2 out of the 12 games he's played this season before the 90-second mark. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. I think game 1 will dictate a lot there. If Moray is already relegated and he loses the first game, he might just he might not play very well. But as you said, I think if there's a little bit of history there and him and Deeker have a rivalry, then maybe we see some more fight and some more grit.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, at least for the competitive sake of the tournament, right? It's always nice to see the players fighting until the end.
Yeah.
Like Stark.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, cool, man. Thanks for switching up the schedule today. I know initially we had set a different time, but thanks for hopping in. I had fun. We have
fine. Yeah.
2 more sets today. I wanted to ask
fun.
you your predictions on how the sets go.
What were the sets?
Cosminot and Thunderbolt is our next one. What do you think about that one?
I think I heavily favor Cosmonauts.
Okay.
I think he's well prepped, and I think he's also in good shape.
Yep. And he also could get first in the group. So there's a lot riding on the series.
I mean, it's also everything at stake for Thunderbolt, right? So it could be a really, really interesting series because Thunderbolt, I know he's also taking the tournament pretty seriously. He loves TTL.
Yep.
And I think if he wins trio, he needs the trio to have a chance of at least staying alive. Right?
Yep, he does. By the way, it is set on Liquipedia. So to answer your question on the playoffs.
Okay.
So so you could look at that for yourself, of course, but like in Bad Koala's case, he's now confirmed second in Group D. So second in Group D plays third of Group C. So, I mean, we don't know who third in Group C is, but that could be like Husiel, that could be Cosminot, that could be Gabby. Oh, God, can you imagine a Bad Koala versus Gabby series?
that would be so fun to watch. Like, oh, my God.
I kind of hope that happens. No offense to Gabby. Gabby probably wants first place, but that would be madness.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what the other series was. Oh, Gabby versus Lammo is the other series. What do you think about that? We are casting her today.
Gabby against Husiel or
Lammo. I don't know if I'm supposed to say Lammo or
Lammo.
Yeah.
I heavily favor Gabby.
Yeah.
I think it should be a trio. I'm sorry, Lammo. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's already out. There's no chance at redemption for him. I do think there'll be way less pressure for him, though, and maybe he felt nerves before when the stakes were high. So,
yeah.
Also, I think in Gabby's case, she's not confirmed. Nothing's confirmed for her position, right? Like, I don't even think playoffs is confirmed for her. So I think if she gets a win, she's almost confirmed playoffs. But, like, yeah, maybe things could snowball on her. We'll see. But I think
should be interesting, but I
be fun.
think she's the favorite. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks again for joining up, man. I'll definitely reach out to have you join in the future.
Yeah, it was super fun. Hopefully the viewers enjoyed. And yeah. Hopefully we can do it again. Thank you for having me.
Sounds good.
Good rest of the stream.
Thank you, bro. Take care.
All right. See ya.
All right. Salutes in chat. That was Ozone. My admin is calling me right now, which I imagine is a misclick. Petito, you butt dialed me, bro. Please salute. Maybe I butt dialed him. Please salute Ozone. If you don't know Ozone, check him out. He's a good player. He's also playing in Silver League. We'll be casting his sets. He's also a good friend of mine. I carry him in Zombies when we play Call of Duty together every single time. Don't let him tell you otherwise. All right. He's so bad, and I'm so good, and I have all the maps memorized, and he definitely doesn't. Thank you, Chomsky, for the year. Thank you, Choppa, for the 23 months. Thank you, Bob, for the 2 months. Thank you, Type, for the 66. YouTube, hello again. The welcome in. Thank you guys for watching. We are doing Silver League today, tomorrow, and the day after. We're completing the final round of Silver before we get back into Platinum on Friday. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday will be third round of Platinum again. So that might be a little confusing for you guys, because you're seeing different names now, but it's because you have all these different leagues happening. I'm going to answer a couple questions if you guys have them, and then I'm going to take a short break, and we'll be right back into the next one. I think it's our choice of order. We did switch up the order today. I think I'm going to do Cosminot Thunderbolt next, and then end with Gabby versus Lammo here. Ozone's from Colombia, to the YouTuber asking. But yes, shout out to him. I think it's Ozone AoE. He's literally in my chat. A shout out to him. He's a good guy. Follow him. He's a great player. T90, I'm chatting for the first time on your channel. I hope to build my PC soon and start playing AoE. Hey, sick. That's fun. Good luck with that. T90, where are the memes? Have there been memes for Silver League today? Yes, there have been memes. Okay. I might have made a mistake by telling you guys we would do TTL memes. Because now I have to look at the memes all the time. But actually, these are hilarious. Hold on, memes. One sec. Thank you, memers. Here's the memes from the day so far. T90 telling the proposal stories while Stark and Dennis are fighting. First off, could you have found a grainier photo of me there? What is that, a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot? But no, I didn't think that was a game anymore. I thought the game was over. Dennis decided to have the game of his life and come back. So I feel bad for Dennis. Dennis is going to be like, oh, I want to see what T90 said about my comeback. And I was telling my proposal story. Bug fact of the day. You can't get unique text. Yeah, Capture Age is bugged, okay? Capture Age is bugged because they updated it before the new patch, and it's still the old patch, so Capture Age has the red X's. That's funny. This is hilarious. Because there were demo rafts everywhere. Villagers were terrified. I love that. And then I think we had two more. Horses are scouts, not food. Oh my God. I can't believe. I got to go back and watch that. I need to go back and look at that, actually. I swear he tried to eat his own horse. I'm not kidding. He definitely did. And then there's, oh boy. This guy's has less food than my bull. That is a chonky cat right there. And that is somebody who is watching the stream. Your cat is well fed and must be so cuddly and fuzzy. That is a cute cat. Is that a tuxedo or a cow cat? Either way, we have a tuxedo / cow cat. Oh, that's a cute cat. I want to hug your cat. All right. Let me go back. I know this seems like a waste of time, but before the break, I'm not seeing many questions. At least questions I haven't answered. I swear to you, he tried to eat his horse. I'm going to show you. Let's look at this. And then we'll take our quick break. All right. So let's just watch this again. So we had him in red for the cast, right? So, again, with Bad Koala, I just don't think he's the most prepared guy ever. And he's just kind of random in how he plays. I think he just forgot he gets the horse. Because watch this. So the horse is just there, right? So he doesn't move it. And then he garrisons and puts 2 vills there. And then he does it again. Yeah, that is him trying to set the rally point on top of his horse to eat it. That's what that is. And then it's like, he's like, oh, it's not working. And then he sends them to wood. And then later he's like, oh, I forgot about that bonus. That's insane. Like, it bothers me so much he won 3-0 when he tried to eat his own horse. Like, as a player, I pride myself so much on like knowing the little details. And Bad Koala clearly forgets a lot of little details and is still able to be a beast. That's crazy. That's unreal. Anyways, I'll be right back. We got more stuff coming up. 2 more sets. We'll break it down once I'm back. I gotta go try and forget that.
Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha. Auber.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Berete.
Bereite.
Das ich soll.
Das war ja, Heise,
Flickmann.
das ich soll.
Berete.
Ja,
Geboren.
das war Heise, das war Heise, Stürme,
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
das ich soll, Screeches, Sassa,
Auber.
Flickmann.
ja,
Rete.
das war
Flickmann.
Bereit,
Hey, ja.
ja,
Rete.
das war Stürme,
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
das war, das ich soll, das war,
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heise. Das ich soll. 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 Rete.
Ja.
Es war. Ja. Es war.
ja,
Berete.
Du wäre. Es war. Ja.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
das war, das ich soll, das war,
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll.
ja,
Ja.
Ja.
Das ich soll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll.
ja, das ich soll, das ich soll,
Hey, ja.
Stürme,
Ja.
Heise,
Hey, ja.
Sassa,
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Screeches, ja,
Gebure.
das ich soll, das ist so, das ist so.
Hey, ja? Hey, ja? Heiße? Heiße? Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. We got everything sorted. How are you doing, chat? Everybody good? I hope so. I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually super happy because the start of the day, I was worried I was getting sick. I'm feeling good. So the games have helped. You guys have helped. Thank you for that. Been hydrating where I can. Having Ozone come in was nice because I could hydrate. You're decent. Decent's fine. Everybody can't be great all the time. So decent's fine. I'll take that. What's up, Jondrin? Welcome. He says, what's happening with the DLC release? So I don't know what time the DLC releases today, but it does release today. And so Titans League, I'm going to be live every day for, will not see the new DLC until Friday. Okay? Now, my plan would be we're going to cover these 2 sets, and then I'm probably going to go off of stream, and then I'm going to record DLC content. I may also stay on stream and do DLC content. I'm not really sure. But yeah, there won't be any cast with the DLC for these 2 sets or for the next 2 days after that. So I know it's a lot happening at once, but yeah, that's kind of the plan as far as, you know, me is concerned and the stream is concerned. Locust is, how does this work? Players pre-record their matches. So in this case, these games were played within the last couple days. The reason for that is that we wanted to get the full coverage in, and we wanted to, you know, be able to have it all structured. And none of these players are full-time, so it's really hard to get the scheduling right for live games. We will have some live games over the next 2 days, and they will just use the previous patch. So in the event of a live game from here on out, they'll use the previous patch, which won't include the DLC and any of the changes. So, yo, Waffle Fries, thank you. Says, long-time viewer, happy to catch the stream. Have a great day, everyone. Hey, thank you, Waffle Fries. First-time message and first-time sub. Same stream. You're a beast. Thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna play it on energy levels. Would you guys like me to stay online later and just cast some of the new DLC and get a feel for it? If the answer is yes, I'm going to see how I feel. If I'm exhausted after doing 4 straight sets, I might not want to do that. So, but right now I'm feeling good, but I have 2 play all 3s to cast. So, we'll see how that goes. All right. Real quick, the probabilities. We need to know what can happen with these players here in Silver League. It's kind of important, kind of why we're here. Cosminot right now, anything could happen except getting relegated. This is a crazy group. The fact that multiple players, 4 players could be 1st or 4th is nuts. That's very rare. But it's 9 wins, 8 wins, 8 wins, 6 wins. I don't know what crazy circumstances would have to happen for Monos to end up getting 1st, but apparently that's doable. And all these players are very good. Obviously, Thunderbolt would really like to survive. For Thunderbolt to survive, Thunderbolt is going to need, I think, to get 3 wins. Let's double check this. I think if Thunderbolt were to get 2 wins, he can only survive if Monos does not get any wins. So yeah, Thunderbolt needs to win this series. Cosminot needs to win this series to guarantee a playoff spot to potentially get to gold. And I'm inclined to agree with what Ozone said. I think Thunderbolt's got a lot of potential. Thunderbolt's got a lot of skill. I think he's lacked the experience and maybe like the mentals at times to be able to win when things get really awkward. But he's a good player. And he's got talent. Everyone here is good. And no one's perfect in Silver, so things could go either way. We're going to hop into it now, guys, though. If you have questions, I'll still happily chat to you guys as we go throughout the day. Is there anyone watching from Bulgaria by chance? We never see the Bulgarians picked as a civ, but we do actually have a Bulgarian player now. We got Thunderbolt. I doubt there's too many people watching from Bulgaria, but here's your guy, so root for him. Welcome, everybody. we've got a silver set. This is the final round of Silver League. And for Thunderbolt, it is a story of trying to survive and stay in Silver League. He's gone for the Japanese. And he's got 4 wins right now in his group. We just looked at it. Thunderbolt needs to win this series, either 2-1 or 3-0, and then needs other things to go his way to survive. Basically, he would need Manos, who's in the group, to not get many wins. I play Thunderbolt a lot. I think I played him like 5 times this week. He's a really good player. Really good on Arabia-style maps, which I would consider this. Where he struggles is when things go a little bit off the meta. And when there's water incorporated or walls incorporated, and it's tournament. Like he's gotten a lot better over the last 2 years. He hasn't been around as consistently as Cosminot. Now Cosminot's really underrated. Cosminot's been prepping a ton, and I believe Cosminot's going to do something here that Dragonstar has done. I think I could share this. I don't think it's a secret that Cosminot and Dragonstar train together. They talk together. They strategize together. I believe Dragonstar said so publicly yesterday. So, Cosmonauts come forward with the Aztecs. This is exactly what Dragonstar did in Platinum League, is he went early with the Eagle to try and get the lame. Looks like he's stealing a sheep. And he's not going to steal much more, but I am expecting an early barracks here from him. Let's see. He's definitely trying to disrupt Thunderbolt as much as he can with the Eagle. But yes, there's the barracks. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of militia. So I think the plan is you go militia for continuous harassment, and then you go villagers to the middle to take all the food to recover the food you spend. Is Thunderbolt actually going to mill the middle right now? Because if that's what he's going to do, I don't know if he's done his homework. I mean, I say that, and I'm online every single day. I watch every single game, right? And, like, I know who people train with. I know all that stuff. Thunderbolt works a full-time job. Like, Thunderbolt, like, he's got a life to live. So, at least when it comes to Silver League, maybe I shouldn't expect the same level of knowledge. But, guys, this could be really awkward for Thunderbolt. I don't think he knows what's coming his way. And the Eagle's looking around for Cosminot, and he's going to see this. And, yeah, he walks right by it there, and he's got the militia coming. This strategy is going to be so good. Can Thunderbolt damage control here? I like the fact he's come to get the food in any other circumstance, but I don't think he's expecting the militia. And okay, he sees them. Oh, and he sees them so late. He sees them late. The Eagle can block. The militia can kill. This could be a very quick game. Oh no, Thunderbolt. Oh no. Okay, he's fighting back with the Vills. He has Loom in queue right now, but Loom is not in yet. This would be the time for Cosminot to actually kill a villager. And maybe Thunderbolt's okay. Loom is 10 seconds away. He's being patient. How many militia will we actually see from Cosminot? When Dragonstar did it, he went up to 5. And now you see the additional militia. Now maybe you just want to... I think you just leave. I don't think you can be too stubborn with this. I think you just leave. If you want to come back, your mill is still there. You just back off. Go back. You have the boar. You have some sheep. You have the berries. Oh, God. Cosminot is boxing him out. Now, this is an extremely difficult build to do because your eco is falling apart. So there's been some idle TC time for Cosminot. But the idea is the reward is there if he can kill the villagers. And he'll kill one. He'll go in for another one. That could easily be a second if he blocks with the Eagle. There's militia coming from Thunderbolt now. He wants to match the militia, but he can't produce as many because he only has the gold for 2. And it's still more militia coming from Cosminot. There's the mill. Guys, no lumber camp. This is crazy, dude. Remember when I used to watch Lowy the Legends and I would be critical when people would take straggler trees and not build a lumber camp? Well, we're 8 minutes into the game. We're talking high-level AoE, and Cosminot's got no lumber camp yet. He's got mill, he's got barracks, he's got army first. Unfortunately for Thunderbolt, it's like he would have needed to go to gold to make more militia, and he hasn't done so yet. So he's just not going to be able to take these fights very easily against soon 5 militia. Also, guys, calm it with the Gamba spam, all right? There's no rewards for the points. Is my entertainment not enough? My mods are busy for a second. All right. I'm sorry we don't have any points to bet here. I apologize. Just relax, chat. Relax. Have some fun. Enjoy the content. All right? I don't know why Thunderbolt kept going back here. I think he's really... I don't think he was expecting this, and I think this is an example of not really sure how to adapt to the situation. And oh god, oh, he's got no food underneath the TC now. That's maybe why he needs to go out there. And look at all them chickens! If you know the meme. Yeah, 13 on food. This is sick. This is sick. This is so well played. You have the lumber camp now, so you have the wood income. And... Thunderbolt is doing the right thing, but you don't want to go to where your opponent will find you. There's dead chickens there, bro. Go away from this. You want to go to, like, up here, maybe, and then he never finds you. So far, he hasn't been spotted, but if Cosminot sees him, Cosminot's going to bring the militia over. He doesn't see him yet. So far in this game, we've seen more food collected in the middle than we have in pretty much the entirety of Platinum League so far. Cosmonot's confused. Cosmonot's like, what is he doing? Is he just farming? He doesn't know. So far, it's working. This is nice recovery for Thunderbolt. It's not bad. If he gets the competitive feudal age time and can get to archers, maybe he could still do something here. They're going to be feudal age at the same time. This saves him. And so far, Cosmonot doesn't know about it. So he'll just batter down the barracks. I don't really love that. I would say take down a house at least. Unlikely he'll ever take down a full barracks. He shifts over to the house. A couple on gold at home. Villagers are very exposed for him in the middle. Thunderbolt could make his own militia now, and he's going to. Japanese man-at-arms, especially with some of the man-at-arms being weak for Cosmonot there, could be very strong. This is just crazy, though, that he doesn't see it. They're right next to each other. It's unreal. Like, if he sees that, he focuses this down. Okay, now he can spot it. I really think if Thunderbolt would have just gone for a couple mills up here, it would be so nice. But now they're just kind of commingling out there. Neither player is noticed. And, okay, Cosmonot just noticed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is going to be bad. I mean, he's got 3 militia with 3 more in queue. It's 8 militia, soon to be man-at-arms. Yeah, that's a runaway situation for Thunderbolt. Still no loom for Cosmonot. He also plans to get loom now. He drops the archer range right away. He knows the vills are probably still over there, but he does need to respect these man-at-arms because his villagers aren't loomed. That's what Thunderbolt can do, is he can just run. He can run away, but Cosmonot's not going to chase with everything. Cosmonot's going to chase with 6 and go attack with 2. I'd prefer slightly different ratios there. I prefer chasing with the same amount, but I guess you're not Japanese, so that's fine. Cosmonot's had full control this whole game, so he just doesn't want to take any risks. He'll find 1 kill. Here he's chasing. He also will have archers coming. And Thunderbolt's villagers are not working very efficiently. There he has to fight back. Here he went for a kill on the man-at-arms, but Cosmonot's playing more than fine. Another mill in the middle. Oh, Cosmonot, if you're out there, my friend, you make me happy. This is what we wanted with the map. Most players are going to do everything they can do to not take the risk to go to the middle. Not Cosmonot. Cosmonot's just committed to it. He's using it. He clears this up. Honestly, though, Thunderbolt's still in this game. He's making Japanese man-at-arms. He's making skirms. He killed a lot of the early archers. I think I just saw 2 or 3 archers go down. And he could still run away. These villagers are still there. He still has farming eco, which is nice and safe, good long-term. Eco upgrades could be better, but if you keep the vills in the middle, you always have to have army there to protect it. Otherwise, a counterattack could be problematic. What's up, vids? T90, can you win against Cosmonot? I have beaten both these players. I've also lost to both these players. I would consider myself around the same level. And tournaments is different than ranked, of course. You know, we're around the same level. I think Cosmonot and Thunderbolt are higher elo than me right now. So, but you know, it depends. Like, My elo tends to go up or down depending on how much I'm casting tournaments. So basically, you guys are to blame for the fact that I am currently not the same elo as these two. Oh, God. Both players going for the other's eco. Thunderbolt damage controlling, but the house goes down. Villagers could be harassed. Here, there's a tower from Thunderbolt. It goes up. But the thing is, it's just going to get battered right down by the man-at-arms. At least here for Cosminot, he saves the villagers. And Thunderbolt's attacking the lumber camp, which is not what you want. He's clearly busy trying to save these villagers, and this is going to snowball on him. He will lose the entire army there. He will not clear this up, and this might be the GG move. And it is. Cosminot gets the first win. Man, what a strat, though. What a strat. I honestly feel like Thunderbolt's escaping to the additional chickens and the hares was great, but you just can't go next to your opponent. I think if you remember that this whole like weird sandy river is filled with these things, if he goes a bit more to the north, I don't think Cosminot spots it. If Cosminot doesn't spot it, your villagers are working completely unprotected, and then Thunderbolt can just focus full on these vills. So I think that is... I think it was a game that Thunderbolt could have come back in, but obviously at the start, losing the villagers, he wasn't sure what to do. I don't think he was expecting the strategy either. I know the strategy because I know Dragonstar and Cosmonaut style, but that's a good win for Cosmonaut here as he pushes for first place. It's funny. This is when they were blocking, I think, and microing, and then things settled down a little. But well played. That was game number 1. Home map for Thunderbolt should be a map where he's a lot more comfortable. And it will be slopes. Cosmonaut has Chinese as his number 1 pick. So I'm curious on where he ends up playing the Chinese. I think it's going to be on slopes. I would have guessed on Valley or on slopes. I doubt it's on high tides. My guess from Thunderbolt is he's going to go maybe Georgians on high tides. I would have actually said Japanese on slopes or high tides. So I don't know. Maybe he goes Vietnamese or something. Lol says, I don't understand Thunderbolt's position. He even saw the enemy taking chicken there. Well, so here's the thing. It's hard to have critical thinking sometimes when the pressure's high and you haven't encountered something before. High-level players are oftentimes just a sum of like thousands of games and talent, right? And sometimes it's hard to break out of like your typical... Players are very used to, these are the openings. After the openings, then you go this way, this way, this way. Okay, you take this way. Well, you take that path, then this can happen. There's like this flow chart of how a game flows, right? And if you've never encountered the starting point before, it can completely break your brain because it feels unintuitive to you. But that's the thing. Some players are able to like see a situation for what it is, even if they haven't faced it before. Like Bad Koala in that previous series is just all vibes half the time. Some players are very adaptive. Other players are a bit more rigid in their approach, and Thunderbolt lacks the experience. So I agree with you, though. It looked really foolish to go there. He did all the hard work to think to move out, but he just was way too exposed. So as is, Thunderbolt needs to win 2 consecutive games to survive, and he would need Monos to lose 3 in his series. So it's not looking good for Thunderbolt, but let's see if he can do it. See what Cosmonaut does. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. We had Thunderbolt in the red last series, right? What did we do? I'm gonna change it for the next 2 games. We're gonna put Thunderbolt in the blue and Cosmonaut in the red. I like the Cosmonaut red with the flag there. Also the Chinese Civ logo being red. It just looks very nice. So we got Cosmonaut who won the first game. He's gone for one of the strongest civs in the game if you can have a very good start. And Cosmonaut is going to push in one of the 2 deer you can push in on this map. So you've got the potential to push in the deer here, and then there's one more deer here. But beyond that, if you want more food, you would have to mill the sides, which leaves your villagers exposed. But I think Cosmonaut's had pretty much your standard Chinese start. Not faster than that. If you're at 25, 26 seconds of TC idle time, that is a good start with the Chinese. And if you have a good start with the Chinese, It's one of the best civs in the game. Thunderbolt's gone for the Georgians. And Thunderbolt's style is pure land map. So he likes Arabia. He loves to play towards scouts and archers. And Georgians are very good at that. So Mule Cart's already up. You, of course, get that for free. In this matchup, though, Thunderbolt's got to be thinking he's got to be aggressive and get damage done early. So, where are we on the ad breaks, guys? I've been moving through the games without ads today. Twitch, have you guys seen ads recently? I could always run them now so we don't get one later. I don't want an ad. Tim says you've seen him. Ambrex says he's seen him. I know, subs. You guys are super braggy right now, aren't you? Thank you for the subs. You guys don't get the ads. You got some 10 minutes ago. I think I'm late. Let me just tab out real quick. I don't want you guys to get ads in Castle Age. Let me see. Why do I not have my dashboard up? I think I'm just going to run a minute because I don't want you... I'm like wasting time right now. I might as well be running an ad. Yeah, I'm going to run a minute. Sorry. My bad. But if you would not like to get the ads for whatever you're about to be added with, you could subscribe for free with Twitch Prime. There you go. There's my sellout. But yeah, we're going to run a minute of ads on Twitch. YouTube, you're going to luck out because I don't have a button to press it to make it easy when I'm in game. So I don't think you guys should be getting any there. Yeah, Thunderbolt, pretty standard stuff. Getting as much food as possible. And Cosminot pushing in that final deer. I was wondering if he would mill the sides. I really like milling the sides here, but that is a lot. That walking time can even add up. But I think the amount of food and how quick you get it really makes the early feud late quite strong here with Chinese. My guess is, though, Cosmonot's going to take the more passive approach. When you have the guaranteed villager lead with Chinese, sometimes players just like to wall up. So, what's up, Rango and Elsum? Thank you for the primes. Hello, Pickled Cabbage. Thank you. And here comes Cosmonot, or Thunderbolt, rather, checking the sides. And that's what I mean, right? If you go out there, that's an immediate target for Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt's going to move out to the side himself here. So this is kind of random, but it relates to mule carts. So I'm going to mention it. I saw it the other day in a Titans League game. I think it was Gold League. I wasn't casting it. Somebody else was, but... Fun and not so fun fact for this player about mule carts. You can actually garrison mule carts in towers and town centers, guys. And so the other day, someone had walled using their mule cart to protect their villagers. So imagine if it's like mule cart and then you go wall, and then villagers are on the other side. So it's like a lumber camp, right? It's like if you have the lumber camp and then palisade. So someone comes in to attack, and he tried to instinctively garrison his villagers. So he goes like this, and grabs them, and presses garrison in his tower. But instead of taking 5 villagers into the tower, it took 4 villagers and his mule cart. And then he no longer had the wall, because his mule cart went into the tower, and then the units could get the things that weren't walled. So... it was a really unfortunate situation. It's something I'd never had happen to me. But yeah, you have to be careful, I guess, if you ever want to garrison things. It will garrison the mule cart as well. Thunderbolt will drop the stable. Cosmonot almost blocked the stable foundation, which looked intentional. What's up, PJC? Thank you. And yeah. Thunderbolt, to survive in Silver League, guys, has to win these next 2 games. Cosmonot, if he wants to be in good playoff positions, also needs to win these next 2 games. So a lot to fight for here. Cosmonot scouted this side. Didn't see any villager activity there. We'll need to scout this area. Yo, Tim Lim, thanks for the new sub. Thank you, Madness. I see some Prime subs have been expiring, so some of you guys saw the ads. I'm sorry. The scout harassing on the right side here. Thunderbolt doesn't have a spearman yet. Very aggressive opening from both. Thunderbolt's actually pushing with spearman right now, which is why he doesn't have a spearman here. And, he loses the villager. Not what you want. But he'll want the revenge. And Cosmonot doesn't have his spearman here either. Now Thunderbolt's going to click like crazy. You lose a Vil. You're going to want the Vil kill. He should always get this. Yeah, well played. So both players lacking their spearmen where they need. Cosminot was walling down here, and that's where his spearmen were. The scout's roaming around for Thunderbolt. And might get another villager pick. He's Georgians. I would stay there. Your scout will regenerate if you can micro it away as well. And ooh, well played, Thunderbolt. Even losing the scout there, I think that's fine. Nice and early damage. Yerba Mate, thank you for the prime. Yeah, I told myself I was going to get some tea today. It's not Yerba Mate, right? It's Yerba Mate. Cosminot just wants walls. It has not been a clean game. It could be a little better, but he's still Chinese. He just wants to get the walls. The Tilted Ducks, if a player drops out of Silver League, there's no lower league per se. It's just a big qualifier bracket. So if that were to happen, they'd have a chance to re-qualify for Silver, but they'd have to play in a group of like 100 or a bracket of 128 players or something like that. Which Thunderbolt actually did. So Thunderbolt got promoted up to Silver, as did a lot of players. But he would be, if he loses this game, he would be relegated out. And there's no guarantee because there's a lot of talented players who didn't end up making it in. So the chance is still there. But it was a lot of work to get here for him. And he will want this win. I like the scouts coming through. I like that. I worry about the way his base is set up right now. Just looking at his base setup, it looks pretty brutal, and his scouts don't end up getting the kills he wants. I say base setup because he didn't really wall properly here. That's a villager down. He needs quick walls. He's not tracked this very well. And this wall could have gone to the edge of the map to keep you somewhat safe. The scouts could run all around here. So Cosminot does miss out on seeing all the eco on the side. I think that's part of it too for Thunderbolt. He's had a spearman there the whole time, so that's a spearman that was maybe out of position. The Cosminot, sensing the walls are just going to come up, sacrifices his scouts there, gets another villager kill. Cosminot will be happy with this. Not only that, he still has the scouts to be able to move out and see what else is happening too. So now he gets to see its archer transition. He didn't spot the gold, now he sees the range. He doesn't know how many archers are in there. But when you see fletching, you assume there's quite a few archers in there. T90, does Twitch chat and YouTube chat have different personalities? Like having two different kids? Does YouTube chat and Twitch chat have different personalities? You know, I thought that was going to be the case. But then I find that while there are some differences, you all end up having very similar vibes of, you know, how much can we troll T90? You know, the type of jokes that are made, the jokes that, the things that you will laugh at, the things that you will not. At the end of the day, I think you're all pretty similar. I think Twitch chat and YouTube chat would probably be offended by saying you guys are similar. You'd be like, oh no, how could we? Disgusting. But yeah, it's pretty similar in personalities. Twitch has more interactive tools, right? So the emotes and like the chat culture is way different. Just chatting in general is way more accessible. So in general, it's more chatty. So YouTube, I guess, is a little bit more chill. But did I just offend both my audiences? That was not a smart move. I take it back. You guys are all very unique. You're all very special to me. And one is more important than the other. And you all know which one is more important. There we go. That's what I should have said. One is more important. I don't need to state which it is. And you're all very special. All right? There you go. Is that better? Archers from Thunderbolt can't break in. Everyone seems happy on both sides. And Cosminot, all things considered, probably pretty happy with the situation. Thunderbolt, I just don't love his base structure. I think if he moves back into his base here and gets another woodline locked down, it could be good. But guys, he's got 8 on food. 8 on food against 11 on food, and these are Chinese farms that have more food on them. So the food eco is really low right now. Which chat is funnier? Which chat is funnier? Well, Let's wait and see how many people subscribe over the next 60 seconds, and then I can then I'll answer that question. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I'm beginning to understand this sellout play, the sellout plays. I don't know if it'll work. That's what I should say. Yeah. We'll see. All right. Here come the archers from Thunderbolt. Now, on a serious note, though, the support's been really good on both sides. Also, if no one subscribes on both platforms, if it's just 0, this just confirms that you guys are just basically the same, okay? So, don't even try and deny it. You guys are all like, no, I'm not gonna fall for that. But no, it's been fun to stream on both platforms. I've enjoyed people being here. And so, thank you. Yeah, great people on both sides. Yeah, somebody's weak. Let's go Rock, Paper, Deluxe. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 9 months. YouTube, you're currently behind. No one's counting, but if we were, you were currently behind. So both players have woodlines exposed. Both players are going crossbow onto an exposed resource, which is super important. So Cosminot's wrecking this woodline. Does he notice this? I mean, they both thought the other player was AFK. That happens sometimes. Now it's the damage control. How can they damage control? Thunderbolt's almost through this palisade. It's with 9 crossbows. We've got 7 in response for Cosmonot, so he'll need some good micro. Thunderbolt's economy really makes me want to barf, though. Moving around, not taking wood consistently. I guess Cosmonauts isn't so good either. When Thunderbolt needs to, and maybe this is just against me because I'm a caster, but when Thunderbolt needs to, he will really go heavy nerd micro with the crossbows. And this is a moment where he has to. Because neither player can get ballistics because their ecos are in shambles, so let's see how the micro goes. The longer he stays there, the better. Thunderbolt needs to build up an army to deal with Cosmonauts. Cosmonaut will soon have both armor upgrades. Thunderbolt doesn't even have 1 armor upgrade, but it's pretty close. Second town center for Thunderbolt. He's luckily able to move the mule carts around. Misclicks there, attacks the palisade wall. And they're both going to back up. The numbers are still higher for Cosmonaut. Now maybe Cosmonaut could use ballistics. I'm seeing an eco that could maybe afford that. Loco on YouTube says they're not called subs here, though. I'll probably always call the sub. But what's it called? A membership? Membership sounds a little too formal, but I'll thank people for the memberships as well. I just call it subs. I guess it's confusing. Thank you, though. Thank you, Spaggy on Twitch. Thank you, Dirty Shark. Thank you, Numero. All for the primes. You're welcome, Numero. Thank you. I think that if Thunderbolt's getting the hits here, he's going to find that second armor upgrade is in, and it's going to be surprising at times. Like, he probably wanted a couple more kills from these volleys. But he's falling behind, guys. He's losing control over the game. He now wants to push forward with the other group of crossbows, but he still doesn't have ballistics, and ballistics is in for Cosmonaut. I like that. Stand on the hill. I don't know. Is Cosmonaut on the hill? Or is Thunderbolt on the hill? Are they sharing the hill? Either way, that's a full clear. It's a massive clear up. Thunderbolt down to 1 crossbow. And Cosmonaut has 16 now. He drops the second TC. Spearman here keeping an eye on the right side. Oh, man. Thunderbolt was in really good shape at the start of the season, too. I wonder if maybe after dropping some games and being in the relegation zone. And I reached out to him because I thought maybe he could hop into cast some Silver League, too. I know he's busy with work and all that. Like, hey, I can understand how maybe he's just... The moment is snowballing here. And then Cosmonaut's just like, let's go. Let's eat it up. Let's feast. Let's get top of the group here. And game 3 will still be played, and even if you're relegated, you still get $10 per game here. Thunderbolt's going to hold on, and Thunderbolt's going to try. But I just feels like his eco is not going to be very efficient here. He will have the Siege Workshop now. Thurston with 5 gifted. Let's go, Thurston. Thank you. Capture age is... Actually, hold on. I don't know if you guys heard, but with the new update and the new patch, there's these new technologies called missing string, and they're free. It's crazy, right? When are these devs going to get it right and start balancing text properly? Now unique texts are free on both sides. Ridiculous. No, I'm kidding. It's a bug. A horrible joke. Capture age is bugged. It won't show the unique text, and it says missing string. Whatever missing string 28,000 is. So if anyone is missing your string, it is currently in my capture age on both sides. So, Cosminot building a third TC. Bill count is even. If you guys had to guess how many times I've thrown a game playing against Thunderbolt in Cosmonot's current position, what number would you think? Go ahead and be honest, because I'm setting you up here. Because, like, basically, if Cosmonot's crossbows die to the siege, and he isn't able to balance his eco perfectly behind all this, yeah, he's going to lose this game. But if he's able to keep his crossbows moving around properly and balance the eco, he wins the game easily. I don't actually have a number, but yeah, a lot. A lot. Because what I would struggle with is, like, I get the crossbow position, but then he turtles up, and he adds the siege, and then my eco does not look like this. Like, look how many farms, even around just this town center, he's got 22 farms. Here he's got food, here he's got food. It's just so well played. His eco is just exploding. Dude, WTF T90, I thought you were a 90s kid. Meaning you coded at least once for your MySpace, but clearly you've never coded even once. Okay, guy named Random Chat Pro 69420. Does everybody have to have some level of coding experience? I mean, I was more of a Zanga guy. I didn't do any coding, but, you know, you could copy and paste some stuff. You guys have coding experience? I don't believe you all have coding experience. Who here had a Zanga, though? Zanga was legit. I didn't really have a MySpace. I had a Zanga. Yeah, Zanga was sick. I would so love to be able to show you my old social media profiles from when I was younger. Like my Zanga blog when I was like 12. It was so bad. You guys would find it so funny. I was like 12 years old. I'd like take some... I remember setting my profile picture to a photo of me dunking a basketball so I would look cool. But I can't... The thing is I was really short and I couldn't actually dunk a basketball. Oh, big shots! Hold on. Hold on. Thunderbolt's back. So I couldn't dunk, but what I did was I got a ramp that we used for our bikes, and I stacked it on top of a block, and I stood on top of that, positioned myself right next to the basketball rim so it looked like I was dunking, and had my buddy take a photo. All thinking it would, I don't know, make the girl I had a crush on think I was cool. Spoilers, she did not think I was cool. And she probably never looked at my profile. Also, there were various points where, like, I'd be really depresso espresso and in my teenage feelings. And so you could have a song play when you would go to your profile. Oh, man, I'd have... Oh, looking back, it was just a cry for help, dude. I had Simple Plan, Untitled, if you know that song. Welcome to My Life. If you ever feel like breaking down, you know... Oh, my goodness, dude. I was going through it. So, yeah, that's my experience. Guys, is Thunderbolt going to win this game? I think pretty soon Cosminot is going to be playing Simple Plan. Welcome to My Life. Thunderbolt, this would be incredible. He's on the way to Imp. He's got a middle castle. This is a lot of pressure on Cosminot at the moment. He's on Cav Archers, which is a unit that can scale for the Georgians decently well. Obviously, he's behind economically, and he was behind with map control, but he's done a really nice job. One little side note on the whole, like, growing up thing. I have a photo now of well, I'll just tell you the whole story. It starts a little sad, but basically, so my grandmother passed away, as you guys know, and I went home for the funeral, right? And so it was tough and sad and all that, but also good to be able to commemorate her. My granny had gifts for me that were only to be given to me after she was passed, which did not make that any easier, right? And that's so freaking granny. Like I'm kind of like a little annoyed with her, because how dare she? But of course she did, right? So it was like a note that she wrote for me, and all these things, and then she had a picture book of my whole childhood of photos I'd never seen, of time I'd spent with her and the family. Tough stuff, dude. I mean, I want to cry just talking about it. But one of the photos, we could circle it back and we can get a little bit happier now. One of the photos, I forgot about this, took a photo of me with my very first car. And then she also took a photo of me with my second car. And I never knew I forgot these photos existed. And you guys would find them hilarious. You guys would find them hilarious. So, it took a while to get to that, but on the topic of growing up, some ridiculous, embarrassing things exist of me, which you guys would like, but I have it. I feel like I should probably show it on the 24-hour stream or something with some stories, but maybe I could show you today. We'll see. I've really rambled a lot today. So, again, to the Silver Boys, I apologize. Because this has been a great comeback from Thunderbolt to get it close. But I still think he's going to have some problems. Cosminot was able to hold. He was able to castle the side, expand his economy. You actually have, I would say, superior cav archers with the Chinese. Just the Georgian cav archers regen. So that's the thing I would get excited about there. But they lack thumb ring, which is really bad. Yeah, I guess they get Parthian. Do Chinese get Parthian tactics? I always forget. They don't, but they get thumb ring. Maybe it's even. Cav archers are over this way. Cosminot still hasn't lost a lot of economy here, and he just gets in close, and he'll take down that Treb. Maybe the game goes super late, though, for Thunderbolt. I think Thunderbolt can do that. He's got 3 relics. I think if you turn this into Hussars and Cav archers, that's something the Chinese can't do. And yeah, Thunderbolt still doesn't have ballistics yet, so that's an upgrade he needs to get. I mean, he's been behind most of the game. The fact that he's been able to get these castles up is really nice. Also, like, it's full house walled on the right side, too, so he's not super vulnerable there. I don't think Thunderbolt's throwing at all. I think Thunderbolt's been behind the whole game, and the fact that we're an imp is crazy. But that's some crazy damage there from Cosminot. Cosminot's had the better economy for a very long time. It was just a matter of the imp timing, and Cosminot, he sniped the Treb, and Thunderbolt can't really advance much further. There's also skirms that will soon have full upgrades going this way. Yeah, this might be soon the end for Thunderbolt. Unless he can get the eco sorted and you can get the stable switch in. If you can get the stable switch in, maybe Manaspa and Cav Archer could be the play. My first car was a car that my dad told me I should never buy, but it was my own money. I talked about this when I went home to see family recently with them. Apparently, my mom was livid with my dad that he let me buy it. I never knew that, but she was like, I can't. She was like really mad at him. But from my dad's perspective, he told me, son, I wouldn't buy this car. I don't think this is going to be a good car for you. I think it'll break down. I think it'll be a waste of money. He said, but it's your money, you know, and it's your car. You decide. And I decided, all right. And he was right. I should never have bought that car. I saved up like $2,000, bought the car. 6 months later, transmission blew. I took out a loan with my parents to replace the transmission, which was cost like as much as the car or something. And then 3 months later, something else went wrong. And so, and then the next time I bought a car, I went full Dadmobile. It was a freaking, yeah, I mean, it was a Dadmobile. But it was reliable, baby. It was reliable. It didn't break down on me in 7 years, so I wasn't exactly looking that cool, but it got me places. Yeah, I think Thunderbolt's trying his best, but Cosminot's just too good right now, guys. Castle in the middle. That castle will go up. He'll clear up all the archer ranges. He'll clear up the CA here. Just losing your production buildings is so brutal when you basically have to go for skirms now. He is dropping a castle here, but even that can be trebbed, right? Like, Cosminot can see that, just shift the trebs right over here. Thunderbolt did a good job to make this a game, but the resources for Cosminot, just so good. He could go for... If he was Persians, he could go for Elite War Elephant right now. I guess with Chinese, you might just want to go for Cavalier, but he is fully pop cap, so... Do you guys want to see the photos of me? I think I'll show you. We don't need it to be a 24-hour stream thing. I'll show you. Since we're talking about it. Since we're on the topic. I have it on my phone. I can put it on Discord and show you. It's so funny. Because when you look at my face, you can tell how unexcited I am in one photo and how excited I am in the other. The first photo is like young and naive, buying a stupid car that I should have never spent my money on. And then the second photo is like me being an adult and buying a reliable, boring looking vehicle. Thunderbolt's getting the upgrades now to go for the cav switch. But it's not going to be enough time. And Thunderbolt will be relegated with this. The next game still matters. There's still the $10 on the line. But the next game still matters for Cosminot big time in terms of the placement in the group. But Cosminot's got to be feeling good now. This was Thunderbolt's home map. His home map to come. Thunderbolt is known for fighting. He's gone past the ACCM rule many times in games that we've played. Actually makes me feel better to see he's fighting here as well. Sometimes if someone's not resigning when I play them, I convince myself they're sitting there like, oh my god. I'm not losing to a caster, am I? But it just seems like he really wants to give it his all here, which respect. Respect. He's still trying to get the stables down, getting the armor upgrades. The ACCM rule is the 5k score rule. Very rarely will you see ACCM resign until he's 5k score behind. And we're pretty close to that right now. I mean, Thunderbolt's castle is going to just melt. We have Elite Fire Lancers as well coming in from Cosminot, which is just the cherry on top at this point. I don't know if it was even needed, but it's a crazy strong unit. Very good against the Hussar switch that's incoming. Part of growing up is buying a car you want, not the smart choice. Yeah, that's true. Well, the car I wanted sucked, so... The car I wanted was horrible. I don't even know if you guys would be familiar with the type of car. Especially depending on where you're from. I'll show you in a second. The Thunderbolt's base is getting destroyed. Thunderbolt is... I mean, I guess his pop hasn't gone down at all. He's still at 170 pop, but... This is not looking very good. I'm coming up with new and creative ways to say that Thunderbolt is dead. Because Thunderbolt has not resigned. It's okay. It makes us stronger. Just like buying crappy cars and wasting all your money as a teenager. The new patch is out soon, right? The new patch is out. We won't be on the new patch until later on today. We still have more sets to cast, but there's the win for Cosminot. And Cosminot wins. A lot of this came down to the Feudal Age and early Castle Age, and then from there, Cosminot just kept firing. I think the fact it got to Imp was really impressive from Thunderbolt, but you have to do more damage against the Chinese. You have to stop Cosminot from having map control. Cosminot had map control the entirety of Castle Age. All right, you guys want to see the car thing before we get into the third game? One sec. I'll drop it into my Discord and then I could pull it up. Guess, I've said it before on stream, so some of you guys might know. But guess what type of car I got? I will tell you it was yellow. And then guess after that broke down what my dad vehicle was. If you had to guess. A DeLorean. DeLorean's a funny guess. A Camaro. You guys are guessing cars that are actually kind of like maybe bordering into cool. A Mazda 3. I didn't have the money for any of that stuff. All right, guess the dad vehicle. Guess the dad vehicle. You won't be able to guess it because they stopped making them the year that I got. The year that my car was made, they stopped making them. They literally do not make the car that I bought anymore because it was that bad. All right, here it is. So there's the first photo. Look at my smile. I'm so happy. That's my yellow Dodge Neon, which broke down on me like 5 or 6 months later. This is my yellow crappy Dodge Neon. I thought it was a sports car, dude. By the way, the trunk was filled with a subwoofer. Every inch. You couldn't put any storage in the trunk. It was all bass, baby. And I would blast Bullet for my Valentine and everything would go just like shake the car. That was my first car. Broke down, was horrible. Then years later, this is I think it is a Ford Focus station wagon. And I am not pleased. I'm not happy, as Granny wanted to take this photo. You know how many babes I got in this? Dude. 0. But it never broke down on me. So that was kind of my car story. Because I was happy here. And then I realized life is not about happiness. Life is about reliability. And then I went for reliability. And this car lasted me a long time. So yeah. They stopped making that. I still remember like a 2003 Ford Focus station wagon. So, what car do you have now? It's this humble vehicle called a Bugatti Veyron. Have you heard of that? But that's mainly my daily driver. If it's at night, I prefer the Ferrari, but you know, it depends. But they're very reliable vehicles. It's all about the reliability. I drive for work, you know. I drive a lot for work. My job is really far away. It's not like it's at home or anything, so. All right, moving to the next game. Okay. His car is now a bicycle. My car is not a bicycle. That's funny, though. I'm kidding. I do not have those cars. All right, game number 3. So, actually, hold up. This is bad, but we got sidetracked. I want to look at the stats real quick to see what this means to Cosminot. So Cosminot's got 2 wins. What are the percentages real quick? We'll be right back in. Okay, so he's 65% chance for 3rd right now. What happens if he gets the sweep? So it's not a lock, but basically if he gets the sweep here, I think Husiel has to sweep monos, which is very difficult. So very good odds. He needs to get this win. Thunderbolt is feeling rough. Thunderbolt probably feeling lack of confidence after losing the first 2 games. This is the home map now for Cosminot. Now, I saw Thunderbolt play this map before, and I felt like it was a little bit of a struggle for him. So a good home map choice for Cosminot as he goes for High Tides. A plan for him would obviously be to go for the dock in the north, which is the pretty common approach. But actually, I say that, and he did the Dragonstar build earlier today. Maybe he goes for the early militia instead. See, this is where I like some type of adaptability, though, because I think that the early militia build is really strong, but I think it's really strong against civs that also have really good water bonuses. Huns don't. Huns are late to the dock. So here I would just like to see you just go for the dock anyways. I think that's what's going to happen for Cosminot. Yeah, but isn't that, like, you guys understand how brutal and emotional that is for me? That my granny saved, like, a whole freaking book of, like, 100 pages of just photos of childhood and life. And then she didn't even tell me about it. And then she dropped it. That was, like, given to me after she passed. Like, oh, I mean, it's epic, right? It's epic. It's so epic of her, right? Like, you want to be able to do everything you can and say everything to your people before you go. So it's so epic. That's literally what she did, you know, and I got to talk to her a day or two before she passed, and she was like, Tristan, I'm ready to go, and then she's gone a day or two later. Oh, my goodness, dude. That's... Whew. This is a lot to handle, man. Yeah, that is an emotional demo ship. That is an emotional demo ship. That's a good one. Yeah, she pretty much mic dropped out. Yep. Cosminot has to be careful here. I think he's fine. Should be fine. There he goes. No problem. Dock's already up. He actually positioned this dock where Thunderbolt would dock, which is a nice little detail. Because if you don't want to dock the shoreline and you dock the island, Thunderbolt would always come to the right. And Thunderbolt's just late to the dock because he's Huns. Bringing in his elephant. Huns is all about the mid-game flexibility here, not the start. Yeah, and Cosminot was even looking there as well. And Cosminot sees it. And Cosminot will be docked right next to it. Okay. So Thunderbolt's not going to go very far. I mean, you need the dock up as quickly as possible to get fishing ships, so that's fine. But that's like, I agree with Old Man Willow. This is a very cocky dock. Like, this is a dock that's like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? This is an in-your-face move. But I like this from Thunderbolt. If he walls in the villager, that means that Cosminot can't go for a second dock easily. And he'll boop the palisades, and all right, villager will be walled in. And Cosminot will bring in the elephant number 2. And we have, after this, guys, we have another series from this group. It is Gabby, who is 8 wins right now, against bottom of the group Lammo, who is 1 win. So Gabby will be looking for a sweep. But Gabby will be hoping that Thunderbolt can do her a favor here. Because if Thunderbolt gets a win here, I think Gabby can potentially get first in the group. And that would mean auto-promotion to gold. So this is huge. I think Gabby's favored to get the 3-0 there too, so... I think Gabby and Thunderbolt actually trained, because they were in the same group. They played the first week. I think after that, they worked together and they trained a little bit, which is smart. Honestly, I think more people should do that. Your training partners should be the people you played in the first round of your group, because it only benefits you if the other group members then are getting wins against the others, the other competition. Ideally, it'd be the players who are like kind of weak in the group you train with, and you boost them up, because it's less likely they overtake you as well. Okay, Cosminot going to bring a second fill, which is a little uncommon. Typically, if you get your first villager walled in, you just give up on water. I like the idea, though, because it's unexpected. He's up very quickly. It's not bad this villager is here. I mean, the shorefish are going to be gone, but I don't think Thunderbolt's expecting this. Thunderbolt wants to go 2 docks now, and hello, Cosminot's here with another villager. He's like, what? What is this? And there's immediate panic for him as well. His scout is coming over, but that's going to take some time. He needs the quick walls now. Now, this does still mean it's 1 dock for both at the moment. Killing the Vil would obviously be very, very good, but you're not going to immediately win water because of this. You are still favored to win water big time, though, right? Like, as long as this dock completes. Nice walls there from Cosminot. Again, his preparations paid off. Scout is stronger for Thunderbolt. He'll chase it back. Scout will run away. I think Thunderbolt should use a little bit of patience here with the first fire galleys. I would maybe put... I don't know if it's the right play, but I always think about it. 1 dock versus 2. Just put 2 fires in the dock and then a demo and hope for a big fight later on. You're always going to lose your fish. I think if you move out too early, that's the problem. What's up, Washington Lopes? Gabby plays after this. Yes, Gabby plays after this. Sorry, by the way, to anyone who looked at Liquipedia and paid attention to the schedule, we did change the schedule slightly. So sorry about that. The Thunderbolt did kill the villager that was walled in. So that's a good start, I guess. And is applying some pressure onto the fishing ships. Barracks is coming up for him. Barracks is coming up for Cosminot. So it's all about the transitions. Pay attention to Cosmonot's pop space this game. He's done a really nice job at it, but it's very easy to get housed in these situations, and Huns don't have that problem. Also, yeah, the fires were not doing damage there to the fire galley. They were hitting the dock. And there is another dock. Ooh, a sneak dock down here from Thunderbolt. So Thunderbolt's on 2 docks now. So yeah, he's really not giving up water, and I think that Cosmonot was not expecting that. Cosmonot needs his repairs to come in, and Thunderbolt will need to do the same. And then we have to look for the archer ranges, which will be coming up for Thunderbolt. Demo from Thunderbolt. Can we get a Thunder Boom? Boom! That's huge! Oh, man, and he almost saved that fire there. That was still very good. I think as long as you don't immediately lose water, you're happy here. His fishing ships have still been getting value as well. Not bad. But maybe he does start to lose the water a little bit. In before somebody shows up who just gets here. They're paying attention to the minimap. And they want to know what is in the corner. Okay, I'm letting you guys know ahead of time. Those are goats. These goats are unimportant. But there will be blue dots permanently in the corner now because Thunderbolt stole the 2 goats. So, it's not an army back there. Thunderbolt, thank you for that. Archer range is on the way. Archer range is already up for Thunderbolt. In theory, Thunderbolt's got a window here. If he moves forward with 2 archers right now, things could get good, get very good for him very quickly. I also love the second range too. At least if the map is open. If it starts to get walled, maybe that's too much investment. Demo. Okay, that demo's decent. Nice pressure from Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt already relegated out of silver. That much, I believe, is guaranteed. But really putting up a fight here. On Cosmonot's home map as well. I think Cosmonaut needs his mill soon. He hasn't milled. He hasn't farmed. Yeah, now he got housed. That just doesn't happen for the Huns, right? Like, Huns are super breezy, super smooth. Super demo? Nice. And a demo comes in this way too? Not bad. I think this is Thunderbolt's game to lose now. Maybe saying it a little too quickly here. We don't have any farming eco. We haven't had the army move forward, but if he were to move forward with his archers right now, he could get some decent damage before the walls come in. I think that's the key. Hey, T90, I just joined. What's in the left corner? Okay. Actually, let's see. Did YouTube chat do the same thing? Ooh, this is where YouTube's better. Wow, YouTube far more responsible. Good to know. Good to know. As I said, we've had very similar chat tendencies from both. So, all right. T90, I know you cannot take part in TTL yourself. Would you like to do so if you could? Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, I'm just not allowed to. You know, it's just the rules. I would have played otherwise. I don't think I'd be like a platinum player or anything. I think getting to gold would be very ambitious for me. But I think I would be a solid mid-tier silver player. Maybe 6 to 8 wins or something, depending on the groups. Nice push there from Thunderbolt. But nice defense from Cosminot. And impressive from Cosminot that he's actually has resources looking decent for Castle Age. But I think now would be a decent enough time for Thunderbolt. If he wants to add some skirms, I'm seeing some good food eco. He could do that. And he'll find these archers. Micro is important here. Upgrades are identical. I think there was just one more archer in the group there from Cosmonot. That's a nice catch, though, for Thunderbolt. You don't want that army sneaking into the back of your base and getting control over the game. The real tricky thing for me, if I would be allowed to play this, would be... It would be so important to me, right? And I would want to go 110%, but if I were to do that, then it would take away from the broadcast and the streams and stuff. So, like, that's the tough thing for me, is the balance of player and caster. I pretty much always have to choose, and I will always choose content. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with where... I understand why I can't play. I just... I still get my fix training with some of these players and playing sets and stuff, and I can always play other events too, so... But it's wild, right? I have Titans League going all the way up to March 22nd. Lots of streams, lots of content for you all. A week later, I'm on a flight to go cast in England for the Red Bull event. And then I'm aware of things that will happen for AoE this year that you guys aren't just yet. I also have like personal stuff, like I'm getting married this year, have like a bachelor like basically friend group trip for the wedding. Have a family thing, so it's I'm looking at it and I'm like, can I even play tournaments this year? I don't know. I'd like to though. I think part of the issue for me with tournaments too is I want to be fully prepared. I think I have to accept I just can't be because of everything else going on, and I should just play anyways, you know? Kind of like the 2v2 tournament with Dark, we didn't really prepare at all. We did do one practice set where we lost 5-0, but beyond that, we just kind of showed up and gave it our best. Thunderbolt looping his army around. I don't think Cosminot saw that. And he did drop the tower there. Maybe he spotted it. There's the army, though. And now here's the army from Cosminot. Guys, this comes down to damage control, right? Very similar situations, but who can damage control? And it reminds me of the start of the previous game. Water's still maybe a factor to think about, but it's all about land right now. And Huns can't house wall. Huns can't stabilize in the same way. Again, I'm noticing a trend. Cosmonauts has a bit more in the way of crossbow numbers. Cosmonaut was also in Castle Age a little bit faster. I think that's what happened in the previous game. Elite Skirmisher's the choice for Thunderbolt, which is a good move if he can get the upgrades in. He has to abandon his gold. The crossbows are in. This is a lot of pressure. And being pushed off the gold means that ballistics will be delayed. Crossbows and cav archers aren't really options. Cosmonaut will be happy with that. And Cosmonaut is aware the army is in the back. Is still waiting at home with army. Keeping a close eye on it. Very clean micro here. He is going to lose water, though. I don't know how important that will be, but some fishing eco would be nice. Look at the difference in Idle Town Center as well. Thunderbolt, 18 seconds. Cosmonaut, 3 minutes. So Thunderbolt's had a very clean game as far as that's concerned. I think it's just Cosmonaut getting housed all the time. So, because chat said this, I don't think I am spoiling anything. So, on the new update, guys, they've added voice chat to the game. They've added voice chat in the game. And we were not told that when we got early access, and Dave and I were playing a game, and we were on Discord, and the voice was doubling up. So, like, we were hearing ourselves twice, and we didn't understand, and we found out. My question is it on by default? Because when Dave and I were doing it, it was on by default, which is horrible. There's going to be so many people who don't know it was added, and they're going to be like saying stuff, and they're going to be speaking to people. I think it should be off by default, but I don't know. I'm not a dev. But yeah, it worked well for Dave and I. You can turn it off if you don't want it. But if you don't want that on, you will want to go into the game and turn it off. Just FYI. It is funny, though, that the same dev team that has a chat filter that mutes at GG has added in-game microphones. Okay. All right. In-game microphones for just everybody and chat filter. Nice clear up here from Cosmonaut. That's okay for Thunderbolt, but he lost all of his army in the back. I think it's good. Like, I'm a big options guy. I think it's good to have that option for people if they don't want to use... you know, Discord or something like that. So I think it's good to have the option. I do think there are going to be some people who are like, ugh, not sure about it. So... The GG being muted is not intentional. The GG being muted is just like a bug from the chat filter. But as I said in the video I made on it, the chat filter has been bugged ever since they added it to the game like 5 years ago. So I'm really hope I'm not spoiling that though. Two people in chat brought it up, so I'm guessing they saw it. I really hope I'm not saying something I'm not supposed to. Like, I hope they rolled that out with the patch. Because otherwise, that could be... I could be getting to hot water, but... It won't be on the new patch until after we cast the Gabby series. Okay. Yeah, someone confirming it is live. Okay, cool. When's the patch coming? The patch has just come out, actually. We're not on it, though, because we're casting this series right now. And we may or may not do so after the stream. This is a really important game. 75 pop for both. An amazing job from Cosminot to be behind this much economically, but lean into the military numbers. He's going to lose more military, though, against the Cav Archers. But a lot of pressure coming Thunderbolt's way. Thunderbolt's eco has been sick this game, guys. It's been so good, but what's he supposed to do for military now? He's got such a low army count. And it's really brutal as well that his siege workshop is at the bottom of a hill. And Thunderbolt thinking about things and how to approach this. I think it's a very adaptable situation for Thunderbolt and for Cosminot. It just comes down to the shots and the micro from the armies. And the micro from Cosminot's army is sick. He lost one crossbow. He takes down the mangonel. He'll see the Cav Archers here now, but he also has issues at home. A Thunderbolt gets rocked. And, oh man, the mangonels will actually get repaired as well from the forward villager from Cosminot. Very quick follow-up. And what a game, though. It'll be 3 town centers against 1. Thunderbolt's food eco is sick. I think he can just rely on siege shots. If he can get good shots with the siege, he can clear up all this. So his own mangonels can solve the problem. Guys, remember that repair villager, though. Because without that repair villager, that might have been 2 mangonels dead. It's just 1. Cosmonot's still hoping to push. I think he knows he's behind. He's still continuously being raided. He's tracking Cav Archers everywhere. I love that from Thunderbolt underneath the tower. And it's just so tough for Cosmonot to push a siege workshop when there's units all around the base. I wonder for Thunderbolt now, if he knew the math and he's like, well, I'm relegated. And now there's no pressure anymore, too. That could definitely be a thing. When the pressure's off and the meaning is gone, you could just play no problem. And now there's a lot more meaning to the game for Cosminot. I don't know if that's it, though. And I still think the army count's a problem for Thunderbolt. I'd like to see a switch to Knights, maybe. But, oh, God. Oh, God. It was very late with the reaction. The crossbows were there for a long time. The crossbows were walking this way. He saw the crossbows and yikes. Oh. All right. Clears up the mangonel. Oh. And now there's a 6 villager difference. That was crazy. The scout ends up going down. That evens out the game. Somehow the score's still really high for Thunderbolt. And I still think playing towards Cav Archers is really good, but he still doesn't have enough Cav Archers to deal with this. Those crossbows are strong, man. And it is multiple town centers for Cosminot. So does that mean for, like, community games, people could have voice chat on? And, like, Regicide Rumble and stuff? Oh, there's a demo in that dock. Cosminot needs to be careful. I mean, that would be horrible for me because I'm trying to cast a game, so I don't think I would like that very much. Crocodile gets killed. Just a regular day in the life of a Floridian here. These crossbows wandering through the rocky terrain and the swampy terrain, hoping there's no demo in sight. Honestly, I'd love to see that demo be brought over. Thunderbolt's cutting the crossbows off. He has good Cav Archer upgrades. He's got full upgrades except for, I think, Thumbring. But Cosmonot's micro is so good. Like, look at the dodging there. Bring the demo, my friend. Bring the demo from the dock. Look at how quickly Thunderbolt has recovered the villager lead. It's just, these 4 TCs are pumping. His eco's been great. It's just been the military. And he's starting to deal with this group of crossbows anyways. But at what point do you switch? I feel like now. Your opponent, the second you see skirm, you go for a big knight switch. A knight switch actually ends this game. I mean, ideally Tarkans, because Tarkans are cool. And Tarkans are better for the taking down the buildings and against the crossbows. But I think Knights just feel like the more natural switch. I think if Thunderbolt tries to go Imperial Age right now, he could throw. Like, pretty clearly, if he senses his position and he sees the skirms, would love to see 3 to 4 stables and just full army. Like, he's basically going to go Imp to upgrade his range units, which he only has 6 of. This is risky. Big shot. Oh, man. Cosminot saw it. 1 split. More splits happening, and Cosmonot's micro is good, man. Cosmonot's micro is good. He'll take down the Mangonels. It makes pretty quick work of that. Still some crossbows in the back that could maybe sneak in and get some counter damage. There's so little army for Thunderbolt as he's on the way to Imperial Age. It's been a full eco game from him. Where is the military, man? Here comes Cosmonot. Cosmonot wants first place in the group, which he would potentially get with this win. He could still technically get it, I think, if he loses this. But this would be a crazy 3-0. Put some pressure on Gabby, who's playing in the next series. Okay, he's going to drop the castle there. Not honestly in love with that castle. I feel like that's a castle you place when you're not sure you have control over the game. And that could be true. Thunderbolt doesn't see that. Sorry, no, he does see that. He'll attack and clear this up. He will be an imp, but he can't get to his stones. Does he have any stone around back here? Oh, no. Where's his other stone? He must be on it somewhere, and I'm missing it. It says he's on stone. Oh, it was here. Okay, so he's been on that stone. Okay. I was gonna say, I hope the map isn't bugged. Alright, so castle there. I mean, that's a good castle to place. With that castle, you can easily treb the castle from Cosmonot. Cosmonot's still on the way to Imp. Cosmonot's Viscount's very healthy. Now Thunderbolt's an Imp. That was a long journey to get there. All to upgrade 10 Cav Archers. So hopefully the Cav Archers could stay alive. They're looping this way. I think Cosmonot's got a really nice read on where this army might go. Has his skirms and crossbows waiting. And he's going to drop another castle now. He's just dropping castles to give himself time, really. Like, he knows these castles are probably going to go down. He just wants to hold the map. Hold the map, fix the eco, balance things. Hey, look, the goats. But I think Thunderbolt's got the relics. He's got the stone and gold in the south. He still has an eco lead. He's making trebs. This is definitely a game that Thunderbolt can win. I do wonder if maybe the Civ drops off at a certain point. Huns can feel really awkward once you get past the early Imperial Age stage. But yeah, Trebs are on the hill, taking down this castle. Hill Forts was queued up for Cosma for a second, but he cancels it. Yeah, that'll be an easy castle kill, and this will be repaired. So that's just more and more stone invested into repairing a castle that's always going to go down. Cosmonot misses the Cav Archers down here in the south. He didn't track those, so they're doing some damage. I think he's shifting his army more towards the north, maybe thinking about the golds there. Definitely need to see a big Cav switch from Thunderbolts, because it's full skirmisher from the Lithuanians, and Lithuanian skirms are insane, and oh! That's before Imperial Age upgrades, too. Has to be Cav switch. Like Cav. Oh my goodness, I just had a pop-up on my stream PC about an update, and I thought my stream had dropped. My camera software is telling me to update right now. No. No. Leave. Skip. We're streaming. Stupid. Thought we were dead. We're back. Oh man, what a find down here. That's such a good little detail there from Cosmonot to focus on the south. Still repairing his castle. He seems to want to commit to Latis. I think he wants to take these trebs, which sounded ambitious before. Maybe it's doable now because some of the CA have gotten sniped. He is denying all this gold from Thunderbolt long term, and he can take it himself. We'll give this castle up. Great job from Thunderbolt. I don't even know how he got through here, but clearly he's gone untracked. That's a nice find. Skirmishers are out, but a lot of that army's on the front for Cosminot. I don't know where the army is. I don't think he sees that. There's a crossbow in there killing those. I don't know if the army's good enough for you, Thunderbolt. I don't know if the army's good enough. That's a lot of skirms. You still just don't have big army count here. He wants the light cav switch. Will it be too late? Nice repairs there on the mangonel, though. He's still getting raided down here. Those cav archers will get cleared. Okay, I like that castle. It's a castle that protects, but you kind of want your trebs to... Oh, the castle might not go up. Oh, no, what's happening? Dude, what's happening? There's just so much army for Cosminot, and he cuts off the trebs. Thunderbolt. This has been a consistent issue for him this season, guys. It's something he'll learn, and he'll improve with over time. He's clearly a very good player, but he just has a throw in him every now and then. He's not able to be as consistent throughout a game, and Cosminot has been, and Cosminot snipes all the trebs. Cosminot's still got army everywhere, right? He's got like 40 skirms, apparently. I don't even know where they all are. Just still waiting for Thunderbolt to get some Hussars into the mix. There's the Hussar upgrade. This will get wild now because Cosminot doesn't have any defensive castles after repairing like he did. And now Thunderbolt doesn't really have a lot of defense in the back of his eco either. He will come back and complete this castle. Neither player has any siege. They're just going to raid the other right now. And I think there's arguments that this can go well for both. Obviously, if you're raiding with skirms, though, like, skirms die to Hussars pretty quickly. And if you're raiding with Latis costs gold. So I still prefer Thunderbolt's position. Especially because he has 2 castles, at least. That's a lot of safe space under there. And he will get the final armor upgrade for his cav, which Cosminot doesn't have yet. The amount on food is similar. Still feel like the south's going to be important. Someone will make a big move for the south for a castle there. This is also something that you cannot allow if you're Thunderbolt. That needs to be raided. But I think he's got a lot of work to do. Has to notice this. There's skirms there. Those are easy kills if he notices it. He'll run to the north now for a town center. This is for 10 bucks. 10 bucks means nothing to them right now. It's mainly pride, of course. But this is for 10 bucks. And for Cosminot to get a really nice position in first place in the group, which would auto-promote him to gold. The other player that wants that spot is Gabby. Gabby will be playing next. So whether or not, like, how this game goes really affects what Gabby has to do. God, these skirmishers are still killing villagers. It's crazy to me, man. One Hussar clears that. He just hasn't noticed. There's so much happening. He does notice this, though, and he kills the cav archers. And he has his trebs focusing on the castle. And he's dropping a castle in the south. I think this is really good for Thunderbolt. I think maybe one more big wave of army coming from Cosminot. His food eco has still remained untouched, so his eco is less, or rather more efficient. But losing this castle feels unacceptable. He's actually going for his own cav archers, which isn't actually horrible because Lithuanian CA have decent upgrades. Just not as cheap as Hun CA, though. I really think you need to have the skirms again. Oh, man, that's why Thunderbolt's castle was so good, because it protects the trebs. That's what he wanted the first time, but unfortunately the castle wasn't up yet. Guys, Cosminot has just invested so much stone into keeping these middle castles. I feel like if the middle castles aren't there, it's over. He'll just be raided to death. He's wide open, and there are already going to be raids coming in anyways. I'd lean heavy into the cav archer upgrades. I'd literally get heavy CA, get the upgrade. Normally, I'd worry about Thunderbolt not having the gold, but he has that there. So not having the gold in this position is fine. And he also has found some stone and some gold in the south. This is perfect. Hussar raids are starting to add up. The cav archers are just going to go here. It's a feast, dude. And this is why you add economy, right? If you're going to have some issues here or there, you're going to lose some armies. Your Twitch chat is going to say you through every now and then. Casters are going to complain. If that's going to happen, you at least have the economy to back it up, right? you can recover if you have economy. And that's been the key. That's why those town centers were so important. It's still not quite over, but like, what is Cosminot supposed to do, man? Where are the positives for him? There will be castles all over the map for Thunderbolt, and Thunderbolt will soon have fully upgraded units too. He's not even fully upgraded on the Hussars or the Cav Archers. The Hun units are cheaper. Looking around for gold in Cosminot's base. He doesn't have any. So it's pretty much this gold that's about to be castled that he needs. And here comes Thunderbolt with the Trebs. Again, I know Thunderbolt and Gabby did a little bit of training together. Because in the first round, Gabby and Thunderbolt played, or maybe it was the second. Very beneficial for Gabby to have helped Thunderbolt, because Thunderbolt has done her a bit of a favor here. Thunderbolt might be going down out of Silver League. I gotta verify this, but I'm pretty sure he will be. But with this win, Gabby can maybe be in a position to snipe first place in the group. And also, what a way to end your season for Thunderbolt. Even if you're relegated. You're like, yeah, this is what I can do. Got to show the viewers what he's capable of. Clearly, he just doesn't have the experience yet. Hard to maintain the consistency. But I just don't see any way that Cosminot can hold on, though. The Trebs are taking down some critical buildings. He has no gold. He's not going to want to resign because he knows he'll feel like this needed to be a 3-0. Now Thunderbolt will never lose this game. He will drop castles everywhere he needs to protect the map. He can snag the relics. And he can just take his time. Great game. I was really impressed. I thought Thunderbolt was going to tilt a little bit after the dock situation at the start. And then also, like, he was ahead in Vils, but then he lost like 15 Vils in the back. And I was, again, thinking like, oh no, here we go again. But even in game, what was the game where I told the car story? That was game 2, I guess, right? In the Slopes game, whichever that was, he was like dead. And he held on, so he does do a really good job at structuring his economy. I think if you don't use your army against him to actually maybe destroy his base, you're going to struggle if you're behind in Vils. And I think for Thunderbolt, the issue is going to be he falls behind too frequently. You have to sort out some of the mid-game stuff. And once you do that, he could be a really beastly player. I remember Thunderbolt couldn't compete on any map that had even a tile of water a year ago. Or maybe 2 years ago. So he's really come a long way. And Cosminot is dead, but he will snipe the Trebs. And that will give him a little bit more time. I mean, he's on Winged Hussar at least. But what wins the 1v1 fight? A Lithuanian Winged Hussar or a Hun Hussar? It's got to be the Hun Hussar because of Blast Furnace, right? There's no other big stats to look at. It's just base attack. Base attack is... Well, I don't know. It's 9 base attack for the Winged Hussar. So in total, it's 11 attack against 11 attack. Yeah, it's 11 attack for both. So it's actually very even. I guess there's just... It's the same amount of hits, though, if you do the math on it, right? To kill the other. So it's pretty much even. I don't know if 5 extra HP makes a difference in a Hussar v Hussar attack. I mean, nice rates in the south from Cosminot. This is a good find that has gone unchecked. Thunderbolt, I think, maybe stabilizing his economy in these moments. The wings add extra armor? Is it melee armor or what? Do they have extra armor? Ah. Okay, yeah, the Winged Hussars win then. Just slightly. Look at how many castles there are, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 castles. He's placing more castles in the back because he's about to get raided. Cosminot's doing everything he can to come back into this game. He would have to stop this castle. If you stop this castle, I actually think there's a chance. Because that's 20 Vils, and then all the Vils that are around it. Nah, it'll go up. It'll go up. It'll help defend. And I think that for Thunderbolt, he just needs to apply the finishing blow here. Big Cav Archer raid could do it. Big Hussar raid could do it. He doesn't have any siege right now. But that makes sense when your opponent's melee on Hussars. He's got the map now. And he could even have an 8th castle. If Cosminot wins this game, it would be like the greatest comeback of all time. Like, seriously. Down every single relic, down in Vills, castles everywhere. There's just no way. Hussars alone can't do it against this many castles. And he doesn't want to call it because it's such an important game. This is community game level of castles, right? There's the campers in community games who get to 50 castles on a map with a lot of stone. There's still more stone on the map as well. You could still get 5k more stone. Thunderbolt's going to go for Elite Tarkin now. I mean, okay, that's fine, I guess. Really, he just needs to be like in the heart of Cosmonot's farming eco, and then it's over. He's even stonewalling now, so he can't be raided. He won't have the walls completed yet, but you just got to go kill him here. I don't even think you need to have trebs here. Your opponent doesn't have castles. And Cosmonot's going to be annoying, and he's just going to snipe the trebs, so just sit in the heart of his eco here. Cosminot is through. He's getting raids. He's somehow found a way to avoid the million castles on the map. But when he kills villagers, it's just going to be replaced by Tarkins. Let's go, dude! Also, Thunderbolt just researched atheism, which should make a noise for the opponent as well. That is a get out of my game tech for me. Does it still make the noise for the opponent, I wonder? I can't show you what atheism actually does because Capture Age is bugged right now, but that makes Wonder and Relic victories take longer. And it also makes the Relic Golden come from your opponent decrease. But there's no Relics. So I think he's just basically like, yo, Cosmonot, tap out, bro. And Thunderbolt gets the win. Wow. That was a great performance. Again, there's something to be said on performing well after you're already relegated out of the group, right? So I appreciate the fight. I appreciate the mentality there. Let's look at what this means for the silver group. I think so far, the sets that, or the results that we would have wanted for the drama have been happening. Not scripted, obviously. You don't know how it will go, but yeah, that's better for the next series. See, if Cosmonaut wins that, he's very likely in first place, right? And there's not a whole lot of debate on that. But he loses that game. Thunderbolt is guaranteed to be out. But that gives Gabby a better chance of taking first. That gives Husiel a better chance of taking first. What does Gabby need? We're going to cast that series here in a second. I think Gabby needs a sweep. So let's say Gabby sweeps Lammo. If Gabby sweeps Lammo, she is first if Monos wins over Husiel, which is tomorrow. So yeah, Gabby's goal is a sweep. Without a sweep for Gabby, let's say she wins 2-1. She is not first. But I think the good news for Gabby... Is Gabby guaranteed playoffs? Or no? No, she's not. But, like, likely in the top 3 for Gabby. I think, basically, Monos could pass Gabby if Lammo beats Gabby here. A couple different things could happen, so... all right. So I see some people asking questions about the new DLC and the new civs. That will not be seen today, tomorrow, or the day after in TTL. We're still using the what is now the old patch. Come Friday, we'll have the new civs incorporated into Platinum. I might do new civ content today on stream, but we have one more series to cast, and it'll depend on my energy levels. So I'm going to take a very short break. Final series of the day for Silver coming up, and we'll get back into it in a minute.
Start the game already! Start the game already!
Yes.
Start the game already! Start the game already! Start the game already!
You played. You played. You played. Played. You played. You played. 2 hours. You played. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. To die like this. Played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. To die like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this? You played like this? You played 2 hours to die like this? You played. You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played like this. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this.
Okay. Thank you for waiting, everybody. I am back for the final series of the day. Whoops, went meant to go to the draft. This will be between Gabby and Lammo in Silver League. Again, happy to be doing this. Silver League in prior seasons, well, didn't actually exist, but like silver and gold basically needs to get as much limelight as possible. So understand there's a lot of content and there's a lot happening, but I felt it was important to give some committed time to getting the last round of silver and gold and get their playoffs covered on the channel too. So thank you for watching and being here for this, because it is extra effort and energy and everything for the whole team, but I know it means a lot to the players to have their games seen in the final round, and it means a lot to me to have you guys here too. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mustard. Appreciate it, Mustard. He's loving the Unk series. Awesome. Thank you, Mustard. Yeah, Unk video is actually delayed because I was going to upload the next Unk video, but then it was laggy because of a technical difficulty. And so I'm going to re-record that soon. That's my plan. I might actually re-record it tonight. Today might be like a 12-hour day of content for me. We'll see. But we'll get there soon. There will be an Unk update. Unk is having a good time playing the game and enjoys you guys watching and learning with him. Snow is asking, he says, T90, there are civs that are never picked or banned in TTL, like Franks or Britons. Is that because of the map pool? Yeah, it's pretty much just because of player preference. And you have a lot of civs, right? So there's 10 bans in total, and then there's 10 picks in total. That leaves 30 other civs. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of civs that are really never seen. And if the map pool were to be different for a series, you might see civs picked more or less for different reasons. So, game 1 here is going to, again, be on high tides. Also, looks like on the draft that Gabby missed. She ran out of time for one of her bans. So it randomly banded Stranded. Did I just say banded Stranded? You know what I meant. That's fine. I mean, Gabby had other bands to choose from, so hopefully game 1 isn't too uncomfortable for her. But game 1 we'll hop into in a second. I do need to just remind myself of the stakes again. It's funny, I just looked at it, but I need to look at it again. Because if I get it wrong in the YouTube cast, I can't go back. So after that result, Cosminot 2-1. Gabby needs a 3-0 to get first, right? Has to be 3-0. Well, maybe not. Basically, Gabby needs some help. She needs to control what she can control. 3-0 gives her very good odds at snagging first. But yeah, nothing is decided yet. And I think considering Gabby's the favorites, it's likely she is still going to go playoffs, but technically speaking, she's not confirmed for playoffs either until she gets 2 wins. So 2 wins confirms playoff. 3 wins really puts her in a good position to potentially snag first. It does depend what happens between Monos and Husiel. That's awesome. That's awesome. You want it to come down to the final set. Like, it's one thing to have the final set matter for the player, but when the final sets matter for the other players in the group, that's what you live for, man. That's sick. Bender, some tournaments will do random civ bans. So that's pretty common in other tournaments. I want this to be like an official league, and I want players to be able to prepare, and I just want it to be like the standard, right, for AW2 esports. I think random civ bans, like players having to prepare just for all their stuff to be randomly banned, that feels a little bit off. So I'm very pro random bans for other events, but for TTL, I like to keep it simple. I like the drafts to be kind of what I consider to be the standard for a civ draft, and then there's plenty of other events to branch out from there. So I think part of what we did to try and increase a little bit of variety this season was we added more maps. But in the group stage, you're always going to see a couple repeats and play all threes, and then once we get past that is where the variety will ramp up a little bit. Anyways, get your predictions in chat. We'll get into it now. Gabby, Lammo. Lammo, some of you guys didn't even know the flag. You guys had to do research on that. I'm actually pretty good with flags because of Age of Empires players. So I'm familiar with this one. But let's see how it all goes. Welcome, everybody. And we've got Gabby in her final round of Silver League could potentially get first place in the group. What we know with Gabby is that she's going to need some help. She's here with 8 wins, and she is playing up against the player who is bottom of the group, confirmed to be relegated. Lammo here from Latvia has 1 win out of 12 games. So it will be relegated out of Silver League. Could always try and come back in the future, of course. Yeah, I'm actually going to start with Lammo. So Lammo is a really aggressive player. I play all these players all the time, right? Lammo's super aggressive. He loves to deer push. Loves the super fast feudal ages. Is a player who, if you survive his early attacks, usually can crumble a little bit and struggles with the transitions, just like damage control and adding the farms. But no doubt about it, got here because he's extremely aggressive and hard to kill. We are in the 5th round now, so he will know the map, and he's Mongols, dangerous on a hunt map, and he's already pushing in all of his hunt. Gabby is not only a very fun style to watch play AoE, but she's usually pretty aggressive. She's usually pretty messy, but she normally wants it to be that way. And it's also a she, right? Like she's the only high-level female player, so there's extra eyes on her just because that's really freaking cool. And yeah, I really like her style. I know her well, and I wish her the best here. I think Gabby getting to Gold League would be a pretty good story, but I think it's going to be tough for anyone who gets promoted to Gold League to compete up there, right? That's just how it goes. Silver get promoted to Gold, congratulations, you're now the underdog. Gold get promoted to Platinum, congratulations, you're now the underdog. So, but yeah, she is the favorite for this map. If she were to win 3-0, she then has a 50-50 shot at getting first. It just depends what happens in the other set, Monos and HUCL. There is technically a way, if Gabby were to lose this 3-0, Gabby would not even be playoffs, because then I think Monos, if he were to beat HUCL, could snag the playoff position. So there's just a lot that could happen. Both players in the north, both players right next to each other here, and both players docking. But yeah, good build. I was a bit worried that Lammo would come in here. Some players would just skip the dock, and they will just YOLO on land, and it's a little too predictable. But you can still easily be competitive on water with the Mongols. So I like what I'm seeing here from Lammo. Base-wise, both bases look very nice, actually. The golds are on the back. But yeah, is there anyone watching from Latvia? I know there's some people watching from Brazil. Someone just said, T90, come to Brazil. I will maybe be there someday. I'd love to make it. But how many people out there from Latvia? What is even the population of Latvia? I don't really know a lot. I did know another player, a player who's since left, who was a friend of mine. His name was Klavskis, and he was from Latvia, I believe. But I'm trying to think. There's just not that many players, not that many high-level players from this country. So apparently it's gorgeous there. Or maybe you're saying Brazil is gorgeous. Maybe both are gorgeous. T90, don't come to Latvia? Yeah? I don't know. Maybe I will. Who knows? Sounds like a challenge. What? Seriously, though, what is the population? 1.8 million? Is that it? Damn. So there's 1.8 million people in Latvia. They have one player from their country in the top 3 leagues. How many people live in the United States? Because we also only have one player in the top 3 leagues. The numbers there do not make me feel very happy. We have, 300 plus million people, and we have one player in the top 3 leagues. Oh my god. All right, well, we'll get there someday. We'll get there someday. I would be there if I didn't have to cast, I guess. That's our cope. Look at Gabby. She walls up. I think she knows. She knows. Obviously, she knows the stakes, but like, everyone here has played against each other in ranked very frequently. There's actually a little bit of, sometimes there's a little bit of drama too. Like sometimes there's some laming and there's some jawing back and forth. Like, I'm well aware. I won't get into the depth of it, but there's definitely some mini rivalries. I think Gabby's fully recognizes this player's going to come to play, knows that if she can stop the first attack, that maybe she'll be favored. But so far, the build from Lammo is so sick. It is super clean. And he'll have man-at-arms, but Gabby's already fully walled. We'll see if the man-at-arm upgrade actually ends up being researched here for Lammo. You just weren't expecting someone to turn this into a full wall. A weird little bubble wall here from Gabby. T90, are there any Lithuanian players higher up? Lithuania. No, I don't think so. Like, certainly not in the top leagues of Titans League. I usually, as Gabby's attacking the dock villager here, usually could remember a ladder player or two, but no. Someone says at least the United States is good at obesity. Well, thank you, Masterpiece Elbow, for making fun of Americans being fat. Very creative, Elbow guy. I would have been offended if not for your name being Elbow. But yeah, you're not wrong, to be honest. So we're pretty good at that, I guess. Let's not. Can we not talk more about the U.S. right now? Let's just talk about AoE, because this could go downhill fast. All right, chat. We had our jokes. We had our fun. We talk about the fire ships now. Ooh, fire ships. Ooh, fire ships are fun. And fire ships will need to be repaired. Both players have gone for one dock. Man-at-arms right now, just kind of knocking on the door. No move from Lammo to go to the south, to the hunt. Maybe that will change, because I see this villager walking. This villager feels a little bit out of place. If you're going for the hunt, you'd send multiple vills. If you're going for a range, you wouldn't already have one at home. Gabby will track that now. Why is that villager there? What's she doing? What's the plan? Obviously, there's lots of other things happening right now. It's been a very clean game. Understand the 1-11 scoreline doesn't look good for Lammo. You think, oh, he's just going to be stomped. That's not what it is. Like, a lot of these games, he's been ahead. And then the other player comes back. He's really good in the early stages. Some similarities to Thunderbolt from the previous game, but I'd still say they're very different styles. And Gabby adding a second dock there. Still have no clue what she's doing down here, but there she is. And Gabby and Lammo with very low idle TC time. Good eco upgrades on both sides, and whoosh, there they go. Okay, so it is going to be a play for the hunt. And there goes the mill. So yeah, there's hunt around, there's shorefish down here. This is all very strong as long as Gabby doesn't spot it. And almost as if it's on cue, Gabby's scout, which has been extremely active these days, is going to look down there. And if she finds that, she'll obviously want to counterattack. But she did just lose her first archer. She's under a lot of pressure still. Guys, she can't mill her berries as is. And Blacksmith goes up. Remember, half the battle at this rank as well is just the nerves, right? Because you don't have the experience. So I think right now, like, Lammo, he's already relegated. He's already out. Like, there's no nerves. And wow, who's CL is in my chat? Who's CL is in the group. He wants first place. And he needs Lammo to be a beast here. And he's saying, amazing, Lammo. And Lammo is playing amazing. There's no LMAOing right now for Gabby about Lammo's performance on the other side, because this is serious business. She is really unsure about things right now. She will start to win water, maybe. Demo. Big demo. Okay, demo could have been better. But yeah, this is some excellent pressure. Gabby's idle TC is going to skyrocket here. Still no mill on the berries. She doesn't have the hunt down here. She doesn't have the shorefish. The fishing ships are the only thing that's keeping her alive right now with food eco. But there has been no counterattacks from Gabby, no craziness from Gabby. You could argue it's too passive to have walled like this, but I think she'll be able to sort it out. I think with the double archer ranges, I think with the fishing ships, she'll be in an okay position. And it really does come down to if she scouts this, guys. And her scout died, which I completely missed. Damn. Lammo's playing wide open, no walls. There was a tournament back in the day before some of you guys were around. It was It was a tournament that didn't allow walling. Like, you physically could not wall. It was like removed from the game, and it was called No Walls, Full Balls or something. So Lammo would have been very good at that. It's a long time ago now. But it's so risky. You get counterattacked one time, and then you lose your whole eco. It was funny. They removed walls, but then there was just house walls everywhere. Like, it doesn't look like this. It just ended up being more house walling, but... And then I think there was a follow-up version where I think they made it so houses... I think houses were more expensive, but they took up the same... So houses were like triple the cost, but had triple the benefit or something like that. Which would obviously mean that you can't build as many of them for the pop space, which means you can't use them for the walls. Anyways, we're seeing the downside for Lammo here. Husiel is going to be crying in my chat pretty soon because these villagers have been spotted. Gabby's got the fish in the north. Gabby will kill off a lot of this army. Villagers for Lammo need to leave. He's going home. He's got 2 goats, a couple berry bushes. There's not a lot of food eco there. But this castle age time is ridiculous. And if Lammo can make lancers and clear this army, this could be very strong. Lammo's up. The one stable's producing or researching bloodlines. So there's not instant production of 2 lancers. It's just 1. Gabby's running in. Chad is pointing out to me that RMQ is from Lithuania. Ah, I forgot he was from Lithuania. Yeah. He hasn't been very active recently. RMQ's solid. He doesn't really play in tournaments, but he reached like 22 or 2300 elo. Gabby's being sneaky. She just lost the villager down there, though, so that doc's denied at 50%. And I think Lammo understands that army's got to be on the way, but he didn't see it. He double-checked that area, didn't see it. Gabby's so good at this. And so there's archers on the golds, and now there's archers on the woodline. It's a 2-pronged attack from Gabby, who needs to be fully walled at home. She's on the gold, she's on the woodline. The lancers are coming home. This is some great damage, and she has the fish boom. So as long as she can just, like, hold at home, as long as she can defend at home, she needs to be fully walled, she can still be okay. Man, if only Lammo would have found that. If you would have found that army immediately, it would have been really strong. Ranged units have killed the villagers on the berries. Look at Gabby's resources. She's still not up. For some reason, I thought she was on the way to Castle Age, and she was about to have that 700 food. But no, she's just now clicked up. Like this from Lammo to come back down here. I think the key for Lammo is a siege workshop. But Lammo doesn't know that Gabby is so far away from Castle. If you know that, you go siege workshop, no problem. But you're sitting here looking at this, expecting she's going to be up any second. Obviously, he doesn't have the water anymore. Gabby's got the fishing ships up there. He goes for elite skirmisher now, which feels like a good goal because Gabby has a lot of archers. I don't like the fact that this wasn't full walled, but I do like that engagement for Gabby. She gets in real close before she fires. Damn. By the way, on the topic of USA players, guys, we do have a solid... I don't know how many Americans are watching right now, but we do have a solid amount of players getting really good. Some younger players as well. So there's going to be a USA Cup this year for the first time in a while. And it'll be fun. We've got like maybe 5 or so players that wouldn't have maybe been competitive and made things interesting last time around. So, and all the players we had before, which are really underrated as well. So, okay, skirmishers and lancers will dive. Can Gabby defend this? It's 4 skirms and 5 lancers. Oh man, this is so good from Lammo. Just needs to find the wood line. Honestly, the skirms have done the job. The skirms have done the job. Boxing out the archers. Just get into the wood line. Gabby has no choice but to fight this. She really has no choice. You hope for a knight to clear up the skirms. Oh man, this is so much eco damage. This is so messy. So much harassment. Lammo had 1 win. He had 1 win the whole freaking season. And he shows up already relegated in the last rounds and is playing like an absolute god. Such crazy damage. And now Gabby's fishing ships don't matter. Like Gabby having 7 fishing ships when her eco looks like this is nothing. More villagers will go down to the Lancers. Oh, man. 36 economy for Gabby. 43 for Lammo. Still has Vills exposed. I think Gabby will come back down here as soon as she gets the chance. And Gabby could still maybe balance this out a little bit. But look at the farming eco from Lammo now. Just sick. He's a sick player, man. Just Gabby has to continually respect the Lancers. Once the Lancers are gone, then she can maybe counter. But yeah, that was such good timing with the raid. I don't think I would have gone elite skirm there. It was good recognition that Gabby was waiting to go crossbow. Monk doesn't get the conversion. Monk ends up getting sniped by the skirmisher. I think Gabby could probably consider taking this fight, though. Gabby still is farm. She's adding more fish. She's still in this game. I think this is where Lammo needs to drop a second town center. This is where he struggles. It's like, you get the lead, and then one or two counterattacks can just completely undo him. This is where you just need a TC here, or a TC here, and now you chill a little. Gabby's really good at creating chaos with counters, so far she doesn't feel like she feels that comfortable. I think maybe she needs a town center back here. She seems really worried that this area is going to get hit. Lammo buys the stone. Yeah, and she'd be right. The Lancers are back there. And Lammo will town center there. That's a crazy town center. That's a good town center, I guess. But, like, I feel like you still have exposed eco in the back. Why not just town center the golds you already have villagers on? Man, how many Lancers does he have? Holy crap. This might just be over. Gabby's knights are out of position. And oh my god. Yeah. That's game-ending damage. Gabby could still potentially get first place in the group. She would have to win the next two games, but things get very difficult here. Yeah, that's a game-ending raid. What a play. Again, actually, Gabby had her knights in the south, so she sent her knights down here. But honestly, with that many Lancers, I'm not certain that Gabby would have even had enough to defend from that. Monks will go this way from Lammo to convert the knights. Gabby will back away. And Gabby's still going to hold on and still going to fight. Lammo backs up. Skirms go in for the monk. Just so good right now. Can someone go to the website and put a win for Lammo and tell me what the percentages are for Gabby's placement now? Because I don't have it memorized, and I don't want to pull it up. Yeah, a lot of people bet on Gabby with the channel points. Gabby's got a lot of fans, but the thing about Gabby is she's not a very clean player, and I think sometimes if someone can find the clean timings with the attacks, she can struggle. It's more so, usually if she can survive the attack, she wins. But I guess it does depend on the Civ matchups, because she likes to go aggressive as well. Very small percentage for second or fourth. Very likely third now. Okay, so high percentage for third. Just because of losing one game. I mean, she's dead here. She's dead here, and she truly knows how much this game matters. The other two games will happen for us. But yeah, she's been completely gutted. This is what I meant, right? If that town center from Lammo was just on the gold to protect it, probably would have been a little bit better. But it doesn't matter. There's camels here. Actually, the camels are all chasing those two knights. So, I mean, okay. He's obviously looking here right now. But Gabby pulled all the camels away with two knights. But Lammo still has enough army to clear it. Lammo still has 2 TCs. Does have a lot of idols, but is up 46 villagers versus 31 now. Gabby would need monks, I guess. Like, lots of monks to both heal and get conversions. She's got 0 on wood, 20 on gold, 10 on food. 9 of that is fishing ships on shorefish. Very likely over. Britton, thanks for the 10 months. He says, hey, the U.S. women's hockey team is about to win gold. Yeah. Yeah, just in the U.S., it's interesting. We have more players than any other country. I think that's recent, though. I think over the last 5 years, that's become the case again. Because a lot of people have come back to the game. I think there's more viewers from the U.S. than any other country as well. But because so many have returned to the game and haven't been like actively playing the game over the past like 10 plus years. I think that's been part of the reason why we haven't had any big talents. But we have some younger players now, like 20 and below maybe in age, that are getting pretty solid. And just depends on if they can find the next levels in their play. Lammo doesn't have anything on this wood line now. Big army moving forward. Just 2 town centers. Would just like to see the 3rd town center positioned in a safe spot. If Lammo knew what we knew, he should probably just get devotion and just back up for a second. Running in here could actually be a little risky. Just because there's monks. And Gabby's eco is brutal. Like, Gabby needs the gold income to translate into food income, I guess, by using the market. And Lammo wants to raid the wood line. And there's no wood line to raid. Except for 2 vills. Gabby's still just waiting on the gold. It's kind of nice that Lammo's been getting the relics too. Gabby not having any relics makes it tougher for these fights to go her way. Lithuanian +1 attack per relic is a really nice bonus. Lammo doesn't have to close it. That's the thing. Lammo does not need to engage. It's actually risky for him to engage. You are ahead. Engaging into monks and a big night mass right now isn't needed. What's needed is some patience. So this is all patience right now so he can expand his economy even further. I'm completely fine with that. The better your economy starts to look, the more likely it is that you could take a bad fight and recover, right? Very active with the scout there, looking for a monk. We'll snipe a monk there. And now the knights are out of position. That's what patience brings you. Well played. Monks are out of the picture now. Now I think you can take the fight. Do you have to? Probably not. Is it a good fight for you to take? It probably is. Lancer also comes in from the south and snipes there as well. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness, Lammo. Let's go. I don't think my viewers are very happy with him right now because they bet all their precious channel points on Gabby. But Lammo's a good player. He's about to get 10 bucks. I think I'm dropping right now. Can you guys hear me? Okay, no, I think my Twitch chat just glitched. We're back. We're back. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, Lammo wins the first game. So I will pull it up just to show the percentages, but Gabby still has to control what's within her control. There is actually a chance she doesn't go playoffs. Like, now that's a very real conversation. If Gabby ends up, like, getting swept here, maybe she could be passed. But, man, what a game. That was so fast and so clean and so sharp from Lammo. My God. I expected bigger things from him this season. But in a lot of the games, he wasn't able to use that speed consistently throughout the game. He'd, like, have the early attacks, but then his mid-game would look kind of rough. But, yeah, that was lightning quick, man. Just nonstop pressure. The castle age time was ridiculous. And what was it? It was 1932. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So, let's look now, and then we'll hop into game number 2. Keep things moving here, but... Oops. That's not what I wanted. Wanted that. So, Gabby loses the first game to Lammo. It says that she's now... Oh, she basically can't get first place. Yeah, she can't get first. Mathematically cannot get first. She can get second. Very likely she's third. Also, strong chance she falls into fourth. So, let's see if Lammo wins again. It basically comes down to what Manos is able to do against Husiel, right? So, yeah, Gabby needs to get, I think, 1 win to secure playoffs or feel happy with playoffs. That would be my take. 4% of people bet on Lammo in that game for channel points. That's great. T90, how is Gabby so far behind in Castle Age? She didn't have her berries at all the whole game until like way later. So the issue was the pressure on the front, she couldn't mill. And then she couldn't transition into farm. So it's kind of a double whammy. If your mill gets delayed, you can't take the berries early. But then also, when you get pushed off the berries typically, you want to add lots of farming eco. So it was no berries, but also no mill, which meant no farms. And then the fish didn't come in till way later in the game. So the berries are a really valuable resource there. Scores 1-0. Sorry. Yeah, Cosminot in chat is like, let's go. Cosminot felt really bad about not getting the sweep in the previous set, and now Lammo's made him feel ever so slightly better. The thing about this group is any of the players who fall into the playoffs, I'm not sure they're necessarily a guarantee to get to gold. Like, the competition is really good in all these groups. So if you're second place in this group, you play third place from another, and if you're third place, you play second. Like, I don't know if Gabby has the consistency to necessarily have me ever put her as a favorite in a playoff. I don't know if Cosminot or Huciel have the consistency to necessarily always say they're the favorite. So I bring that up because first place, there's no playoff. You just go to gold. Boom. Congrats. You're done. No stress. So Gabby losing that first game is obviously massive. She can no longer get first place now. We'll see the deer get pushed in from the sides from Gabby. She's playing as the Vietnamese. And we got Lammo as the Chinese. Wow. Very nice civs. I think the civ matchup is all comes down to how aggressive the Vietnamese player can be. And Gabby should understand now, unlike the previous game, she now has to be the aggressor instead of the defensive player. You could technically even consider some laming here with the Vietnamese, but she's just going to push in the deer. Map is slopes. You've got the areas on the side with the food. Long term, you've got stone and gold and the bigger wood lines there. In the middle, just these tiny little wood lines, which means you need lots of military. Yeah, who are you guys going to bet on now at the channel points? Let's look at the ratios here. 4% of people bet on Lammo, but now it's looking like maybe 20%. Lammo's getting some believers right now. He's also getting some money. Like, finally, he gets some prize pool per win. It's $10 per win. He's got $20 at least. I forget in Silver League if you get money if you're last place for placement prize. It's 10K, so there should be something. I don't know how much. I take great pride in that. I want more players to be able to make some money from the game and feel motivation. And again, even if you lose, you don't want to look at the season like a waste of your time, right? 200 for last place. Yeah, that's not bad, dude. That's not bad. Get some experience. Like, imagine how much 15 tournament games, getting to feel that pressure, doing the drafts, all that stuff. Imagine how much that can help a career. That's so good. That makes me happy. Now, Gabby going to wall up. And Gabby's going to run this way. And Gabby will push in her other deer. So she's going to wall a little bit. Take some of the food here too. And I think it's good. Lammo was just taking no risks. 22 seconds of TC idle time. But he does not want to take the food on the sides with the Chinese. I'd have to test it, but I think with how much walking time there is to get out there, I think that's probably not something you can consider. If you want to have a competitive feudal age time, you probably need to add a vill or two. And a vill or two is about a minute. And being a minute late to feudal age feels really rough against aggression, so. Russell, did you ever get your Wikipedia profile, bro? In Regicide Rumble, Russell, who's a community player for anyone who doesn't know, he won $200. And he's been like, where's my Wikipedia profile? I don't think they make Wikipedia profiles for people who play in community events, but maybe you'll get there someday, Russell. That's solid, though. You won $200, so not bad. They don't do that anymore. Did they do that before? I mean, I guess there's more events now, and it's just a bunch of volunteers, so. What's the threshold? Part of the reason I want to compete... Okay, let me explain my reasoning more, and you guys tell me if this is weird, okay? So I want to play tournaments for the competition and the pride. That's it. That is, first and foremost, pretty much actually almost all of it. Right? Pride, competition, that's what I want. Not necessarily the money. Like, the money's good, but, like, I have my stream, I have the channel, you know. I'm not, wouldn't be competing for money. I have my other stuff. But when you look at my Liquipedia profile, it shows, like everyone's profile, the amount they've earned per year. And it really bothers me. I won that Battle Royale event. I won $3,000, which I ended up donating to charity, right? You look at my prize pool per year, and it's 1 year. It's like whoosh, like crazy year for T90, and then he's been trash ever since. So what I'm saying is, a side reason I would like some money in tournaments is so my Liquipedia profile isn't so one-sided. Like, honestly, I want to go to Liquipedia and ask if they can remove the Battle Royale money, because I don't... It just makes it look like I'm getting worse. Like, go look at it. I could show it in between games. It looks ridiculous. It looks like I fell off. I guess to fall off, though, you actually have to be on, and I'm still waiting to get there, but... Gabby with lots of walls, man. Gabby with lots of walls. Both games. The scout will run in. Lammo's like, all right, she's walling up. Lammo wants to know the opening. Lammo sees the villagers are exposed on the sides. Lammo now sees the range. All of Gabby's openings have just been so passive. So very, like, defensive and passive. And I could question it, but I really think it's because of experience. Because they have definitely played each other on ranked a lot. I bet you Lammo's got some good wins against her being aggressive. Because they're both around the same rate. They both play at very similar times. Like, if I'm queuing and I get Gabby, I could have played Lammo the game before. Archers are coming immediately to the sides here. And it's going to be just some spears and just some skirmishers here from Gabby. More than enough to defend from this. Just depends on the micro. That spearman gets sniped, and suddenly it changes the whole fight. Spearman goes in. Not amazing micro for Gabby, but it's not the end of the world either. It's a very weak scout. You can just use a villager here, and you're fine. But, again, maybe just the pressure. Maybe she's not feeling it, and Lammo is. Like, look at the micro from Lammo. Like, he's not messing around. Obviously, it's what you do behind this. So we look back at the eco, and immediately we see a bunch of farms placed. Gabby still has some sheep. Gabby's placed some farms. What's up, Count Spankula? Welcome to the stream. Count Spankula. That is a choice. Thank you, though. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Thank you for the follow. Lammo still has the consistent 2-villager lead. Gabby still has to protect these villagers because they're exposed on the sides. Lammo runs in there. Look at his micro. Look at the micro. Multiple dodges there. So nerdy. He's fast, too. Like, if you look at the APM, you could just tell he's super speedy. Look at him. Whoosh. I have about the same speed as Gabby. And, trust me, you can feel it. When you're playing against someone like this, you can just tell that you're slower. And then you opt for the strategy. And so I think in Gabby's mind, she's like, well, my strategy is we get to Castle Age and then we lead towards some strength. That's where you unlock some options. That's where you can go for the Fire Lancers or Cav Archers or Knights. You know, Feudal Age, you're kind of limited in what you can do. It's not Count Spankula. It's Count Spankula the Third. Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry. I did no disrespect. I didn't realize it was a long line of Count Spankulas. Oh, man. What is this? Lammo wasn't fully walled. Doesn't have army at home. Gabby gets to run in. And just like that, the game turns around. Man, it's just the difference between the approach, right? Like, the walls don't get you out of your seat. The walls don't excite you. But the walls matter. And Lammo has the army here. If this army was at home, it's completely fine. But he always wants to be aggressive. And now you need to make a decision. Do you run all the way home with your skirmishers? It sometimes just feels like a waste of time. Why did Gabby leave? Why did she leave? That's crazy. I think she expected those skirms to come out and kill her. And she just never expected the situation there. Also, I'm just now realizing the colors have changed. And I'm not going to change them again because we're already 16 minutes into the game. It's been a long day for me, and I guess I just didn't realize. My bad. Really don't like Lammo's walls. I would have preferred Lammo wall like Gabby into the edge. But it's clearly another game where he wants to kill very quickly in early Castle Age. He sells a stone. Gabby's around the back wood line now. Lammo will have the skirms here. And we see a stable again. Two archers headed this way. Looking, maybe Gabby would be over here, but she's not. This will be similar to the previous game in terms of army composition. The stable will come out for Lammo. He'll want to play knights. Gabby wants to play crossbow, but Gabby's up to Castle Age at a very reasonable time. Cheap eco upgrades for the Vietnamese, so the Vietnamese can definitely compete economically. I think she just needs to get home now. She either needs to make it home, or she needs to just take good trades against Blue's army. How can you say a 6-hour stream has been a long day? Harsh Yoshi, go ahead and talk nonstop for 6 hours while also having a couple hundred people who will consistently give you a hard freaking time like you, okay? Go ahead, do that. And then do that for 2 weeks in a row with no breaks after you woke up and you're ever so slightly sick. All right, go ahead and try that and come back to me. But yes, I understand. I have it good. I'm not trying to say I'm out here saving lives. I know you guys. I do have it very good. I'm not trying to act like I'm not in a good spot here, but I am allowed to be tired. And I do make mistakes sometimes. Did T90 just get one guide? Yeah, one guy emotes in chat. Sorry. He knew what he was doing, too. He's been subbed for 4.5 years. He didn't say that. He didn't say that genuinely. He's messing with me. There's definitely a threshold that's like someone who is not subscribed and never subscribes, 20% chance they're a troll, okay? Someone who subscribes for 8 months to like 16 months, maybe like 10% chance there's a troll. Someone between 18 months and 3 years, maybe like 12% they're a troll. And then it's like 4.5 years to 8.5 years. 50-50. You have the people who only troll, and then you have the people who never troll with no in between. That's I'm probably really wrong on these ratios, but. Okay, so Lammo is just incredible. I don't know how he's able to hit these timings. He walked forward. He had no upgrades on his range units this entire time. Somehow scared Gabby off, drops the Siege Workshop on her main gold. But guys, she's got another gold. So I don't think she really needs to panic about this. Oh, and she's got Army in the back. This is perfect for her. I mean, Lammo's eco is not so good. He needs a second town center at some point to compete. And the wood line is just really awkward for him. Nice shot from Gabby. Pretty much ignoring the siege. And the siege is rolling home as well. If you have to go forward siege and roll back to your base, that tells you there's been a problem. But I don't think the siege is really needed at home. It might be, actually, because Gabby's coming forward again. But I think +2 knights should be able to clear this. I think that's an overreaction. There's not many crossbows in the group. Luckily, now you have the rocket cart here. Maybe he was thinking ahead. Because if the rocket cart was just on the front... Gabby won't expect that. Oof, big shot. Gabby will be very surprised to see that. It could have been worse for Gabby, but also could be better here. Lammo with the nice repairs. Rocket cart is getting some good hits. Quick wall's needed. Gets the quick wall in. Another rocket cart comes through. That one gets sniped. The other knights need to be coming forward from Lammo. Meanwhile, Gabby on multiple town centers. Gabby kills 6 villagers. This is the Gabby that was advertised. This was the Gabby that 96% of people bet their channel points on in the first game. And now she just calmly places the town center on her golds because the siege workshop is locked down. Beautiful play. Yeah, when you play like this, when you go forward siege workshop and you go all in and you sell your stone, you really always need to be active on the front. The second it falls apart, things just get so difficult for you. And now I think Lammo's stuck here because he can't really justify moving out. He doesn't know where Gabby's army is. I find that Gabby is something that I would say about her more than maybe any other player in the top 100 is the way she sneaks armies. She goes way further around than other people. Other people would go more direct. There may be 3 to 5 tiles closer to the enemy base, but she really loops. It takes a long time. Look, like just now she gets here. I think when you play against Gabby enough, you also know she's going to be like that. And, well, here we go. Lammo's going to clear this. That's a full clear. That's a massive clear. And I don't think Gabby wanted that. I think she wanted a couple Vil picks. She is bringing another army this way. But, I mean, we'll see if she has the confidence to move in. She doesn't want to lose her whole mass now. I think she might be better off just waiting at home. Now is when you brace yourself a little bit. Kira Hellfire in YouTube chat says, if you happen to read this, I am sorry about what I said about the league. I was griping about an omission in your stream title, but I bungled my gripe and you took it literally. Sorry. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Why are you not in Twitch chat, though? You didn't get banned, right? Or you just prefer YouTube? It's all good. I wasn't upset or anything. Thank you for apologizing. I did take... I kind of remember what you said. I did take it literally, but it's very hard to convey tone, so no worries. You shouldn't have... I'm just confused because you said prefer YouTube. Okay, cool. I wanted to make sure, because you apologizing makes me think that, like, someone got banned or something, which should never be the case, so all good. I had to deny a ban appeal last night, guys, and it actually bothers me. I hate banning people. If you get banned, you have a way to be like, hey, sorry, I had a bad day. You know, you basically like apologize or like explain or you do nothing. But yeah, they just kind of doubled down. So I told my mods, I'm like, I guess we gotta just leave them banned. And they're like, yeah, that's kind of makes the most obvious sense. I was like, oh, fine. Who was it? Not important. Not important. 8 messages on the channel in 2 years, and all of them were negative. So it was not my uncle. I didn't ban my uncle. I mean, 85 Vils against 53. Gabby's running in. This still could become problematic for her. If she loses her whole army again, there is then a big counterattack incoming for Lammo. But the siege and the knights need to all be together right now. Oof, big shot. And Lammo's micro is insane. His micro is absolutely unreal. But his eco is not right now. And I think he lost track of Gabby. Again, she's sneaky, man. There she is. Lammo has to pay attention to the front. And Lammo sees her. We'll send the knights over. But Gabby just needs a castle. If you build up towards a defensive castle here, the siege push can never work. And she's giving herself a lot of time right now. Guys, capture rate is bugged right now. So the red X here is for all the unique text. It's a weird coding error. That might be the case for the next 2 days because they updated capture age, but it doesn't work for non-new patch games now. So sorry about the red X's there. So we have to use our memory. Again, he can't find that army. Oh, found it. Found it. All right, but I mean, this is exactly where she wants to lose a fight. There is no better position on the map to lose a fight than this. In the back corner of your opponent's base, the knights will clear. Meanwhile, Gabby's sending another army this way. And she also stacks it up so it's hard for the knights to engage. At Gabby now a healthy 40 villager lead. Another town center will go up for her on the left side. Still the crossbows aren't dead yet. And now the Cav Archers are in, and now the Knights need to come back over. And now the Knights can just never push. It's just this never-ending cycle where you need to chase Gabby's army. And she will mass another army right here. And then the second she sees the Knights, she's going to send that army somewhere else. She's got complete control over the game now. So, we'll see. I mean, Skirm feels like a good play for Lammo. Siege, obviously, a good play against Cav Archers as well, but there's a lot of chasing going on. Everything is running after Gabby. There's been no real push through the middle. He's going to attempt to change that by diving with the Knights finally. But there's a Monk waiting for Gabby. There's Cav Archers waiting for Gabby still. Rocket carts are back home again. I feel like if these rocket carts had a step counter or like a distance traveled counter, it would set a new slopes record. They have gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's not what you want. It's funny, though. Gabby's never expecting them to be there because people don't typically do that. And, ooh, Gabby's building a castle. Lammo can see it. Lammo wants his own castle. Here he comes with Knights. Here he comes with Skirms. Gabby with a healthy 60 villager lead will see the castle. Honestly, it's a tough fight for Gabby to take if she wants to deny this. I think you just slow down and you just go up to Imp. You already have your own castle. You'll kill off some Knights there. I think you just build a market, sell off that wood, stop producing villagers, go up to Imp. Once you're an Imp, you can produce Trebs to deal with that. This is extremely forward, but she's going to steal Lammo's gold there. And gold's a resource she might end up needing, but I still could tell Gabby's really nervous right now. Still could have some potential problems, but I think she's okay. She actually has 13 villagers inside of this castle. I don't know why she's not going up to Imp right away. Garrison on the left side. Lammo is checking the left side. That archer was sitting there earlier. Lammo's now bringing army over. Gabby might panic into another castle here. The Skirms are going to scare her. Holy town centers for Gabby. But army count and army type is really good for Lammo. If you're not going to go Imp, you should just add Knights with your Cav Archers, and then you can kill off the Skirms. A castle's fine, just to breathe here, so. Kira says, T90, in regards to you saving lives, you do. You're really good for depression countering with your passion. That saves lives. Well, I appreciate that. I really do. And you guys help me out in that regard as well. But, I mean, in terms of job difficulty, I'd never want to be that streamer that's like, oh, my life is so hard, when everyone else is holy repairs here. Like, imagine if you had to be one of these repair villagers or one of these Cav Archers. That's much more difficult than what I have to do. Oh, my goodness. Lammo's micro is nuts, though. How is he still winning every fight? There's a castle here. There's a mangonel there. Look at this micro. It's ridiculous. But I still think with Gabby having 150 villagers, she's done the heavy lifting, as I like to say. She's done the hard work already. It will be awkward. She still has some decisions to make, but she is on the way to Imp. This is funny. This is so funny. Here comes Lammo. He's like, okay, I gotta take my side food. I just need to take my gold. And then there's a Gabby TC chilling there. I mean, he could honestly just build it anyways and just move it. Yeah, you could do that because there's only 2 vills there. That's the play. Funny stuff. Gabby's getting Cav upgrades. I really do think that's the killer blow now. It's usually, or sorry, mainly just Skirms from Lammo, so that's fine. And I don't think, even with Gabby losing all the Cav Archers, there's no way Gabby loses this game. She's got double the economy. And she can't lose this game if she wants to feel healthy for the second position. I think getting second place would be good for her in this group. It's no longer possible for her to get first. But these town centers are just going to square off over here. Gabby makes it to Imperial Age as Lammo clicks up. Neutron says this does not look like a player that's 2-11. I wonder what happened. I could kind of summarize what happens. He's really good, but the transitions, like his early Castle Age is sick. But every game for him is he has to win an early Castle Age, right? A lot of those games where he's selling a stone, a lot of those games where he's forcing the issue. And I think, I mean, that can be a style, but I think in a play all 3 on tournament maps, you can't just win an early Castle Age every time. So I think he's good enough. He just has to show the patience to play more eco-oriented at times. But this is his biggest tournament. Like, he doesn't have this very long career like Gabby. He hasn't been at the top level for a long time too. So again, 15 games to get some good money, right? Like, to be able to end the season and be like, oh, I got $250. That's not bad. All of this will influence how he plays any other tournament. How all the players, like, shape their careers, right? Like, the 15-game format is really nice. So, yeah, he's really good. I expected better things from him this season because he's this good. But you also don't know, like, did he prepare? Did he practice? There's been more silver and gold practice than even platinum. Like, players have gone really hard. Gabby's going for a castle here. That'll go up. Gabby's going for a castle here. That'll go up. Gabby's going for a castle here. And, yeah, Lammo resigns. I mean, Lammo's been super dead for a while. It took Gabby some time. And Elite Rats and Archer was in. Well played from Gabby. So she was passive in the early stages of Feudal, but maybe that explains it. Like, clearly, if she can survive, she's more adaptable throughout the game. I think maybe that was her logic in the first game, too. Gabby and Lammo will play the third game. We know Lammo is relegated. We know Gabby can't get first place, but what happens with second and third place and potentially fourth place does matter on this next game. I think there is a slight chance, I'll double check, that Gabby will be out of playoffs even still, but let me just verify that. There's a lot of really good players who didn't even make the silver bracket who are very similar to Lammo. Like, really fast, really aggressive, really good on land maps, and just lack overall experience. So it's fun to see, man. All right, so to the stats real quick before we get into the third and final game of the day. What does this mean? Yeah, so Gabby is not a lock for playoffs. If she wins the next game, she is locked into playoffs. Likely third, potentially second. But apparently, if she were to lose this next game, there is a world where she gets pushed out of the playoffs. So, important she gets the win. John. Yo, thank you, John. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Hypes in chat. Dude, I've been flying through games today, so I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Thank you for the kind words, YouTube. Thank you for the kind words, chat. My goal, possibly ambitious, but my goal after this stream today is to record new DLC content, record a new Uncle episode. That's a lot of stuff considering we're already 6 hours in, but we'll see. We'll see. There's been enough content for you guys. Okay, what are we doing with the colors here? Am I changing it back or am I keeping it as is? I'm sorry about that, but now would be the time to make a decision. John, you're a legend. Thank you. Okay. Let me just read the message. Someone says, Gabby feels blue. Red, Gabby. Blue for Gabby. Gabby red. Gabby blue. Okay, so basically you guys don't... I don't know what to do, dude. Well, we'll keep it as is. We're keeping it as is, okay? Sorry, I'm not going to keep it consistent with the previous game. On the topic of colors, by the way, I think there's something I need to do more. We have Northern Crossings here. This can be a very fun map. We got Vikings for Lammo. We got Koreans for Gabby. Gabby is going to forward and tower and make life hell for Lammo on land. I'm sure of it. But on the topic of colors, type a 1 in chat if you get slightly disappointed at least if I don't put, like, freaking Andy in orange, for example. Okay? Because we'll have, like, someone pick blue and then Andy will pick orange. And then people are like, man, like, I really wish T90 wouldn't change it to red and blue. Right? Usually we keep it on red and blue because of color blindness. Okay. Here is what it looks like for a certain percentage of the population if I do what you want. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We got Gabby here. Gabby here is playing as the Koreans. And then over here, we have Lammo. And Lammo is playing as the Vikings. I mean, this is my point, okay? I know you guys get upset with it. I get people like their colors. But, like, imagine if the whole game looked like this. Imagine if that was you. Now I'm messing with my own brain. We're going to change Gabby back to red. That's why, guys. That's why. And even if it's like 1% of people, those 1% of people matter, right? All right? Sure, their eyes might be playing tricks on them. Sure, you know, they've got some issues, but so do I. So do we all. We all have our own different types of problems, so it's all good. We're going to keep the colors like this. We're not going to change them anymore. All right, so Vikings is very clearly all about dominating water, and they can be very dangerous. If you let the Vikings have the sea here in Castle Age, there might be no retaking water because the longboats just melt the docks and any fortifications. Considering the distance between the two players, considering the amount of water, Vikings are a really solid pick. But I sometimes find that it's too one-dimensional and too predictable. And if the Vikings player tries to go galleys, they just get pressured super heavy on land. And you start with a transport ship here, and you can walk across. So I think Gabby is going to do both of those things. So what I would like to see from Gabby, there's a couple options, but I think you need to try and locate the dock. So she actually... This is so classic for this map. You want to scout the back, but you scout the back too early. So you're like, wait, there's no back dock, there's no front dock. And now you got to go all the way over again. So sometimes you could be too thorough. I think realistically, you should know the time, though. I've made this mistake countless times myself, but I think it shouldn't happen. I think once you get experience, you should just think, okay, dock is up at around 5 minutes. We need to scout the back at the 5-minute mark. But yeah, she'll know the dock is there. Because Vikings don't get fires, it's really tough for them to fight close quarters against fire ships. Now, apparently that's changing with the new patch, which I kind of hate because I'm a big theme guy. Vikings getting fire ship really bothers me. I'll probably get over it. Maybe I won't get over it, let's be real. But we'll see how that goes with the new water balance. There'll be a lot of changes here this upcoming week in TTL. But yeah, at least the balance right now, Vikings do not have fires. They only get galleys and demos. So a strat against the Vikings would be try and pressure their dock. So just noticing this, like this transport just doubled back. She saw what she wanted. She's coming back. I would guess that she's going to use that. And Lammo just pushing in some deer. Lammo's going to click Feudal Age. And now what does Lammo do here? It's like 2 dock galleys from the back takes so long to ever kill any fish. And Lammo not really playing this as active as he could with the transport. He didn't scout where Gabby's dock is at all. Looks like we had some lag there for Lammo. Gabby getting the full tour of his base. And there's the transport ship. And yeah, you could just tell that transport is definitely going to be used. And she's looking for a target right now. T90, I think in order to make things fair for the colorblind viewers, you should set every player to blue. So we can all be equal no matter what. Well, I did for 10 seconds. So hopefully that's enough. But yeah, anytime someone complains... like, oh, I want these colors. I never get it. So I'm just going to do that now. That's my new thing. I'm just going to put them both in the same color and say, and do that for 15 seconds. And then hopefully people understand. So. But like, surely Lammo expects this, right? You're up against Gabby. I don't know if he's looking for her right now, but her barracks is going up right there. Gabby is always going to forward you. And this is honestly, this is textbook. This is the perfect build against Vikings. The perfect build. You go forward land pressure. You go forward dock. It's perfect. So far, anyways. Because Lammo's making a galley. 1 galley cannot be 1 fire ship. And then also, oh man, now there's the pressure on the shoreline. Now he sees the barracks is here. He realizes that things are going to get crazy there. Did actually spot the dock, which is kind of nice. I'm not sure exactly what you do here. You obviously need to react on land. But in regards to water, I think maybe you have to mass 3 galleys in your dock before you move out. Really difficult to micro in these scenarios when you're right up against the opponent's production. Gabby could, in theory, produce a fire from home, but she's not, which is smart because that would take a really long time to benefit. Someone on YouTube wants to know, why do all of your maps look like Pokeballs? Because I had a sheltered upbringing, and deep down, I'm really disappointed my parents didn't like Pokemon. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I never really thought about it until now. It is true. My family wasn't really big into Pokemon. And Gabby... Oh, man. Gabby kills 2 goats. Steals another one. Fire Galley is on the fish. Oh, what a nightmare for Lammo right now. What a nightmare. And now here comes the tower from Gabby as well. You can just try and shut this down. Like, sometimes when someone forwards you, you can just move out right away and just batter it down and wall in the range. But obviously, it's very risky. All the fishing ships are going down for Lammo, which is horrible. And he did kind of what I said. You wait for 3 galleys. 3 galleys can probably beat the 2 fires. But, like, what do you even protect now? You now have to go... Oh, you can attack the Vills. Okay. Ooh, kill the Vills. No. Doesn't even get him. And Gabby's tower foundation is still there, and she can still move it. So yeah, welcome to the playing against Gabby on hybrid maps experience, guys. If it's not this map, it's another map where she's going man-at-arms and towers, and same deal. Forward archer ranges. Very, very messy. And anytime you preemptively tower against her, she will find the perfect spot for a tower that works really well against you. So this protects against the army, but this tower does not protect against the tower. Galleys are going to be looking for fish. Did Lammo actually see the fish? See, he never actually confirmed it, but he didn't see the dock on the back. So I think considering he didn't see the dock on the back, maybe he knows the dock is going to be in the middle. Yep, he gets busy at home for a second. Sniping the one villager, and now all the galleys go down. That's not what he would have wanted. Anytime you're up against a civ that doesn't get fire ships, you need to do this. Get a dock next to theirs, pressure them as quickly as possible, and then if you can keep them busy on land as well, it pays dividends. There is still very good clean economy for Lammo, despite not having the fish. He actually has farms. Gabby doesn't have any. Gabby's gotten housed a lot. She also creates the chaos for herself, right? Like, look at the idle TC time for Gabby. But it's not that uncommon. I introed cast for Gabby in like the bronze bracket, I think it was. And I said in the intro, I was like, it's not uncommon for Gabby to have lots of idle TC time. And I felt really good about pointing that out because I think she had like 5 minutes in that game. It was really bad. And I think, you know, at the highest level, like Platinum, you're just not going to see that. But people don't take the risks that she takes in the first place. People don't go forward. They don't have that style. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Can someone look at the playoff bracket and tell me what position Gabby is up against? Because I think there's a chance that what Ozone and I joked about earlier would happen. Where I think if Gabby goes into third, Bad Koala is second. I think it's Gabby, Bad Koala to get to gold. I think. That would be, oh my god, that's so sick if it happens. They're both so crazy. Idle time, forwards. Either Koala or Dennis. I think it was confirmed that Bad Koala's in second. So if Gabby goes third in this group, then that is a dream matchup for entertainment. Lammo. He still wants that extra $10. Still wants to remind people why he made it here in the first place. Wants Castle Age as well. And we'll go for 2 docks on the front. I think this is a good game plan. You basically survive the feudal age with Vikings, and then you just spam longboats and Castle Age. It can be really strong. Gabby needs to find those docks. There's a lot of time here where Lammo can't defend these docks. But Gabby has her work cut out for her, and I think maybe fixating and focusing a little bit more on land. The red X's are capture age bugs. Capture age is bugged out, won't show the unique text. So if we're missing our strings here. But it's free. It's a free missing string, so that's not bad. Outpost from Gabby. So there's no surprises on the land. Makes a lot of sense. But she's not thinking about the forward docks. But then, like, Lammo doesn't know the stable's up either. He did drop a second barracks, which I guess could be for some spears or something. It's a very close game. Thank you, Rhythm, for understanding. It's Rhythm, you're a real bro, dude. You're a real bro. Oh, Gabby found the docks. Okay. So, triple docks. Oof. I mean, I would love to see turtle ships here, but I think they're too expensive, to be honest. I think the longboats are also just too good. So, I think Gabby should gather up all the ships she does have, still get the War Galley upgrade, and try and pressure these docks, because the longboats can only start being massed right now. And then you spam knights. And it's 2 stables. Korean knights are some of the worst knights in the game long term. Gabby's not thinking about it long term. She's thinking about a here and now. Pressure the gold. The tower that finished before is a guard tower as well now. So this is a great position to have. There is this gold for Lammo, but beyond that, it's like really going to be a problem. And Gabby's villager survives. And War Galley upgrades coming in. Gabby needs to collect up the fires, move the fishing ships around. Knights are going to be coming in. Let's see how Lammo responds here. He actually saw the stable. I think he got Town Watch. And quick walls on the golds. Micro still has to happen here. Oh, that's just so many fire ships, though. Same issue as before. It's the same exact situation with the galleys. It just takes so long to mass them. And wait, what? I thought this was walled. I mean, I thought it was walled. Clearly it wasn't. There must have been a hole there. Gabby's now forced him completely off of gold. Oh, that's so good. Also, Gabby has a skirmisher positioned here on this gold. So if villagers ever move over there too, she'll have a really close eye on it. Knights go this way. Knights will go this way. Conversion is needed for Lammo. This is falling apart quickly. Spears are a nice addition as well. And Gabby's knights grouping up together there. There's the monk. Gabby saw it. We'll click. And we'll get the kill on the monk. Oh, that's so nice. To not lose a knight there and to kill the monk is huge. And it's regular unupgraded spears against knights with at least one upgrade are still not enough. And the fire galleys are coming in on the docks. Gabby's coming in with that Vil again. There's now a siege workshop and she's adding rocket carts. Longboats have to eject. Probably the right play to eject here. But all the army goes down there. Gabby's just marching right in. She's getting Bod Canero. She brings the archers in for the spearmen. She will drop a tower on this side as well. What a game. What a great game from Gabby. And there's a hole there. Yep. Army runs right in. GG. GG. So Gabby wins 2-1. So we'll double check the standings. I don't think that's confirmed for anything. I just think it's very likely she ends up in 3rd place. I think that increases her odds to get 2nd, which honestly, if I were her, I would like, because Bad Koala is not a player that I think she will want to face. I think it'd be very fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. But I think Bad Koala might be one of the rare players out there who can match her stubbornness and her craziness. Fun series. Salutes in chat for both of them. Lammo out of Silver League now. That's a bummer for him. But again, he hasn't had a very long career. He got to show us what he's capable of. He clearly played very good today. I watched a lot of those games throughout the early weeks for him, and he would have leads that would let slip away. There's just a lot of things you can learn there. So Lammo could always get back to Silver League for the next season too. But yeah, Gabby was the favorite. Gabby gets the expected results. And now we have one series remaining in the group, which I think is tomorrow. Actually, it's 2 days from now. So it says Gabby, 87% for third place. Yeah, if she lost that, there was a chance she wouldn't even be playoffs. So that's good for Gabby to know that she's in the playoffs. But look at the top here. So Cosminot has 10 wins. Cosminot, Husiel. So there's tie breaks that could be involved here. If Husiel gets 1 win, how does he get 1 win and he's 75% for first? Is that just because... Hold on. Okay, that answers my question. So Husiel needs to win 2-1 or 3-0 to be first. He cannot lose to Manos. If Manos gets swept, does that change anything here? No, he's still safe. So that's actually good for Manos. It's very low pressure. If Manos wins 3-0, does it change anything for him? Ooh, he goes third. Ooh. So Manos could actually get playoffs. So Manos needs to win 3-0. Husiel would need to win 2-1 or 3-0, basically, in that series. But yeah, I thought Manos was going to be... I talked to some people. A lot of people thought Manos would be maybe first or second in the group. So he's a serious player. We'll see in 2 days, I guess, how that ends up going. Let's go through some of these other groups because we have 2 more days of silver, actually. And then I'll answer some questions and call it quits. I know there's a lot of questions about the new patch I'll get to. But I'm going to input results that we saw today as we go through it. We haven't seen anything from this group yet. This group's crazy. You've got Blue, likely first. He's up against Target, who needs to save himself from relegation. Antagonist and Niaz they play against each other. So winner there is second at least, could potentially take first. Goku is up against Baba Rum. Baba Rum's already relegated. Goku could save himself, most likely, I'm guessing, with a sweep. And if Target loses some games. So Goku could have some crazy last chance turnaround survival in Group A. Mushroomism says, who is Blue? There's no profile in Liquipedia. Blue's a new player. Really good player. Needs a Liquipedia profile. Young player from Taiwan, like 19 or 20 years old or something. Training all the time. Maybe training more than anyone in Silver. He's really good. Okay, Group B. We also didn't cover anything from Group B today. This is what B looks like. Wide open, at least when it comes to, like, every player has a chance to either survive or get first place, which is very unique. So, Ozone technically can get first. Kumbito and Say My Name could get first. But they cannot, like, the top 3 and the bottom 3 is established here. So, Say My Name plays Survivalist. So, I think Say My Name's got the odds because Survivalist is bottom in the group. But Survivalist could literally survive. Like, can Survivalist actually recover? If Survivalist were to win 3-0 over Say My Name, and then, oh man, what happens here? And then Chart wins 2-1 over You Pudding? Then Survivalist survives. What about if You Pudding wins 2-1? Nope, Survivalist is dead. So literally, Survivalist needs to beat Say My Name, and then he needs Chart to beat You Pudding. That's going to be, I mean, Chart You Pudding's wild. I would not have expected Chart bottom of this group. I know there's Survivalist fans out there. I predicted Survivalist would get relegated, but I wasn't sure about the other one. That's within striking distance, though. That'll be fun. Also fun to see who gets first place in the group between Say My Name and Kumbito there, especially because Kumbito and Ozone play. All right, and then Group C, we obviously saw a lot of this today, and the results are already input. So basically, of the games we have upcoming, this is what the odds look like. We have one more set in Group C, which we cover in 2 days. Tomorrow, we cover Deeker versus Moray, where Moray has to basically do his buddy Nahwell a favor and take Deeker down with him. If Deeker ends up winning 2-1 tomorrow, Deeker will survive and Nahwell will go down. But so Deeker basically fighting for his life against the bottom player in the group. So should be fun. Should be fun. All right. I saw some people asking about the new DLC. DLC just launched. We won't have any casting with that the next 2 days. All this is played on the same balance as we covered today. Come Friday, we'll have the DLC action on Platinum League, to answer your question. I am going to record DLC content, but I'm not going to do so on the stream because I've been live for basically 7 hours. So I'll probably take a little bit of a break and immediately get into some YouTube videos. I really need a break right now because it's been a long day. So that's what I'll do. And you guys can expect those videos. Live tomorrow, more TTL Silver. Live the day after, more TTL Silver, 4 sets each day. We also then have Friday through Monday, more Platinums back. So yeah, that's the schedule. There are... Or hold on. Instead of going offline and taking a break, how about I take a break and stay online and I cast some ladder games with the new civs? Because that's way easier for me. Because if I take a break, then I might like take a nap. And taking a nap is danger. Because then I might say, I'm going to do it tomorrow. And then I might not do it. Let's switch gears. Let me take a short break. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to get some coffee. I will be low energy, but let's dive into the new DLC, shall we? All right. Who would I be if on DLC release day, I did not stay online for you guys? I will be right back, though, all right? Catch you in a bit.
you can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can can resign. You can can resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You can resign. You resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign. Resign. Don't resign. You resign. Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign again. You can resign again.
Okay, I am back. And I just got a brain freeze. I chugged my little protein drink here, and it was very cold. All right, we don't need the TTL logo anymore. Perfect. All right, yeah, we're just gonna hop in, get a feel for the new DLC, cast some games, guys. That's the plan. I've already been live for 6 hours. I'm a little tired and a little sick, so I don't know how long we'll go, but get some good content out of it. Get a feel. I didn't see an update option on my game, which was odd. But I'm wondering if it just automatically updated it once I closed the game while I was gone. So I'm about to find out real quick. No, it wasn't a Coke Zero, Margugu. Wrong streamer. Ah. I got a win a game playing as the Toopy notification because I beat Dave. A couple days ago, I guess. All right. I wonder if Capture Age is bugged for me for this as well, or if it works for the new patch. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. It just basically, Capture Age is problematic with old patch. All right, let's get into it. Oh, shoot. You know what we need to do? Guys, I'm going to go super official YouTube intro on this, and you guys better act interested, all right? I was about to go offline and take a nap. But no, we push on for the content and to explore the new civs. Welcome, ladies and gents. We've got a cast, which at least for YouTube Live and Twitch Live, casting live, and we're just getting a feel for the new civilizations, basically. I was planning on doing a YouTube cast or two or a dozen where I would spend my dedicated time, find the perfect game, and cast it. But this is my first cast, my first look at the Mapuche civilization. And Viper is here to test it out. Now, he is up against a Brazilian player named Bro, who's playing as the Franks, which, I mean, classic Civ, but I'm just going to assume that everyone here knows about the Franks and doesn't want to hear about the Franks, and we want to look at the bonuses for this new Civ. My impression when I saw the bonuses for this Civ is that it is going to be insane early. Basically, all the civilizations, I think, are going to be insane early. It might struggle in late game. So, we got the first off, the civs for the last chieftains. What is it? The Mapuche, the Muisca, and then the Tupi. They get a Champy Scout. And so there's the little Champy. How's he looking? Got a lot of spring in his step. That's good. Champing around there, pushing in some deer. Their foragers get 20% more food. I think it's 20% additional food is what the bonus is. It just says drop off 20% food. I think it's 20% more. Settlements are your eco building. That is really the biggest thing with this DLC, and there's your settlement. So the settlement you can drop off any economy at. So it's similar to a mule cart, I guess, only, you know, it can't move around. It's very big. But, like, here, Viper could take the wood line, and then if he wanted to go archers, he could go over to the gold, and he could also get some gold income, right? So, what I find with the settlements, long-term, and we'll see what it looks like, is it's very hard to get used to because they're very clunky. So, it's cool, and it looks very nice. I love the architecture from this DLC. But imagine you need like a settlement here. You want a settlement here for efficiency, settlement here, settle. And soon your whole base is settled and you run out of space. So space is a little bit of an issue. But yes, I think the Dark Age should be very good there. Your infantry, slingers, and skirmishers get more HP in each age. Slingers now don't cost gold, by the way. So all civs that get slingers have that unit on the cheap. Mounted units generate +3 gold when defeating military units. Enemy castles being revealed on the map is a super fun bonus. They also get the Kona, so this is one of the civilizations. It's the only civ from the new DLC that actually gets some mounted units. And then it gets the Bolus Rider, which is like a Cav Archer equivalent. It has like a grapple effect. It's not really much of an effect, but the idea is I think it does slightly slow down enemy units. And then the unique text, I think one of the strongest unique texts is actually going to be this pass-through damage, the Melon tech. And then it has the Butal Mapu, which is Team Castle unique units, and Bolus Riders cost -15%. You can see the cost on these technologies here. But here's a fun little fact for any team game players, okay? And I actually encourage you guys, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, please test this and please submit it in game submissions. I'm going to be looking at my game submissions a lot because who better to test the strategies than the community? But listen to me. I have not confirmed this, but apparently, if you research this tech, it stacks. So you could go with 3 players playing as the Mapuche, and then one, like, I don't know, like Persian player. And then instead of -15% on the elephants, it would be -45%. That probably will not be the case for very long. I'm not sure if the devs thought about that. But yes, it stacks. So it's like a really good civilization to buff your allies. So, yeah, something to consider. Now, I'm wondering what Viper does for army here. Because Viper can actually make spears and skirms from his settlements. So right now, he hasn't left his base. He's probably expecting some scouts because Bro's Franks. Bro's, this is kind of nice. You have an established civ with the forge bonus. Right now, Bro's like pissed off. He's like, what? My forgers work faster and you get more. What a scam. But yeah, everyone knows the Franks. Free farming upgrades. Very good civilization to have if you want to go for scouts. And Bro's actually higher elo than Viper right now. Bro actually works on the game. He's a dev of some kind. He's not allowed to play in Microsoft tournaments because of that. But meanwhile, he's just been playing like a beast. I forget who he works for now. I don't know if it's Forgotten Empires. I think he used to work for Capture Age, and now he works for Forgotten Empires. But yeah, he used to play tournaments in the past. He's a very good player from Brazil. Look at the architecture. Oh, man. Before we even get into balance, the architecture of this DLC is just so freaking sick. It is so nice. Look at the little steps. Oh, man, look at the vines. Look at the rooftops. Oh, I love it. And there goes Viper. So Viper, look, he queues up a spearman and the wood upgrade in his eco buildings. Very unique. But, I mean, Spear and Skirm Rush is going to be crazy strong. Usually you have to build a barracks, and you have to build an archery range, and then you can make Spears and Skirms. You already have the eco buildings, and he's able to make Spears and Skirms. So it's way more accessible to be able to get military out this quickly. The scouts are going to be on the way from Bro here. Still no farms or anything for him. Viper's going to snag Horse Collar. And Viper will need a healthy mix of Spearmen at home and also Spearmen on the front. Viper scouting the base with his Champy Warrior will find the wood line. He's clearly expecting scouts, but he didn't expect scouts here. And wouldn't be a Viper game with the new DLC if Viper has got the right idea, but he's just out of position with his army here. And Villager down. And oh, man. Viper. 2 villagers down. And now he's, like, trapping them, but he's just trapping himself? Well, I really don't want this game to be over. We want some good testing, but, he's waiting for the Spearman. That's nifty. Okay. So he waited for the Spearman. And so he only lost 4 villagers. That's fine. Someone do the math. What's the percentage there? I don't know. It's fine. It's okay. I've seen Viper suffer worse. He needs to move forward, though. It's only 4 of his 24 villagers. And here he goes to move forward. They've added all new voice lines. Let me know if you want me to turn it up. It's very hard to get used to when they add new voice lines to the game for me. But over time, she sounds very casual about it as she's getting attacked. Over time, we'll get used to it. Bruh. Should know there's going to be spears and skirms coming. The natural response would be the skirmisher edition of your own. By the way, look at the new flags. I think these are new. They also added some like nice little... They changed the way waypoints look in game. So the waypoints in game, I can't really show you with capture age, but also look quite nice. The flags look really cool. Again, they added voice chat in the game. So if you want to use microphone to chat with people, you can do that now. And Dave and I didn't know that because it wasn't in any of the patch notes when we had early access. And it was like double Dave and double T90 in the other's ears. It was very uncomfortable. So keep that in mind if you're going to play the new patch. You should go into the game and disable that if you don't want that enabled. I'm actually very surprised that they have that as the I have it... I'd be cool with it being added. I think everyone would be if it wasn't on by default. I think it's going to catch some people off guard. But yeah. It is on as default. You can always turn it off if you want to. Is it kind of weird, though, that, like, they're just auto-enabling microphones in the game when people could kind of just say whatever, right? And the chat filter in-game doesn't even work properly for, like, bad words. I just feel like there's a bit of inconsistency there, right? Like, the chat filter that they added years ago clearly doesn't work, and it does not stop people from saying bad things. It in fact disables some normal things sometimes, and then they're adding the in-game feature. So, well, you know, if people want it, I'm an options guy. The more options you have in a game, the better. So, as long as you can disable it, if you don't want it, should be okay. House is going down pretty quickly here. Viper is really starting to flood the spears and skirms. He's starting to get the upgrades now too. And Bruh is just waiting back here. The idea is to use the skirms to take down the spears, and then his scouts can engage onto the skirmishers. But it's crazy because Viper hasn't had to build a barracks this entire time. And his economy is actually looking pretty nice. So this will be a heavy micro game. And already, that's a good fight for Viper. I think the start to the fight has been perfect for Viper. Oh, he's killed off a lot of the scouts. And now he has a lot of skirms. And, oh, bro's got to be sitting here like, what? I killed 4 vills. And now I'm just getting skirmed to death. And it's like he's producing skirmishers out of his mill over there. Right? Viper's just 3 eco buildings. Never needed to do anything else. This is what I mean about the settlements. You need to build another settlement here for the efficiency. And so, very quickly, your base is just going to get clogged up. But yeah, Viper's on the gold now. Viper might be thinking about Castle Age. What a beautiful job from Viper to recover. Also, the skirms do have... Am I right on this? The skirms have more HP? Yeah, the spearmen should have more HP. So, your units are stronger. You can produce them out of your eco buildings. That's pretty crazy. Viper's got to be happy with how this game is gone. He's now building a barracks, which I'm guessing is just for the upgrades, because he doesn't really need it for units. But if he wants to make a unit other than spears and skirms, he would need it out of the barracks. And counterattack from Bro. Bro knows he's behind. He knows he can't just react to Viper the entire time. Here he comes now. Viper will see the army. And pull back towards his town center. The spearmen have gotten some nice hits there. Viper's still pestering over here. It's weird, but he's done a lot of damage with this just skirms. With the spears to back it up. But Viper's now going to take some damage. And Viper doesn't have his buildings. That's so funny, dude. Oh, it's a new trap, guys. Because normally you already have your barracks. And then you just have to add the buildings. And you already have a range. And you already have the... Oh, that's so funny. He's so far away. He needs the archer range now, which he never had to use in the first place. Then he... Oh, that's so annoying. So it doesn't count as your age up buildings. Okay. That's like when you're Mongols and you have so much food to go feudal age before you build a mill. And then you're like, oh, crap. I need the mill to go up. I like that. That's cool. That'll take some getting used to. Okay, so there's Champy Runner. So that upgrades the original Champy from a Champy Scout to a Champy Runner. Think of it as the militia line. So it doesn't actually show here. Oh, yeah, it shows these guys, yeah. Think of it like the militia line. I think there's 4 steps, though. It's like, you could compare it to a long swordsman option. Only it's a regional version of that. But it's going to be Castle Age against Feudal Age here. And Bro's going to have a lot of leftover skirms. So if Bro doesn't clear this army now, he will definitely have overstayed his welcome. I think he should be able to clear this now. Yeah, he's got good enough micro. Viper was always going to lose this army, so I think Viper's okay with that. Because Viper's making a full switch now. Viper now double barracks. I guess that's kind of the problem, though. If you play... It definitely seems like there's a downside to relying on your economic buildings as military buildings, because when you eventually need something else, you're a couple more steps removed from it. So I kind of like that bonus. There's clear pros and cons to it, right? I think Viper wants to go for the Bolas Riders. I think the Bolas Riders come out of the range, and there they are, yeah. Viper also getting the Champy Warrior upgrade. So that'll be the Castle Age version. Right now, he's on the equivalent of Man-at-Arms. I'm not saying Bolas Riders. Bolus. Bolus Riders. All right, so there they are. Look at these guys. Look at them. They're so ready. I love that. It's so cool. That's such a cool animation. They're so ready, man. They're ready to sling that thing. I really like the architecture in this DLC. I love the look of the units. Viper's leaving his base. That's going to be a problem, but it makes it good for us because we don't want him to win this game too quickly. I say win this game too quickly like it's a guarantee. Bro's a very good player. This is definitely a bit of an AI army from Viper. Let's look at the stats of the Bolas Rider. 5+3 attack. It's got like a charge bar at the bottom, though. So I think its first attack does something different. It's supposed to be... It's supposed to, like, slow down units. It's supposed to be like, sorry, I'm trying to find the words to describe it. The type of weapon they have. And I can't quite think of the name. Yeah, like a snare. Thank you, a snare. It's basically snaring things. So it does damage, but it's supposed to... the side effect is it does some slowing damage. And I just don't know. I haven't really seen... I did play with them. I never really saw the snaring aspect pay off. It's literally called a bola. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. But I'm trying to explain it to people who don't know what bola means. A.k.a. people like me. If I say, a bola rider is a bola, it's like, okay, well... yeah, we kind of got that. So it almost looks like they're tossing some rocks here. I'm curious how skirmishers are going to end up doing against it. Looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. The stats on the unit, though, are kind of underwhelming. Which I would say is basically a lot of this civilizations. They have early bonuses, but their units are not very strong. But oftentimes they have good economies, so you can make many of them. Still waiting to see like a real Castle Age fight, right? Like Skirms and Knights. This is perfect. Skirms and Knights are the standard. We get to see the standard against the new DLC, right? A lot of Viper's units are just leftovers. And not the good kind of leftovers. Not like the pizza in the fridge. This is something much worse. Viper, microing. They seem very speedy. I don't even know if Bro understands exactly how this engagement is going to go. He's clearly using the skirms on the Bolas Riders. Viper's micro has been very good there. The Bolas Riders are not getting hit. Is it the unit or is that Viper? I mean, do not try this micro at home, kids. It will not work out. Viper will end up losing his army in the end, I think. Very close fight, though. Very close game, too. Eco's close. Military count's close. Remember those slingers for this civ? Or for all civs now, don't cost gold, so. To be honest with you, I'm still... forgive me. I'm still trying to figure out what that first attack is, guys. Like that recharge there. I'm not seeing a difference in the animation yet. And I don't want to confuse it with a couple of the unique units that were invested. That's just the slowing effect? Okay. I haven't seen the slowing effect happen then. I'll tell you, these things are not slow, though. They seem really fast. Maybe that's because Bro doesn't have husbandry? They're only a little bit faster than the knights. I think it's just their animation. Look, the horse is like big strides, and then the Bolas horses are just like super tiny legs. Boing, 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 boing. They're very fast. So it's more of a visual thing. Oh, man, look at this base setup. 2 town centers for Viper. But look at the pastures, man. After a while, everything kind of blends together. These pastures, there's going to be like 50 pastures on the map if it's a long game. It can get very awkward. Viper able to break through the house. No, Viper, don't win. We haven't finished testing yet. On Viper's... He's in. And he should be able to deal with the counterattack. Amazing. Oh, sorry, they're called settlements. Amazing university, though. Love the architecture again. They're the same size as pastures. Or no, I was thinking full works. I don't know where my brain is at right now. The knights have okay upgrades, and maybe Viper didn't actually kill too much while he was in here. Still hoping to see the units slow down. Wow, that was a crazy fight. That was a crazy fight. I think Bro expected that to go way differently. You know what I think I would underestimate there is I think I underestimate the Champies, because the Champies kind of look like chumps. They look really, really frail and weak, but they're not. I think the Champy meat shield was pretty key there. And now the army situation for Bro is pretty complicated. I think we need to dive in again and remind ourselves of the cost of all these units Viper's making. We know the cost of a knight, and obviously knights are very expensive, right? That's a good value fight for Viper. And maybe in the end he'll end up losing this army, but he is on the 3rd town center now. Would love to see him get to the Kona here. It's a unique cav that deals... Sorry, I should still show the fight. But it's a unique cav. It deals increasing damage to injured units. So basically, the weaker a unit is, the more damage it does against it. Which is kind of a unique concept. In my testing, it's not insanely good against full HP units, so... I guess technically if you combine them, like... I guess you go for something in front of them. Could be really good. Viper's eco seems like it should be more efficient right now. It's interesting, though. Bro's actually collected more resources. And the KD's still very close. After they introduced the Janbei in the previous DLC, I have very little faith that they can introduce a new mobile ranged unit and have it not be really overpowered initially. Like, the things that can be really strong in AoE is mobility and range. And a lot of the strong range units in the game have usually been slow. Like, monks are slow, or like longbows are slow, right? But then you get into a new mobile range unit, and it starts to get kind of dangerous to get it right. I think they're still really low HP, though, so they should be pretty frail, and you don't get bloodlines. But Viper's got a lot of them. And I think he's just doing this as the setup play for a castle. Okay, well, Viper's still active on the front. Bro's still booming up. He's an amazing eco player. And he's saving up for a cheap castle. Viper maybe could start to get some relics here. Another counterattack here from Bro. Now, one of these civs, I think it's the 2P, can put their units inside of their settlements. So in this instance, you could just garrison your villagers, which is really strong. That would be like a Khmer house almost, right? But Viper just falls back to the town center anyways. That's fine. Viper's still active on the front. Bro's still just really far behind in terms of the control over the game. He's reacting to Viper all the time. But maybe after he kills these champions, he can make a move for the Bolas Riders. Okay, here goes Viper. I just love their animation, honestly. It's one of my favorite DLCs in a long time. And I'm not paid to say that. I guess I should clarify that. But you guys know, if you followed me for a long time, I've been very critical of many additions to the game. So if I was paid to praise DLCs, I've done a poor job at times. I really think they did a pretty good job with this one. The skirmishers just going down very quickly. Again, the champions seem like they've been the key. Viper will get a critical castle here. That castle cuts off that whole like northern area of the map for bro. And now bro's probably like, okay, do I go imp? What do I do? He doesn't have the resources for imp. He was gonna make some axemen. Yeah, so limiting factor. Here's the thing, though, because you're right. We don't know the overall balance yet. We have to find out the balance of the civilizations over time. But I could tell you pretty much with certainty, if these civs are really strong, they're really strong in one stage of the game. Like the early stage of the game. Maybe they got some late game things that are really strong. I know the team game stuff. Castles do look a little bit smaller. That's a cool castle, though. It's a little bit smaller than the Frank castle. But, like, the Three Kingdoms DLC, it was so obvious from the jump that they had way too many eco and military bonuses. And they still do. So, yeah, here's the Konas. Now, this is confusing to me because it looks like a Genitor. So, but it's basically, it's not a Genitor. It's got a lance there. Got Sir Lancelot. He probably needs to put on some sunscreen. It's very sunny out there, sir. He's got no shirt on. Damn. All right. Let it all hang out, I guess. Their stats are underwhelming. They got 3 pierce armor. They have no melee armor. I think they're fairly cheap, though. And Viper's going to get Malon now. So Bolas Riders, Slingers, and Skirmishers deal pass-through damage. Yeah, that's the tech I think that is busted. Or can be very, very strong. But there are a lot of things. Elite Mangudai exists in the game are also very, very strong. There's a lot of things that exist in the game that are strong, so we'll see. Over time. Right now, Bros feels like he's behind. His best game plan is to get to Imperial Age to tread this down. Viper's also on the way to Imp. I think, like anything, you're going to get used to the architecture. But again, the thing that's jarring to me is just how big the settlements are. Do you guys agree, or do you think it's fine? I guess you guys haven't played with it yet. Maybe you have a little bit. I played like 3 games, 4 games, 5 games, something like that. Maybe I don't know. But,
$59.24. Thanks for all.
I guess I've never been known as someone who spaces their economies perfectly. Wink, wink, laugh, laugh. And so the size of the settlements is going to take some getting used to. That castle from bro is beyond ambitious. But it's probably a risk he had to take here. Because the way this game has been going, he's not having any success. There go the Bolas Riders. Or sorry, the Konas. My bad. And they're not Bolas Riders. They're badass riders. These Konas did a great job. But I mean, that was also a great job against very little resistance. So that's kind of how it's expected to go. I think Axemen should be good against these. And there's a couple Axemen. Viper will take the fight now. That's always worth it for Viper to toss some units away to delay the castle. And that might be all she wrote, folks. Viper loses 4 villagers. And then turns it around and makes the rest of it look easy. That hill feels critical right now. And the Axemen are okay to clear it up, but Viper's going to have some plans. He's going to get Elite Bolas Rider with Butsul Mapu, where Team Castle Unique units and Bolas Riders cost minus 15%. That should also apply to his own units, right? Also, Viper. Man, okay, well, it's a Doubt Castle v. Doubt Castle now. Viper, I thought, would complete his castle, but I didn't realize he only had 4 villagers there. And now Bros goes up. How did that even happen? Well, okay. Guys, Bro's a beast. Like, you need to realize this. Bro's an absolute beast. But Viper wants to test these elite Bolas riders now. This is good. Viper will drop a castle here. Drops another settlement there. Bro will see all of this. With these outposts around, Bro will be able to get some raids going. Franks usually struggle against good range units, but I'm wondering if this is the exception, because you don't get Bracer with this Civ. It's 6+2 attack on elite. You still get 65 HP. I just don't know. I do not know. Am I mispronouncing it, or are you guys just trolling because it's new? I thought it was a Bolas rider. I have done very little research as far as that's concerned, but I thought I was doing a pretty good job. 1 damage a hit versus Paladin. Yeah. But 1 damage a hit versus Paladin. What about the pass-through? Does, like, the pass-through mean the units behind take, like, multiple? I don't know. Viper's very low on economy right now. By the way, this Civ does get Halb, so I think you should really be going, like, Halb Bolas Rider, like you would go Halb Cav Archer. Bolas? You're saying Bolas. 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 Better? Viper's getting raided to death. Bolas Rider. Yeah, Bolas Rider. Bolas. We'll look it up immediately after this. Viper's trying to get some raids in the back. Viper's base is wide open. Viper's castle here just got trebbed down. Viper does have castles here to secure the gold, but his eco needs to be protected. He's going full Bolas Riders. And I mean, like any ranged unit, even if you do a little bit of damage, once you get a group, it can be very strong. Yeah, you could see the pass-through there. I don't know if it's 1 damage a hit. Viper just got up to +5 attack, it said, for one of his units. Wait, so, like, maybe the first attack gets +5? And then the other attacks are +3. Ah, so it's kind of like a charge attack. And the attack is changing based on what's supposed to be the slowing effect. But I think the slowing, forget the slowing effect. It's not about that. It basically has a charge attack. I haven't seen any units get significantly slower. They also may have a bonus against Cav, which could be at play. So Viper's got 4 relics. His castles are in the middle protecting golds. His eco's kind of wide open, but he's been clearing up the raids pretty nicely, and he has a really nice army count. And he'll find Bro over here. Bro needs to break the castles in the hills, as is so often the case when you play against Viper. And Viper's also got the elite Konas. It's a weird unit because they just don't have much base melee armor. But you do have decent attack stats and decent HP. But to have 0 melee armor is really unique. But again, I think with the way it operates, if you have some units combined with it, it should still shred. Viper was either placing a castle here or lost one. I think he was placing one. Bro is trying to bring units back. He's panicking right now. All the stables from these stables are going... All the units from these stables are going to this treb. I think he's going to run out of golds here. Bro's a player who has played at a high level for a very long time. He just hasn't for years because he works on the game now, and he's not allowed to play in the tournaments. He's over higher elo than Viper right now. And he's getting cleared up. Damn. You know, it wasn't the strongest army ever from Bro. So I don't want to sit here and say, oh my goodness, these new units are necessarily overpowered or anything. I think if that was Cav Archers combined with some Hustlers or something, it could have been a very similar result. But the units certainly do look good. And I think the economies in the early game is interesting. The fact that you can make the spears and skirmishers from the settlements was interesting for the opening. I thought it was hilarious that Viper forgot his buildings because he was he was already making the military units from his settlements. It definitely feels like Viper's got the critical mass of units now. And bro taps out. He had 175 pop when he taps out, but he just has no army. So that's my first cast of this. I of course, had played some games. It wasn't possible for me to actually spectate and use a program to cast with the new civs until this moment. So, Bruh's in my chat now. He says, I really didn't know what I should do as Franks. Well, yeah, I'm not really sure what to do to suggest either because we still don't know enough about the units, right? I think that as Franks, you got to play Cav, right? And Viper didn't go Haub. I think maybe early Castlage was the issue there for Bruh. But, yeah, my first impression is there might be a couple things that need to be tweaked for this civ, but like I love the fact that the economic aspect is unique. How one can use the settlements can really make Dark Age a bit more interesting, while also keeping it similar to the standard Age of Empires. I still find as a player that the settlements just get like really obnoxious long term, but that's more of an opinion thing. The Bolas Riders, I think with pass-through damage, are going to be very strong, but they're also super low HP. And then the unique unit for this civ also, like, no base melee armor whatsoever. So, like, having no melee armor could be a real problem. So I see the civ having its weaknesses. I think also siege-wise, like, the civilization lacks siege onager, it lacks siege ram, obviously lacks bomber cannon. So I think most of the civs, I think the Tupi, the Mapuche, and the Muisca are going to have very strong mid games and early games, but be very weak in like late game, which I think is pretty nice theming there. So, wow. All right, let's quickly look at the resources. Obviously on YouTube, we will get this upload up there. And I'm going to learn more, and I'll bring some better games to you over time. But I wanted to get this one to you guys to YouTube as quickly as possible. There's so many other things happening right now. There's Titans League, and I'm getting dizzy with content. We're lucky if we're Age of Empires fans right now. There's the resources collected. Viper, more of everything. That's part of it, too. It's like you have to factor in that Viper was way ahead with the map control and the resources when you think about how the fights and the game went. Okay, let's let's do something very important. How to pronounce
Bolus.
Bolus. Yeah, and I was saying Bolas.
Bolus.
Bolus. That's simple. Bolus. All right. I'll get that right in a year. How's that sound? Give me 12 months. Is that okay?
Bolus.
Bolus. All right. But now it sounds like you're still saying bowl, and it's like less of a bowl. I thought it was like bolas.
Bolus.
How can I even trust this? Can we trust this? It's fine. We'll figure it out. Thanks for understanding. They're like cav archers, but they're bowless. Yes! They're like cav archers, but they're bowless. Yeah, true. All right, I like that. It's good enough. I'm happy with that. I've heard the words, it's good enough way too frequently in my life, but I'm happy with that. I've grown used to being okay with that. All right, who else is playing with the new civs? Anybody? Viper's not in a game right now. No, my fiance's never said that. She's never said that to me. How dare you? That's so rude. That's not what I was implying. See, Tato is online, but Tato's in a game with no spectators, which is quite sad. Let me see. Is Happy Leaves around by chance? My dashboard is broken, man. Yeah, I see there's some players online. I'm gonna look and see. Okay, dashboard is fixed. Never mind. There's a 2K2 named Williams playing against Kingston with the Mapuche. We have Wide, who's 2,500, playing against a 1,200 elo, Muisca versus Tupi. Ooh. We have Muisca versus Mapuche at 2,200 elo. That's actually 2 new DLC civs against each other. Oh, we also have Mapuche versus Tupi, 25 versus 2,300 elo. We've got some options here. You know what we also have? We also have freaking Beery church rushing people with Armenians. New DLC comes out, and Beery is still Vil rushing and church rushing people with the old DLC. Classic. How long is it going to take Huang to catch up? We probably won't see Huang at the new DLC for 3 years or something. I think that's so funny. Yeah, they did nerf the church rushing stuff, so. Actually, should we read through the official patch? I think that makes a lot of sense. Let me see if I can find that. Because I don't think I've actually had some time to sit through and do that. Where do I get the link? View patch notes. I think this is it. Yeah, let's do a patch note review. All right. Because they've added a lot of things to the game. This is really important. I'm also going to message my team right now. All right. Yeah, you guys can say hi, YouTube. I'm also still live on YouTube, so hi, guys. But you guys are going to see this on a YouTube video later, so I'm going to have to do my awkward YouTube intro voice, but you guys know the drill by now. Let's get into it. All right, folks. New DLC has landed with the last chieftain. Sorry, and I wanted to just go through the patch and just talk about other things too. They've introduced some civilizations. I will make videos on all those civilizations and some casts. We'll have lots of fun, but I want to also go through the other aspects. All right. Now I am quite tired at the time of recording this. I'm actually not going to read. Nah, screw it. I'm going to read this. Welcome to a new update for Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, headlined by the naval overhaul to refresh water combat, economy, and ship balance, including a new Hawk line counter to fire ships. Several civilizations have also gained access to catapult galleons, further shaking up late-game naval pressure and shoreline siege options. Multiplayer gets a quality of life boost with the new cross-platform voice chat feature in lobbies. Thoughts on that? It's auto-enabled, by the way. So, like, if you have a microphone attached to your PC and you're in a lobby or a game right now, that's auto-enabled. You can turn it off. That could be good or bad. I don't know. Plus, added accessibility options like text-to-speech and speech-to-chat. Visually, the update rolls out new regional garrison flags and civilization-specific waypoint gather point flags alongside new profile icons for every civilization. It also features an Inca overhaul to align with the new DLC's South American civilization lineup, plus a refreshed Pachacuti campaign and a broad sweep of bug fixes and balance changes driven by player feedback. The new gather points, at least for some of the civs I've seen it with so far, are very nice. I actually quite like it. While there are plenty of notable fixes and features to which to look forward to in today's build, here are some of the big highlights coming with this month's update. New naval gameplay, voice chat in multiplayer lobbies, regional garrison flag graphics, new civilization things, new profile icons, and, okay, literally everything they just said in the paragraph. Let's move down to other things. I typically move past the stability and performance stuff and the achievement stuff, and now we're into it. Yes. Oh, God, flashbang. They added a new graphic for what for many years we would call a boar. The Javelina added a new graphic. This is a little bit more accurate. I suppose... Oops, I did it again. I'm sorry. It fixed an issue showing wrong farm texture on certain ground types. These are all issue fixes. They talked about owls displaying on hawks. Skip, 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 skip. Okay, new South American UI. That's kind of cool. They added new reporting options to the lobby report menu. I think we got somewhere with some of our videos. That's at least 0.1% some of the videos I made about reporting not working properly. I will take 0.1% credit. Fixed Flemish militia being displayed in Burgundian's tech tree to be available after researching Flemish Revolution, instead of being available from feudal age by default. Huh. Tooltip fixes, bamboo trees, proper icons. There's so much here. Added a new stats icon for units that ignore armor or deal damage over time. You know, my first thought on that is, first off, it probably makes sense because some of that was a bit new to AoE2. I also wonder if they're adding different types of like damage indicators, if they're going to lean heavier into that type of balance, you know? Like with new things in the future. Makes you think. Here's the new careening and dry dock technologies. I don't like them. I'll get used to them. I'm going to miss my old careening. And, I mean, one is I guess it's fine. Here's the flags. Okay. Major flag update. Regional garrison flags on top of buildings and ships. Waypoint and gather point flags unique to each civ. That's so sick. I love this. We saw that in the one cast we just did. This is very nice. I'm a very, very pro flag guy. They look very cool. New garrison flags are linked to the architecture sets. That's so cool. That's so many flags, man. That is so cool. I like that. Unique waypoint flags for every civ. Which ones can you recognize? Well, I can't recognize that many right now, but we'll move on. So they've added hotkeys. They've fixed issues with hotkeys. It says a handful of hotkeys will have their values reset to default with this update as a necessary step for the new system. Oh boy. Yeah, so hotkeys are going to reset for people. You got to fix a bunch of stuff probably. This explains a lot because I was having some issues while testing. So they need to be fixed. Just be aware. Be aware. Be aware. Multiplayer, they added the voice chat for all platforms. You can go into your settings to remove it. I want like gameplay stuff. I want balance decisions, to be honest. We've taken some time on that. Balance decisions, not campaign. I'm a campaign guy sometimes, but I don't think you guys are here for this. Balance. Okay, finally. Balance. Fortified Church. Did they nerf it? Please tell me, dear God, they've nerfed it. Bonus damage versus buildings reduced from 5 to 0. Nice. Range reduced from 6 to 4. Nice. Range now increases from blacksmith attacks. With blacksmith attack upgrades. I think this is a very nice step. Because basically the issue with the church was it could shut down an entire push. And it had crazy range and could fire arrows. If they're not going to remove the arrows firing from the churches, which I wanted, which they don't want to do. If they're not going to nerf the build speed, then this is a good step because now you can still have churches that get to just as strong in terms of damage output and range, but you have to invest into it, right? It is now a strategic decision to get fletching and get bodkin. So that is good. That is good. Siege Tower. Ooh, the Siege Tower nerf is big. They've reduced the HP to 175. It no longer increases movement speed with garrison infantry units. But the base movement speed has been increased to 0.96. I kind of like that a little bit. Because, like, the base movement speed was super slow. The HP was clearly a little high. I think it still could be very strong. It still could be very viable. It might not be as insane as it has been and over the top. You'll still see it, but you won't see it all the time. I think it's a good step. Fire Lancer, the other thing that needed nerfed big time. Cost increase from 40 wood, 45 gold to 45 wood, 5 gold, which is nothing. Elite Fire Lancer upgrade has been increased from 650, 400 to 750, 400. Okay, that's not nothing. But, I mean, 5 more wood increase. I guess it's a triple nerf, because the training time has been increased for Castle Age. Oh, wait. No, this is huge. No longer uses ranged attack in melee combat. Oh, that's huge. Like, at all. That's huge. How does that even... I'm curious how the implementation of that works. I don't know. We'll have to see. I think they clearly recognized that the Fire Lancers were way overpowered, and they made 4 adjustments to it. So that's definitely a wait and see. Curious on how the last one works. But I appreciate they adjusted it. Elite Skirmisher bonus damage versus Mameluke armor class is being increased from 0 to 2. For those that don't remember, it used to be the case, and they removed it. I saw someone on the subreddit this morning or last night with a massive book complaining about this, saying, oh, at 1200 elo, Saracens are bottom win rate, blah, blah, blah. Let's be real. You get to a certain amount of Mamelukes, like, feels like nothing counters it. Arbalest doesn't even feel like a valid counter. Having a little bit of skirm additional bonus damage, I think, is okay. Still, Mamelukes are very viable, in my opinion. So that's fine. Rocket Cart increased from 130 wood, 155 wood to 135, 155. They really like their 5 wood increases. That feels very negligible, but hey, a little bit more wood could maybe go a long way. I don't know. Watchtower line bonus damage for ships reduced. Okay, so they've reduced this. This must have something to do with how some of the Navy things interact, which we have to get to. Sea Tower bonus damage for ships has been reduced. That's very specific. Oh, this is the big one, guys. Maybe the biggest thing of the whole patch. I'm curious on your thoughts. Existing farms and pastures are now proportionally affected by farm upgrades. I'm curious if you think this is good, bad, mid, not sure. I'm going to be real. I always liked how, if you decided to get lots of farms early before Horse Collar, there was a bigger downside to it. I feel like it's way more likely all of the builds become the same in terms of how you build up an eco now, right? Like in the past, it was, okay, I'm going to get my farm upgrades, I'm going to boom up, I'm going to greed. And if I can hold on for the next 2 to 4 minutes in like Castle Age, then it'll start to pay off. But now, it in my opinion, it's bailing you out if you didn't get them early. It'll lead to more aggressive players benefiting versus the eco players. I'm just saying, like, I think it kind of muddies it brings everyone kind of closer together in the middle. So I'm not sure I love it for that reason. It's definitely, better for people who miss their farm upgrades. But there is less extremes in the way economies flow in the game, which I don't think is necessarily a positive. But yeah, that's kind of my take on it. So we'll see. I don't even know, we'll see exactly how this plays out with the meta over time, too. Okay. Naval update has had a lot of things. Fishing ship HP has been reduced. Gather rate has been reduced. You can now gather gold from whales, a new aquatic resource. I told my marine biologist fiance that they added the ability to harvest from whales in the game. She, spends a lot of time trying to, save whales and rehab whales, but no, she's actually okay with it because it's a history game and it's fine. Can now garrison inside of docks for protection. That's the biggest one. That is the biggest one. Because now, if you are greedy, let's say, and don't produce on water, you can now hide your fishing ships inside your docks. Which adds things you can do in the game. So I will see how the projectiles work from the docks. They've made some changes. But being able to garrison adds for a little bit more strategic flexibility, I would say. And it makes water less snowbally. So my take with the farm thing was it just eliminates some strategy. But here I think it actually adds viability and adds different things you can do, which isn't necessarily bad. I kind of like it. Also, this is one of my favorite changes. You can get fishing lines now, which increases the fish rate. So they nerfed the overall fish rate for fishing early, which can be very strong right now. But now that's a bit weaker, and now you have to get fishing lines as an investment to boost your fishing eco even further. Which means if you win water, it's not like, oh God, a massive eco lead now. It's like, okay, do you want to invest a little bit more into that eco lead to boost it? Yes or no? So again, to me, I like it. I like it. I like pros and cons to decisions. Gill nets, fishing ships work 20% faster. Fishing ships work 10%. Okay, so they changed this basically because gill net still is there, but it's a second upgrade. Fish traps, they've increased the HP significantly, which is interesting. I wonder why. Armor has been increased as well. Interesting. Moved fish trap rebuild from dock to fishing ship UI. Why did they buff the fish traps like that? I don't know. Trade cogs can be configured to trade for golds, wood, or food, gold and wood. Before we move on, community games are canceled forever because, my God, you know those games where people are trading and there's no wood and they'd only get gold and then they have to buy wood? Like now you can actually get wood with your trade, which means the game's going to go on 5 hours longer. So I guess you think this helps, but this really just makes the games go on so much longer. It is cool, though. It is cool. I like that you could do it. But it's, oh, man. All right. At the dock, you now have the medium warships and the heavy warships upgrade, replacing the war galley upgrade. I asked for this for many years. I'm happy the devs finally got around to it. Like, the dock was confusing, right? And so you would have to get the war galley upgrade, and then it would upgrade all the ships, and it wasn't intuitive. So now you have like a generalized ship upgrade, just called warships, and it upgrades all types of ships. It makes so much sense. So I really like that. They also have changed a couple things. They've added in some ships, which it hasn't really touched on yet. I guess that's next. I think they added siphons. Fire ships gain an additional gain an explosive charge attack. They added clinker construction, where ships move faster. Oh, all these are new. I'm going backwards. Carvel Hall is new. Wait, what the? So it's 2 separate speed upgrades, I'm guessing? One unlocks the other? That's probably what that is. Or they made a mistake. Incendiaries, fire ships detonate when sunk, gaining blast radius. You also have careening for pierce armor. You also have dry dock for the additional pierce armor. So it's just additional speed and pierce armor, which is fine. That's fine. You never had a speed upgrade available in Castle Age before, right? That's what this would be. So this is Castle. And this is Imp. So that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. The biggest worry about the water stuff for me, guys, is the Hulk. Because when they did the tournament with the new water balance and they were testing it basically with a 25K tournament, I said to my admins, I'd never been less disappointed to miss a tournament in my entire life. That's very brutal, but it was just a freaking Hulk fest. I hated it. So anyways, they have the Hulk and they balanced it now. But you've got the Hulk, the Warhawk, and the Carrack now. So you have like a grappling hook. So for melee engagements now, we might see more Hulks than fire ships. So yeah, it's vulnerable against galleys. They also made some changes to demos and stuff. They've increased the Loose Swan reload time here. I know I'm skipping around, but the Loose Swan is very, 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 very strong. And I think people have not really realized that from the new DLC because no one plays water. So that's probably a needed nerf. They've also reduced the demolition damage. What do we think about that, guys? They've reduced the demo damage. They've reduced the demo damage. They've reduced the demo damage. Also, our Hulks, so the Hulks don't die. Think about it, right? Let's say you're in the dev room. You come up with something new. You want your new thing to do a little bit better, right? You don't want your new thing to get smashed. They'll come back. Demos will be back. Give it 6 months. They'll come back. Demos will still be strong. Maybe this fits the balance now. But that's a little disappointing for me. But the whole water balance is going to change. HP and attack bonuses have been adjusted for the galley line. I guess they're not going to tell us exactly what that is. Am I missing something here? This says the HP attack and attack bonuses have been adjusted, and it lists what the adjustments are. And here it says the same thing, and it doesn't list what the adjustments are. And then fire ships, HP attack and attack bonuses have been adjusted. And then no longer deal both pierce and melee damage. Now only deal melee damage. Okay. Well, I mean, we're going to have to see with the water stuff. Moving on. Slinger. This is a big one. We're back on land. Everybody smile if you're happy to stop talking about the boats. I am hesitant about the new water balance. We'll see. I think they're the economic stuff and the technology stuff with the docks have me excited. I think I am scared of the Hawks. But beyond that, everything else is good. Okay, slingers no longer cost gold. It is 70 food and 10 wood. Their HP has been reduced. Their attack has been reworked. They have way less damage against infantry now. And they also do more damage against basically everything else. So they're a better overall unit. It's basically a trash unit now. But don't think of it as a trash unit that just insta-kills infantry anymore. So I think that's okay. They gain the skirmisher armor class as well. Armenians, warrior priest, cost increase from 30 food, 50 gold to 40 food and 50 gold. So they have made the warrior priest a little bit more expensive, combined with nerfing the churches like we talked about at the start. That's probably a step in the right direction. I still find it very, 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 very crazy that a Castle Age warrior priest beats a champion. And that, like, I think the stats for a warrior priest of what it could do is insane. But, I mean, that's a nerf. So, Aztecs gain the catapult galleons. So they get the catapult galleons. Bengalis, Ratha are a big problem. Ratha Pierce Armor reduced from 2 to 1. Ratha Cav Archer class has been reduced from 1 to 0. So that's for the elite, sorry. Listen, this whole Ratha build, like the Fast Castle Ratha stuff we're seeing at a high level is a whole mess. That having the ranged and melee mode is a mess. At one point, it felt like you could make skirms to counter this unit, and then they gave them more armor, so they're basically undoing that. So, I like the nerf. I still think the unit's very viable and strong, but you could actually make skirms against them and maybe do a bit better now. Genitor bonus damage against the Mamelukes, I guess to be consistent with the skirms. Nothing new. Flemish Militia HP has been reduced from 45 to 40 in Feudal. And then Fishing Lines is available in the Dark Age. That's kind of cool because that's the Feudal Age fishing upgrade now, right? Yeah, I like that. Flemish Militia felt a little bit too strong, but if you nerf them too much more, you won't see them at all. I think that's fine. Byzantines, fire ships and Dramans attack faster civilization bonus increased from 20% to 25%. Okay. I don't know why we're buffing Byzantines out of nowhere. I don't think there's a precedent for that, but I haven't tested all the new water balance. So maybe Byzantines are weak against some of the other ships. They used to be 25. They're just reversing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing this, like, when Hawks come into play and all these different ships that maybe this needs a bit of a boost. But, Dragon ship HP reduced from 145 to 135. Same thing. Like, they know things about the water that we don't. I can't tell you much about the Dragon ship, except that it looks really cool and I want to ride in one. So, I think that they know things that we don't with the new water balance and are just making adjustments. Humans get the catapult galleons. Hindustanis. Allied elite step lancers no longer benefit from the team bonus, granting +2 attack versus buildings. What? Well, there goes my strategy. That's rather specific. But okay. All right. Don't make lancers with a Hindustani ally, I guess. Okay, Incas, this is a big one. So they gain access to champion warriors. They gain access to catapult galleons. They gain access to settlements. So no longer militia or like champion line, right? Soldiers cost less food reduced. Instead of 10, 15, 20, 25, it starts at 5. Honestly, that could have happened before all these other changes. I think that's a good move. Houses provide +5 population space. Now as houses and settlements provide +5 population space? What? I mean, we've been seeing, like, because you could build one house and an immediate barracks, we have been seeing a militia meta develop, right? So now you can go like house, barracks, settlement. That could be a very strong build. Settlement is your new eco building, right? You drop off all resources at it. So think lumber camp, mill, mining camp combined. So that would be very strong for the early game stuff. Fabric shields, effect reduced from +1 melee armor, +2 pierce armor to +1/+1. Now affects champion warriors. I think that was probably just a step to make sure the champions aren't too strong, which is fine. Elite Kamiyuk pierce armor has been increased. I like that because Kamiyuks were not made a lot. Because they would make eagles, and now they don't get eagles. Because they lose access to eagles, they lose access to lumber camps, mining camps, and mills because of the settlements. Well, if you get the right player with this bonus, this can be very strong. Your average player, this will be very nice, but not game-changing. At the highest level, I can already see Dragonstar, like, freaking out right now. He's going to do some wild stuff with that. Okay. Italians. Dawkin University technologies cost less civilization. Bonus reduced from 33% to 25%. Was that not at 25% before? I kind of forget. I feel like they moved that around a little. Either way, that's still probably still very good on water. Tetons, herder-gather rate reduced by 4%. Skirmisher, spearmen, and scout line train and upgrade faster civilization bonus reduced from 25 to 15%. So what? It's been, how long has it been since that DLC launched? Those bonuses all combined have been a bit much for the early game. You can't go too far because the Khitan late game is a bit weak. You know what's wild to me? You know what? I'm not even going to say it. Because I don't want everybody to hear it, and I don't want everyone to talk about it before I make the video. But there's something about the Khitans I want to make a video on. I'm skipping it. Sorry to debate you there. But, Koreans. Turtle ship reduced from 152 180 to 152 30. Wow, so that's a very big discount. We might actually see more turtle ships. They also have increased the attack. They have increased the pierce armor. And they have increased the melee armor. Did turtle ships just get a quadruple buff? Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we'll definitely see turtle ships more. And I think the turtle ships, the guys actually row in the boat now. I think the oars actually move. Hardy, if you have time, he probably doesn't have time. Never mind. I won't press the button. But you'll see it eventually. Mayans get catapult galleons. Poles, newly built folkworks now also collect 10% of current food from existing farms. Again, like with the farm thing, I actually don't love it. I like the pros and cons of, did you build the farms around the folkwork? Yes or no? Did you get the farm upgrade before your farm? Yes or no? This is just along the same lines of their other farm change. I still feel like I'm just not a big fan of that direction. It's not that big a deal. But yeah. Portuguese, they've removed the Carrick unique tech. There's a new unique tech. Circumnavigation, available in Castle Age. It costs 250 food and 150 wood. The effect is it sets the entire map to explored and ships train 33% faster. Guys, ships train 33% faster. This civ has more HP on their navy already. And cheaper gold units. People would pay 1,000 food and 800 gold for shipwright. Like, forget about the explored. People would pay 1,000 food and 800 gold or 700 gold for shipwright for faster producing and slightly cheaper ships. So, you're spending that, like, you're not spending any gold on that. Less than 500 res to get 33% faster ships. On water maps, that's insane. And you get Fatorias. So, if you run out of wood, you're just camping there. Very strong. So I think balance-wise at the highest level on water maps, This is very strong. But I do really like the tech. Agreed? Like, I think if you... It's tricky because these two effects are very different. Setting the map to explored is really fun and, like, kind of cool. And then this at the highest level is, like, super, super dominant. So they're, like, kind of tough there because you don't know what to set the cost, but I think the cost should be more expensive. It is cool. But I'm just thinking about, like, the 1% of games that go to, like, the Islands games with Portuguese or something. Spanish. Missionaries can now carry relics. Missionary with relic-based movement speed reduced from 1.1 to 0.9. So 4 years ago or 3 years ago, for a long time behind the scenes, I've been asking, please, can we let missionaries pick up relics? Give Spanish something more, right? And over time, they gave Spanish gold when they researched their technologies. They gave missionaries more armor, benefiting from those other armor stats. They have received some other buffs since. Some people, some pros think this is too much. I'm actually very excited for it, even if it is too much. It might be, but, like, damn it, let's see some missionaries, you know? They still lack range compared to monks. I think it'll be kind of fun. Even if it's a little strong. It's whatever. Imperial skirms also get the bonus damage against the Mamelukes. This one's kind of... I'm not sure I'm in love with some of this. So they've nerfed the longboat, which is probably needed. The longboats are really strong. That's fine. Just a small nerf. I just really don't like with this whole water change that Vikings, the Civ, who is part of their identity was they don't get fire ships, that they get fire ships. And then they lose demos. So it's part of the naval overhaul, but that is going to... I'll probably get used to it, but that to me is going to feel weird. They've also reduced some of the discounts the Civ gets. So they just nerfed it ever so slightly, and they gave it fires. All right, back to the Chinese DLC, which had some OP crap. We got Wei, Zhanbei Rider, train time increased from 26 to 29 seconds. Cost increased from 60.25 to 65.25. Guys, 3 months ago I was casting, and I thought they'd implemented this. So I knew they were going to implement this. And I said on a stream in front of all of you and, like, a lot more about this. And my co-caster was like, no, or chat was like, no, that nerf never happened. And I was like, yeah, it definitely did. And then I got messaged later. They were like, yo, shut up. So I knew that was coming. That's good. Train time's actually the biggest thing here, to be honest. Because it's a Cav Archer unit and massing them early castle age takes time. So that's fine. There'll still be really good Civ. How would they not nerf the Tiger Cav? I don't understand that. Tiger Cav, attached to a civilization that gets new villagers every single time you get an ecotech. That's crazy. High Pierce Armor Cav unit. Very unique in that it's a high Pierce Armor Cav. We had, like, only one in the game before. You now get more HP if you get a kill. You get more attack damage when you get a kill. And you don't even have to research a unique tech for those bonuses. It's just like, that's a lot. Woo, careening dry dock available 1 age earlier. Cost and research time minus 75% civilization bonus has been just changed to careening and dry dock free. So, we weren't, from the devs' perspective, they probably have the stats, and they probably did not see careening and dry dock researched that frequently with a 75% discount, okay? So they want Woo to be more special in water, so they're just going to give it to him free. I don't love free stuff. I don't, because it's not strategic for me, and there's not, like, pros and cons to decision making, but whatever. I guess it's just careening and dry dock. Not in love with it, but yeah. Infantry regenerates HP civilization bonus has been adjusted from 10, 20, 30 to 10, 15, 30. That's good. I find the regen is very strong in feudal. I find it was especially strong in castle, and imp it was fine. So I'm fine with that. And then they reduced the melee armor from the Jean Swordsman to 0. That's also really good. Makes them still very strong on what they're good at, but a bit weaker in early Castle Age against a couple other units. Would you guys agree? I hope you do. Then they talk about some maps. They talk about how they made some adjustments to Arabia. The thing that really disappointed me is they added chickens to the map. So people would take chickens, but they still had deer in the middle of the map. So every high-level game, people were just finding the deer. It says a secondary faraway group of huntable animals for each player will now always match the primary one. For example, if a player spawns with nearby deer, the further neutral patch will also be deer. Yeah, this is good. This is good. If a player spawns with nearby chickens, then further neutral patch will be chickens as well. Good. So now it's if it's either mega deer or mega chickens, and if it's a chicken map, people will actually play it accordingly instead of pushing 2 to 3 deer. I like that. If you don't like chickens and you like your deer, you better get used to chickens. There's also greater variance in the amount of huntables that spawn, increased number of themes, which means, I guess, variety of the map. They also less overall extreme elevation. I like the extreme elevation. I'm very pro extreme elevation. I am very anti-extreme elevation every single time. Give us variety. Give us the flat gens. Give us the big wood lines. Give us the small wood lines. Give us the hills. Give us the this. Give us the that. So, Coastal Forest added a neutral, indestructible dock in the furthest corner from players, allowing them to trade with it. Oh, when's Tuesday, dude? Guys, can we please vote Coastal Forest in so I can cast Lowy the Legends and watch people trade? Please. I need that. Adjusted the amount of starting villagers in Regicide game mode on the map Fortress. All right. It just added whales. I've yet to see what a whale looks like. Do we not have a whale photo? Fix some issues. They added some trees. Man, people's details. The thing that people notice is crazy with this game. I saw a subreddit post this morning. Somebody posted a photo of one of these new trees. And then they posted a photo of the actual tree and said that it was incorrect. But they went into the game and clicked the tree, and the tree was named improperly. Oh, God. Sorry. And they found out before the patch even came out. They were like, this is wrong. Water weeds. What's going on in there? It looks like there was an oil spill in that water. No? Maybe there was. I don't know. Ah, cool. A new cliff type. That'll be really fun. All right, added the terrace. That matches the DLC. We got the oak green tree. We got the monkey puzzle tree. We got the Brazil wood. It's weird. They're saying that that's a tree, but that looks like a relic to me. Wax palm. I really hope there's different wood counts on these. Honestly, you're going to call me stupid, but I will be very disappointed if the tiny trees don't have less wood. Because think about like the what we've done with some of the maps, right? We have like 50 wood trees to balance out things, and like I think it'd be really fun from a map scripting perspective to actually have different wood amounts. Just like to some degree. Papaya tree. Oh wait, no, that's a forage bush. Oh shoot. Okay, so you could take food from that. Pineapples. We got new herdables, capybara. Oh, they're cute. I think the first game I have with a capybara, I will feel bad and I won't be able to kill them. But you got to do what you got to do after a while. We got the tapir, which is a new violent huntable animal. All right. We got new huntable animals. The guanaco? Guanaco? All right. Again, imagine if that was like, you know how elephants have 400 food, rhinos have 400 food, boars have 340? What if that's like 180? 40 food difference between this and a deer would be so nice. We got the rhea. All right. We got wild alpacas. It's a new decorative wild animal. So you can't like interact with it. It's decorative. Okay. Alpaca as a scout? So wild alpaca and alpaca. Okay. You could scout with an alpaca now. Wow. That's amazing that the alpaca plays a really big part in a upcoming battle. Can you like spit at people? I hear they spit. Snakes? Amphibious animal that wanders around the map, deals poison damage. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Also, can you put them in the water like that, or is that just a visual thing? Damn. Cayman has lower base stats than other predators, but with charge attack. Wow. Black Panther? Oh, sick. Condor? Flamingo? Whale? There's the whale. Okay. All right, chat. What species? What species of whale? I'm going to be asked this question by my partner. I'm not really sure I know. I would guess like a... I don't know. I should know. Blue, gray. I don't think it's a sperm. Humpback. All right. Take your word for it. Oh, that's cool. They added a new little rock object with the little howler monkeys. That's really nice. Oh, that's cool. I like that. And then also they talk about some of the lobby stuff. Pathfinding. That's always a fun part of these patches. Improved building waypoints, ungarrisoned behavior. Improved ungarrisoned cavalry units obstacle detection after being ungarrisoned. Mitigated range units regrouping when being issued a movement command after shooting. Mitigated range units unintentionally funneling into narrow spaces when microing. Okay, interesting. Well, you know what we say? Every time they've improved the pathing, I'll believe it when I see it. Because I have seen this word and the pathing section for 6 years. And if they take 2 steps forward, it might be 3 or 4 steps or 1 step backwards. I don't know. I did have one really bad regroup in my testing game, like a really bad regroup where my units went forward before going backwards and ate a mangonel shot. So hopefully that's not consistent. I don't think there's a lot of other big things here, to be honest, and we've talked for a very long time. This is a very big patch. But we do have a couple more things. We have the Andean Ruins. Yeah, did they say anything about fixing the tower bug? Tower. No results. Oh, I spelled tower wrong. Fixing issues preventing towers from automatically shooting in multiplayer games, forcing the players to manually target enemies. Nice, they fixed that. Cool. Where were we? Back down to the just the last couple things here. Andean Ruins. That looks super dope. I like it. I'm a big fan of the architecture here. Andean Burned Buildings. Nice. That's fun too. War Dogs. What? Can you interact with them? Or are they just like visuals? They're new editor objects, so I guess they're just visuals. Woof woof. Woo woo woos in chat. Gunpowder kegs. Oh, dude, imagine if you could shoot them. Don't give the devs ideas. They've also added additional options to the task object trigger, which I guess is just in scripting. And we're scrolling, and that is basically it. Party is saying you can shoot the barrels in the campaigns. Wow. Okay. Wait till... Oh, we have to do gunpowder keg nothing then. Yes! Gunpowder keg nothing. War dog nothing. I don't know about Andean burned buildings nothing. That's probably not going to work. All right. Cool. So I'll let you look at the kegs as I give my closing thoughts. Okay. In general, here's how I feel about the patch. First off, to those that listen to me talk for 42 minutes about this, I really do appreciate you. In general, I think the devs are kind of on, for the most part, I really like the way they balanced the civilizations overall. I'm talking about like all the civs. I thought the changes were very nice. There's a couple I disagree with here, there, but no major ones. I felt like they overstepped a little bit in the past. They brought it back a little bit. All that stuff was good. There's a couple things I still don't know if I'm being a stubborn old man on, like the farm thing. The thing is, if you make a change like that, you never go back, right? And I always thought it was nice. Pros and cons. If you don't get the farm upgrade, you can get more farms out early, but there's a downside later on. You need to think about that as a player. I feel like with the change they've made now, you can just get the text at any time, and it kind of boosts all your farms anyways. That will take some of the flavor out of some aspects of builds for me. But we'll wait and see on that. I think the new civs are very good at what they do, but I don't think they're the best civs in the game. I think that they're, if anything, they're very good in early game and weak in late game, which is, from what I understand about the region, probably fits. And then the water, I think the water is going to be a wait and see. I'm really scared. I'm very, 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 very scared of the Hulks. I'm worried about hybrid maps not being, you know, what they are right now, which I think, at least for competitive AoE, is good. But yeah, overall, I think it's a really nice patch. I think I'm way happier with the work that they have done with this patch and the work that they did on the civs than I was with the Three Kingdoms DLC. Would you agree or disagree with me, chat? It's okay if you disagree. That's my feeling. I felt the Three Kingdoms DLC was, I don't know. I just don't feel like it was necessarily the region or like the focus that people were expecting when they teased it for a long time. Like, people were not expecting the whole like Three Kingdoms edition. The balance too, like, there are some units that were introduced in the Three Kingdoms that have like 4 bonuses out of the box, which is insane and didn't really feel right. And these new civs don't have that. And there's a lot more like pros and cons and in terms of decision making. So I'm happy with it overall. And we'll see how it goes. I obviously will make as much content as from it as I can. I am not paid to say these thoughts, because if I was paid to say these thoughts, I would not have said that they really missed the mark with Three Kingdoms, and they still need to nerf a couple things there, and I still can't believe they did it. It's just my thoughts. All right. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Cool. Yeah, like this video if you watch on YouTube, I guess. Hardy, thank you for editing this. It was very long, but that was a big patch. I always struggle doing those, because I don't know. I think I should pre-look at it and like think about the order in which I do things. I feel like the first 7 minutes was just getting to the good stuff, and that's really bad for a video. But we eventually got through it, so. Hardy's going to send it unedited. Honestly, I did pretty good. I don't think I need it. It needs to be edited that much. I don't think there were too many hiccups in there, so just double check it for the intro portion, but this should be fine. Thoughts, chat? What do you think? I'm going to head off. I've been live for 8 hours. I'm exhausted. I said I was going to stop 2.5 hours ago because I was tired. We did a cast. We covered a lot of Titans League sets. If you missed my cast earlier on the new Civ, that'll be on YouTube as soon as we can. I'll do as much as I can, but I'm wiped. I'm completely wiped. Tomorrow I'll be back with 4 sets of TTL. 4 sets of TTL Silver. Every set matters at this point for all the players. I'll be back the day after that. And then we got 4 days. We get right into the 3rd round of Platinum League on Friday. So, T90, thoughts on poll full works following the balance change? It's my opinion on that is very similar to what I feel about the farm upgrade. So, it's like, I always thought it was nice with the full work. It's like, oh, if you don't place your farms around the full work, then you don't get the benefit. So you have to be very particular about how you do it. Same with if you get your farm upgrades before you place the farms or not. Now it feels like you can just kind of do whatever and it'll all, you know, be closer to what it was. It's not horrible, but I don't know. We'll see. I have to see what the math looks like on that, to be honest. But I would guess that at the highest level, we will see people get horse color way less frequently now. Like, why would you get horse color at the start and go add an extra villager or 2 to your builds and take the more economic approach when you would just go super, super fast up, skip horse color, and then just get it later and then still have no amazing downside or horrible downside. So that's my feeling. Fool, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for watching. The new patch will be live. The new DLC will be live in TTL on Friday. So the next 48 hours it won't be, but it will be live on Friday. Are you going to remove the TTL Siege Tower nerf? Yeah. We're rolling with whatever the patch has. So whatever the patch has, which is pretty similar to what we had. I guess now you can garrison 10. We're going to roll with the balance and see how that goes. So our makeshift balance isn't going to be needed anymore. Looking for questions. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate the love today. Anon, why do you guys say, can you guys explain what you mean about the full work bonus being abusable? Also, Kiss My Mule Cart donated $60 and I didn't hear a damn thing. Wait, what? Let me play this again.
Kiss My Cart has just
oh my god, my text-to-speech isn't in my headphones. And you guys can hear it.
Thanks for all the amazing
I don't know what's going on there.
Content. Keep casting to...
I'm so sorry. I didn't actually hear that. I just saw it now. Kiss My Mule Cart. Thank you for that. If you're still here, please say something. He says, thanks for the TTL content and keep casting to YouTube. I will. I'm sorry I missed that. I probably just kept talking because I didn't hear a damn thing. Yeah, you're here. Thank you. I don't know what's going on, why I can't hear that, but you guys can. The way they worded the patch notes, you could delete full works and rebuild them nonstop to collect food from existing farms. Oh. So, like, yeah, if you have farms there, and then you build a full work next to the farm, you get a food boost. You're saying you just build and delete? People are saying it was tested and it doesn't work. Well, even if it did work, would there actually have been massive benefit? Are you not just losing 100 wood over and over and over again? Or am I missing something? Whatever the injection of food is wouldn't have been that crazy, right? You would get plus 200 food every time you place it. But you're losing 100 wood every time. Would it not be better to just focus on everything else in the game and use the economy? I don't know if that's worth it. But maybe it would have been. I don't know. And it's also... No, it's 100 wood now, Bolt. It used to be 125. Well, speaking of, like, deleting things and gimmicks, one thing that still isn't fully fleshed out is if Tiger Cav get extra HP and extra attack when a Tiger Cav gets a kill, and I hate to go on and on about this Tiger Cav, but people should just be deleting units. And then you get into this world where it's like fights, people are deleting armies. So I think it will actually be the case if we see Tiger Cav. It doesn't make any sense to just let your units die anymore. You should just shift delete your armies, which feels kind of weird. So, all right, I'm off, guys. Take care. Appreciate you all. Oh, also one tiny detail on the Blackwood Archer. I think the Blackwood Archer has a bonus where if you lose a unit, you get some of its cost back, right? So we'll see how that goes. But when you make a Blackwood Archer, you get 2 of them. And I think the math on it is you basically like pay for the unit, you get 2 of them. When both of them die, you get cost back. So it counts as getting like 2 units dying, but you're only paying for what feels like 1 unit. It's a bit weird. So I think that bonus is really strong right now, and I don't know if it's what they intended. Anyways, we'll find out. I'm done. See you guys tomorrow.
Just got to find my base. You will find him trapped behind a woodland waiting for his fate. You are one step behind. Try to pre-wall all your berries while you miss my sneak militia. Making woodland gives you worries. I am one step ahead. Always one step ahead. You are one step behind. Always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. You don't think I'm going, I just got my range behind your business. I'm eager to departure. You are one step behind. Try to buy you with your castle and you see the price of stone and now you'll never be up faster. I am one step ahead. Always one step ahead. You are one step behind. Always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. You can go cold with your nights when you step into the fog of war. My pikes are disaster. I am one step ahead, always one step ahead. You are one step behind, always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. Send your raiding army over, have them running into castles, trying to keep your composure. You are one step behind,